The 24 Hours of Daytona is well underway at the World Center of Racing in Daytona Beach, Florida. 6 hours gone, still 18 to go, and we're going to be with you for all of it uninterrupted. But this is the hour 6 to 12 stint. I'm Dylan Coyle, joined alongside a host of other commentators for the time being. Samuel Aurora, Lorenzo Banter, Justin Prince. Gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun to watch so far. I'm not sure if you've had any rides on the Ferris wheel yet, but it's been fun seeing how all of these drivers have been doing in terms of dealing with the traffic, dealing with the darkness. It's probably, I don't even think just probably, I think it's factually the most, in most racing in the night will have a special event all season, considering this is being simulated on January 30th, where the actual 24-hour race will be run. And I've got to say, and I want to bring in Lorenzo right now. Lorenzo, you know, we always talk about how this is kind of the weird portion of the broadcast, the lull hours, as you will, what do you call it, the silly time? Silly time is what you call it?
Golden hours, silly time, silly hours, whatever you want to call it. We were joking over here. We can say it's the 6 worst hours of broadcast, but we'll be the 6 best hours of banter for a 24-hour race. I can guarantee you that.
There's no banter like Lorenzo on the mic, and I guess
absolutely.
I guess myself as well, I'm gonna bring in Justin next, because Justin, you're gonna be with us for what, the next hour and a half. We're very fortunate by your presence right here, and I feel like you're going to be the one that grounds all of us. And then when you're gone, it's just gonna be a mess.
That's a way to phrase it. But you guys have an interesting group, let's put it that way for tonight. But it's always been an interesting race when it comes to the Daytona 24, with the way teams approach it, with how drivers have been able to attack this racetrack. But as well, especially when it approaches these hours, you have a mix of fatigue starting to settle in for some of the drivers. You have new drivers coming in for their respective stints to cover the nighttime. You also have those moments where frustration can settle in, because there have been little mixes of a bit of craziness throughout the past 10 minutes alone on the racetrack, with drivers trying to keep off one another, with traffic continuing to overlay across one another. It's going to continue on throughout that night, and all the strategies eventually are going to converge by the time we get to the 24th hour. But right now it's in the mix of things where some of the teams, they're hoping that those strategies pay off with the time being put in right now working out.
And, you know, talking about all of these strategies and all the questions that we have, I know there's been many questions throughout our chat. And by the way, make sure to chat with us on the RaceSpot stream, because we monitor the chat, and if you have any questions, any comments you want us to talk about, please bring it up. It's more fun when we interact with our viewership instead of just our faces and mouths. Speaking about questions and chat, Samuel, where's Max Verstappen? Where's Fernando Alonso?
It's the classic iRacing special event question, isn't it? And of course, it's one that's justified. So many people coming on from Formula One, which is quite the good thing to see, you see. Sim racing does get a big boost in that regard. But for Max Verstappen, quite clearly, let's be honest, he just hasn't had the best of races. Early contact and the red line car suffering damage on the front end, and they are not in the best of positions. What about Fernando Alonso and the WTF1 team? They're currently racing in the 7th split, not in this one, so sadly you won't quite see them here.
Yeah, won't see them here, but we've got some of the best iRacers, the best sim racers on the planet in this race, and there's 3 classes. P2, Dallara P217 cars. We've got some GTEs, some GT3s, or as they're known in IMSA, GT Le Mans and GT Daytona. Let's do a rundown as well as we see this battle for 14th. And we'll start with the prototype class once we get that up on the screen. And again, this is an unbelievably tense battle right here. VRS Coanda, Well, is it really a surprise? Again, looking for another win, overall win in the 24 Hours of Daytona. They've got their 8 and 18 cars in a 1-2 position, but Williams Esports, the 6 car, is kind of close, and Maxim Brion in the Movano Sim Racing number 5 car, well, he's just 2 seconds back of the podium. Behind them, fighting for 5th, is 1 second back, Team Redline Ice Blue. And, you know, this top 5, it's been quite incredible to see how close everybody has been. 6th and 7th in the P2 class. Well, they're close as well with Team RSO and Delta Sport U4K. Energy Sim Sport is a little bit further back, but Inertia Sim Racing, EuroRC.com is just 4 seconds off their pace, and Racecraft Esports Gold rounds out the top 10, just another further 4 seconds back. VRS Satellite Racing Red, Team Redline Purple are the last 2 on the lead lap overall and in the prototype, and they are also fighting for position. Yashi, Richard Mail, Arhui G Esports, and VRS Coanda Sim Sports 13 car, they're all a lap down. You might notice that name if you're a frequenter of eNASCAR events. Bobby Zielinski, he's trying his hands here at Daytona. 2 laps down are for our Motorsport, and 8 laps down, still doing that endurance run. It's not a sprint, it's just about survival of the fittest. So Obsidian Racing, the 30 car, is 8 laps down. MB Racing Esport Nordic, 16 laps. Another VRS Coanda Sim Sport, 28 laps down. And then very much out of it entirely, Yashi Microsoft, the 23 car, in 20th Somo.
Absolutely. Then we move on to GTE with Danny Elgabai leading for MSI Esports Red. But there's this rather hot battle going on at the very top between them and Team Redline, with Patrick Holtzman coming up to a recovery drive of sorts. They are going to be rather close to each other rather soon. Then Rafale Razak is behind the wheel of the AAA Esports white car. He's been in that car for quite a while right now. And then we've got Phil Dines, the BMW BS competition team driver in P4, with Ruben Bonga, the Maniti GTE car, who faced a few issues early on today, but are involved in a very hot scrap with Team Cova. Then, of course, Sammy Matty Trogan with the BMW Team GB, run, of course, with Williams Racing, run in coordination with them. And then Astro Gaming Altus Esports in P8, AAA Esports Black, they've had a bit of a torrid day in P number 9, and Tobias Martinez with the sport team combination in the Ferrari in P10. After that, take a look at this. Just Daytona being Daytona. So many cars having such a tough day and so many laps down. It's Marcus Jurek in the Alpine Eagle Racing team who are currently on the track 5 laps down, but just adhering to the spirit of Daytona, spirit of endurance racing, and continuing on. DV1 Triathlon Racing followed them, and RAG Esports too. They had such an unfortunate incident with the leading Coanda car, who just tapped them, and then RAG Esports had their day done. Redline Orange, that's the Max Verstappen car. Dan Juncadella was behind the wheel of that one as they suffered their incident. And then the Porsche 24 driven by Redline car and the Logitech Altus G Esports car. All sim racing superstars, Van Loosenau, Juncadella, Marchino and Thebe, but just not having the best of starts in this race.
When it comes to the GT3s as well, currently Team BMW Bank is showing off that speed of the BMW so far. It's a 1 and 4 in the top 5 for the BMWs today, with Brendan Eves in second spot in one of the Lambos. Currently 15 seconds back for Venable Sim Racing Red. Then SRC Squadra Course Black is in third position. Maui Racing Team is in fourth for the moment. Last car on the lead lap for the class at the moment is Buell Racing Team Euronics, currently with Gregory Hansen behind the wheel. Team Fordzilla is an organization we've talked about a lot over the past year that has been on the rise. Their speed sees them first car lap down in sixth position. While Aries Racing Team MRW is a team that has a driver in various different world championships this year. Right now, their organization's in 7th. SimRC Carbon is in 8th position, with Buell Racing Team Euronics is 452 in 9th. Rounding out the top 10 is Urano Esports HKM at the moment. 19 cars entered today's top split in the class, with AAA Esports Green. We remember talking about those drivers in that team early on in the action. First couple hours, they're 1 lap down in 11th, with Core Sim Racing in 12th. Venable Sim Racing Blue is in 13th. They had that incident about 15-20 minutes ago we seen here on broadcast, with RHE Esports Junior 2 actually having an incident that did see the 7th place LMP2 have to go for a major slide. Team RSO since then has actually gained a spot since that respective incident about 15 minutes ago. Pearson's Esports BS competition, Nate T Racing GTD, Urano Esports HP, and SimRC Titan round out the entrants in the field. And as seen, Daryl Tyan had the quickest lap. His team is currently at one of the LMP2s off the racetrack. And speaking of battles,
okay,
look at this.
This is a little bit too close for comfort. We're watching the Aries Racing Team MRW, currently 9th position in the GT Daytona class, the GT3s, and they're dealing with a lot of traffic through the infield section, getting back onto NASCAR Turn 1, and prototypes make it through clearly. A lot of flashing lights. You know, seeing a section like this is one of the coolest parts, I think, about watching a race here. Just the speed difference. Oh, look at that. Cutting right down in front of what we're actually seeing. This is a battle for 7th in GT3. Prototypes just going right by. And currently, 7th being held by SimRC Carbon. Daytona 24 as they exit through that bus stop chicane, and they're still trying to get away from not only the prototype's way, but also the rest of competitors in class. There's been no shortage of excitement, and I'll tell you what, this GT Daytona field, well, they have been right alongside each other the entire race, and, you know, sometimes we completely go away with the theory that there's only one winner in an endurance race. There's not. There's winners of each class, and they are as deserved the champion of the race as the overall winner. But it's not even just about the winners. It's getting on the podium. It's fighting for every spot. And how many hours are we into this? We're over 6 hours, and we're still having drivers slugging it out here, and that's pretty incredible to watch as Urano Esports HKM makes a move right there on Ari's Racing Team MRW. Prototype is right behind as well, and look at that, too wide right there through that little kink. And got to be careful, because if you go into the grass, you try to brake, well, you'll have traction with one tire or one set of tires, and on the other side, well, there's no traction, and you're going for quite a ride in the icy grass.
Yeah, and I like this battle quite a lot. You know, unfortunately, the distance between Dallara Racing Team Aeronix and Urano kind of broke off because of traffic alone. It is quite easy actually to break off traffic here in Daytona. You just have to be quite aggressive in how you drive the car, especially through the bus stop section as they're just about to go right now. Patrick Holzman, you can see the a little bit of chaos and confusion you have to navigate properly with the other cars, especially those GT3 and GTE cars. They kind of match up. Yeah, the prototype comes through. Even though the GT3s don't have the top speed, the downforce to match the GTEs. If you go head-to-head at a certain point of the track, just on power alone, you can be kind of toe-to-toe. The problem is whenever you navigate through the turns, so you need to be as much careful as you can so you can either gain time or lose time. And Redline nearly got into a little bit of a mess as they were overtaking Urano, and Urano just ran a little bit off wide for turn number 1.
Yeah, this is I've said it once already in this young portion of the broadcast, but I'll say it again, a kerfuffle. As you see, look how much smaller, by the way, the prototypes are versus the GTs. People don't understand how small a prototype actually is until you see it in person or you see it compared in size. This is a gigantic mess right now. We're right now looking at some of the leaders for the GTE class, MSI Esports Red, and down the inside coming back onto, oh no, they touch! MSI Esports Red puts just spins out from BMW Team Redline, and he's gonna have to get back on track. I would not be very happy about that one if I were in the Esports Red MSI vehicle.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the transition in part coming onto the speedway, because it's such a difficult section, which got him a little bit loose. But at the same time, you had Team Redline really trying to push and build up the run since they had the preferred line there. Just a little bobble right here just sets up this spin, just that little tiny bit. and ends up spinning them around for the battle for the class lead.
You know, thankfully, there's no close barriers right there, so it's just a simple slide, but obviously that's going to wear on the tires a little bit, but more, it's going to just wear on that gap, because suddenly a half-second lead becomes a 10-second deficit, and getting back on up to full speed at that section, it's not easy to do, because it's along with the run from the end of the bus stop till turn 1 of the race into the infield section, well, it's your full throttle basically. So there's no point to slow down. I wonder if stewards would look at that at all if this were that kind of race in terms of live stewarding. That was very unfortunate to be said.
For me, it's weird at some point. I'll let Justin go in a little bit, because here's the thing, they came so close to one another. I think Donnie expected Patrick to kind of lift up the gas, because there's this light bump whenever you're actually transitioning from the road part into the oval section, into that inside, right before the cones. It kind of offsets the car if you go over that bump. He thought, all right, Patrick is gonna, just gonna lift off the gas. I'm gonna close the door on him, and we might just go into a draft battle all the way down to the bus stop. I don't know if that actually what he had thought beforehand when he had made that move, but it's a 50-50 in my opinion. I'll let Justin speak.
Yeah, exactly. It's that little bobble that helps set up that little move into the corner, I think, part of it for that momentum. At the same time, Patrick Holzman's trying to push as hard as he could in that, but now here's the cost. Patrick Holzman now has right front damage on his race car. So that's something to keep in mind. Keep in mind as well, the battle for 11th and P2 is heating up and fast. BRS going to SimSport with so many drivers in tonight's action, with Bobby Zielinski trying to play hard defense here. That's a track he's going to have to race down in a stock car in a little while. Keep in mind, they also have Charlie Collins in the midst of all this, right behind him, I believe.
Yeah, some heavy infighting right now happening. Remember, there are under 18 hours left to go in this race. Coming out of the bus stop, Zielinski gets right by slower traffic. There's a lot of time left in this race. You have to question, is it worth it to attack now and try to build up a lead later? And some drivers think yes. The attrition rate in the very early goings of this race might not have been so strong, but I wouldn't say calm down, but drivers have gotten smarter with their aggression. Just want to give a shout out, Brian Klein. Thank you so much for the support. A super chat in YouTube, our stream of this race. Donated €2, I believe that was, or £2. Don't quite remember my currency looking at it, or I'll go back. See, I'm just a pleb. €2. Thank you so much. I'm just an American pleb. But we've got some good fighting second in GTE, and this is between the recently hurt MSI Esports Red and AAA Esports White. So in the bus stop, again, there's some faster traffic that just went by them, and going to be some slower traffic coming right up the road with the GTD class. Some easy traffic, not too much, but again, prototypes coming around the outside. It's almost impossible to make a move here, but I think he's going to try and take that trail, the wake from the slipstream into the tri-oval. Will Razak get the move done around the outside in the tri-oval? He does. So AAA Esports White takes care of MSI Esports Red. No pass needed in the one. Get it done beforehand and up into another podium spot you go.
Made it nice and easy to say the very least with that move, but that's one of the main things, right, when it comes to Daytona is draft, especially going into turn 1. You'll see that many times, and some drivers have different approaches on how they want to approach it. You either save fuel and lift off, go maybe 90% throttle through the tri-oval and brake a little bit earlier, or you do what they did. Just take the slipstream, make the pass, and get it done before you reach some traffic, which is reaching towards their case. So AAA Esports White electing to go on the attack to try and keep up at the moment, with Patrick Holzman knowing what happened before that MSI Esports machine.
Yeah, and you know what? It just goes from bad to worse for Elgarbe and the MSI Esports Red Machine, because obviously they also might have some damage on that car that they'll have to check out in terms of rear left damage. But, you know, we won't know that. They won't know that necessarily unless they feel it aerodynamically, or they get into a pit cycle and they want to just take a little bit more time to get that fixed. Not sure how much it's affecting them. It looks like it is a decent amount, but they're still staying in the draft right now.
Looking at Elgarbe's car, the MSI M8, it doesn't look like it has any damage on the left side. What could have happened is the tire has built up so much heat in that spin that you're eventually gonna lose a whole lot of grip, and a whole lot of wear on that car is just gonna make the tire wear so bad. And of course, it's going to be quite complicated for you to actually get some good laps. You're going to have to slow down the rhythm and just pick yourself back up whenever you can actually set yourself up. But for Elgarbe, certainly he's probably feeling it on the mentally side too. You know, you're not going to be satisfied with what just happened in that move.
Yeah, not at all. And you know, the more incidents like that happens throughout the entire run, well, the more, as MSI Esports Red, I'm watching on my screen, almost had another spin coming back onto the main section, the more that you kind of have to hunker down mentally, because it's such a mind game sometimes, where if you make one mistake, you might make another mistake, and that's not something you want to remember going forward. It'll end up making it worse for you in the long run. We're still watching with him right now, Elgarbe. And, I mean, he was in the lead of this class. Not exactly sure, strategy-wise, what the situation is for him compared to maybe BMW Team Redline. But just right here, you see the speed of the GTEs versus GT3s, as well as the speed of the prototypes. It's something, all of this traffic, I mean, throughout the special events, when it comes to endurance racing, multi-class racing, there is more traffic here than anywhere else due to the short nature of this track and the speeds you can reach. I mean, I was testing out one of the Dallara P217s before this race, and without a custom setup, I mean, you gain 20 miles per hour just on the straight. So it's really interesting to see how much of a difference these setups might be playing, as we're watching another battle with the small prototype cars moving through in the GT3. It's a BMW Lamborghini battle, and both of these cars, both manufacturers, the only two in the GT Daytona class, and they're pretty well balanced. Justin, what did you say?
Indeed, in terms of some of the speed, some of these teams had some experience a few weeks back across the service in various different races and test races, and could tell that when it comes to Lamborghini, the talking point was you can balance it everywhere. It's good wherever you need it to go in terms of speed, in terms of the handling, in terms of the positioning. But keep in mind as well that the BMW also has been very quick on the straightaways we've seen, and it's going to be one where it's going to be tough to try and make some moves on. That being said, there are a bit of differences in some of the fuel markers where it's been talked about, where I believe it was the Lambo that has a slightly quicker fuel time. That's an interesting mark, but the thing is, you have to keep in mind the BMW has more of the raw power at the moment on the race, at least for the front runners. So that can add some variation on, do you prefer to have more balance for the corners, or do you prefer to have the raw power for the straightaways in an event such as this?
You know, I think when we come down to comparing as, having to cut a little bit wide to avoid from running in the back right there of Bram Van Putten was James Saunders. That could have been very bad for this battle. You know, it's funny because a lot of people who are not petrol heads will look at each of these vehicles, both of them new to the iRacing service, and they're not necessarily going to look as the, wow, that was goodbye orange cones. They're not going to look at them and say, what are the minute differences if they're not, you know, tied to one particular brand, as prototype traffic comes into play. is going to be a little interesting to see play out. Sometimes they'll just say, I like the look of this car, I like the sound of this car, and by the way, the Lamborghini sounds way better than the BMW. I am putting that right out there. It sounds gorgeous, but they both handle very, I would say, differently in a lot of ways. And wouldn't that have to do with engine placement? Because it's a little bit of a boat on the BMW with a lot of speed.
It is, and in terms of looks as well, I'm pretty sure that you can put the Lamborghini far, far ahead than the M4. Nothing personal M4, it's just the grille. But coming back to the point about the driving style and the feel, and it is very evident, the BMW is known to be far more stable from all the drivers that I spoke to, and recently the BOP upgrade had also got a little bit of added downforce on the car, whereas the Lamborghini, of course, being the sister car of the rather unstable at times, rather moody Audi R8 LMS, it's stable for sure, but of course it's far stabler than the Audi, but still it can get a little bit tipsy in certain corners. You've really got to nudge and really got to carve your way through that car. It's not an easy one to handle in comparison. So there's clearly that. There's a big difference in terms of where the engine is placed. Lamborghini, of course, a mid-engine one, the BMW having it up on the front. And naturally that does change where the pressure is applied on the tires, with the BMW putting a lot more on the front tires, whereas the Lamborghini, it's a lot more equally distributed. So clearly, it's not a major thing to consider when you're racing in the low splits just for fun, but in the top splits where you're competing for actual prize money and pride as well in comparison to the best drivers in the world, I'm pretty sure that they keep in mind every single one of those differences to chalk everything out and to make sure that they have the best strategy in mind, and in fact the best driving approach too.
So we're watching some prototype battles right now. Again, some traffic trying to get out of the infield section where it's quite tight around that corner, back onto the super speedway, and it becomes very wide out there. And Justin, you've got some information on the Williams eSport car that was in fourth in the prototypes?
Yeah, they actually have come back down, and to say that their driver, one of the drivers is not happy, is an understatement. Apparently, may have had bits of contact trying to go look to see back, and specifically it was from a Team Redline ice blue car in the International Horseshoe, the pastime by, where they got him in the back end, and it caused a checkup with the Triple E Esports green car we were talking about a little bit before in the GT Daytona class. So that, again, was about a lap ago, which ended up costing William Esports tons of time. They had to come down and check their damage. They're back out on the racetrack after a 32-second stop.
Well, that's a 32-second stop is nothing to be too happy about, but at the same time, it is Daytona with a much shorter pit lane than a lot of other tracks. So hopefully they're back out there. We've got a replay coming up now, yes, I believe this is the incident, is it?
I believe so.
Yeah, it is.
I don't like where this is going. Oh.
No, the problem is not here. The problem is after he goes out of turn one.
Yes, in the horseshoes, because take a look. There's that car coming out of the pit lane right there. That's the Team Redline car coming out of the pit lane, trying to get up to speed. Then you have Mario Sirica just trying to drive up to the racing line a little bit. Actually holds his way to the inside and bam, straight out of the pits and straight in.
Yeah, I'd like to see another angle there to exactly say if there was fault. Yeah, let's see this. Let's see if he comes down. Bonito comes down definitely. So, yeah, the Bonito came down in my eyes and then drove into
the rejoin, though.
Yeah. The rejoin, you got to look out. We'll watch from high above. And, yeah, car in front. Obviously, Williams Esports did not come down on him. It was, or come up to him, I should say. That's unfortunate. I would be I would be pretty upset about that if I were Sirica.
You know, it's... Go ahead, Justin, go ahead.
I was going to say, I've seen drivers get away with the damage, Lorenzo, if it's right dead center in the middle of the back diffuser, but on the left rear, I think I'm curious how it's going to affect the handling for that race car now, because it's off the center, it's going to potentially affect things. Like I said, though, I've seen drivers run top 5 speed with similar damage right up the middle. It's going to be interesting how Sarika responds now with that, and keep in mind, he's going to be a bit off cycle compared to some of his competitors by at least 5 laps.
Right, and I know, sorry to cut you off, Lorenzo, but when it comes to incidents like that, sometimes you think, well, maybe this is going to change a little bit of strategy. Have we seen any of that so far in this race? Is there like strategy A, strategy B, or is it just go until the end of a fuel run? Is it cut down on how often you have to go for tires? I'm not sure exactly what it is in this race, guys.
All right. That's the time I get cued in, people, because I did the stints. I just did a triple stint. I'm feeling my right shoulder right now. So, so for those who are not aware, in the nighttime, you can actually quad stint the tires. We saw Mitchell de Jong quad stint the tires. I think we saw Ruben Bonga quad stint the tires when Dylan Scrivens was being interviewed about 2 hours ago. So you can quad stint the tires because in Daytona, you don't waste a lot of rubber because you have the traffic. You are just under constant traffic that you can save the tires. You can be very if you're cautious, you're not locking the brakes or anything, you basically spend about 10% per stint on the tires. So you can quad stint them without a lot of problems. Maybe in the morning, when morning and afternoon comes, then maybe the strategy might be triples or even doubles, depending on the weather. We saw at the beginning of the race, the weather wasn't that hot. It was around 23, 24 degrees, so they could use and abuse a little bit of the tire, so they could triple stint normally.
Interesting. That's why you were saying that you need some Advil or Tylenol earlier, because you were in some mighty pain.
I still am.
When aren't you in physical excruciating pain, Lorenzo?
The problem is I have 3 more stints to go. And hoping that my team doesn't bin the car. Because we're leading
I'm hoping you don't bin the car, because I've seen you in an HPD around Imola when you were doing a Twitch stream. You didn't last half a lap.
At least I provide a hashtag content, though.
Hashtag content. You know, we provide a lot of hashtag content. Who wants some plugs here? Who wants to give some shout outs? I know it's not the individual, it's the team. You can follow RaceSpot. I believe it's just at RaceSpotTV on Twitter. You know, if you want any kind of leagues broadcasted, hosted races, we can do them all, and the more we do, the happier us commentators can be, the more we get to do. I know, Justin, you do pretty much everything on Earth that you can possibly do, but the more, the merrier for us as well.
Indeed, as following along with Brian Lockwood here, you can tell hitting the marks very well, but again, a lot of crossover coming through in today's event. The top 3 drivers, all drivers who represent their teams at the pro level. You also have Brian Lockwood in that group representing his organization, still representing his pro side. You have Salva Tomlins, who is in the car for MSI Esports Red now, representing his pro team. He just jumped in the past lap. So there are many different drivers who have and currently competing in various different pro series that want to be able to perform well and prove what they can do in this type of a stage. And we've been seeing that throughout the night so far. But real quickly, to touch upon the Williams Esports discussion we're having with the damage in the back of the car, the report hearing 10 kilometers an hour slower down the straightaways, which can be big at Daytona. So that can cause trouble for that car.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that is no good at all. You know, if it's 10 kilometers slower on the straightaway, that's 6 miles per hour, something like that. Give or take in imperial units. It's funny, whenever we talk about temperatures or anything, I always have it in Fahrenheit and Celsius, Lorenzo, and Sommel. Yep. I don't. Do you? Or where are you based in, Sommel?
Mumbai.
Oh no! Wait a second. We just saw a little bit of a bump. Racecraft and inertia. Well, that just writes its own joke right there. Carry on.
And energy nearly got rear-ended by I think Manidi. I think the guy in the media, I think that was Ruben Bonga, he's definitely not satisfied.
Not at all. Sometimes you can never be satisfied. And that's a Hamilton reference for you right there. I'm all full of puns and references.
At least the stars are fine. So far.
Well, that's fair. We'll get you laughing a lot more, Salmo. You know, again, we're watching the YouTube chat, or at least I'm not sure how often you guys are checking over, but we see all the comments. Not one goes unturned. If we can't reply on there, it's because, well, we are announcing. It is a little bit busy to type out, but as we see a car right now down pit lane. Not sure, Justin, if you can check on who that is.
Charlie Collins.
Charlie Collins, okay. Well, scheduled?
Yes, because him and Joshua Rogers have been near on cycle for Rio Escalando. And keep in mind, the P2 rather burns up a ton of fuel, to say the very least, where depending on how you plan things out, how long you're able to stretch it, some drivers can only go about 40, maybe 50 minutes at the very most in these cars because you're carrying wicked amounts of speed around this racetrack, more than 200 kilometers an hour. Yes, indeed.
Yes, I just need to say poor cone, because that thing's been smashed out of here so many times. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. But oh no, another one.
Justice for cones. Let's make that trend.
The cones, they do a great job of finding their way back into position after all of the contact.
Yeah,
with them.
we have Lorenzo run down and put them back on. Literally, Lorenzo's not here. If we called his name, there would be silence, guys. He's out there busy putting the cone back in its place. We've got an onboard shot of Oscari Arene in the 24 car, currently a lap down for inertia. Again, the joke's right itself when he got smashed by Racecraft. And back on the front stretch they go, past some slower traffic. God, I love seeing the lights from all the cars around here, especially in the not well-lit parts of the track. Daytona, I believe, goes at 20% of its full power because they still want the lights, the headlights from the cars to actually matter. And if you guys want some traveling tips, not this year, but next year when things are a little safer due to the current situation in the world, I can give you some travel tips for the 24 Hours of Daytona, and so could Lorenzo. Lorenzo went, he is a native of Brazil the other year, he went, and we see a word on the 81 car. Sawmill, what do you have for us?
Yep, absolutely. Having a quick look at social media, and Jeremy Boothloop has put out a tweet saying, unfortunately, we had to retire the 81 car from the race. That was the Coanda SimSport prototype with Anshan Govan behind the wheel of that car. And everyone was wondering, what about them? As we see their teammates, the number 8 car driven by Joshua Rogers, coming in for a scheduled pit stop. We were all wondering, why did the 81 retire? Why did they go in the pits? And I remember Arjuna asking, was it because one of their teammates who was supposed to join in had missed his call time? Had he overslept or something like that? Nothing of that sort. They just had too many issues with the sim preventing all drivers taking part.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And you know what? It's understandable, especially with the issues that happened before the broadcast. But thankfully, we still have a host of drivers still in this race. Joshua K. Rogers coming out of the pits. Looks like that's would that be a full service? A 33.8 second pit stop, I believe it said?
No, that is without tires. That's fuel only.
So would you add like 20 seconds on for tires?
That's more of a Renzo question in terms of how you try and place it, but the interesting mark I've seen throughout races, Lorenzo, has been drivers electing to try and take rear tires only, for example, with the wear on those compared to the front tires to try and save time. Others who have taken tires, though, have gone up to 56 seconds so far, Lorenzo, up on the Jags. But there is that massive difference in times that can come into play in hotter conditions. It is very cool at the moment, only 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, this is a very interesting point. Yeah, this is a very interesting topic that we can be talking about. Because the rear tires actually waste more than the front tires. And whenever you go into the front tires, you get about on night, believe it or not, I got, when I was driving, about 8% wear, whereas in the back you get around 10 to 12, 14% wear wherever you're driving, or how hard you're driving, because the car might spin around, especially in the horseshoe hairpins. So it's all depending. If you really want to save some time, you can go for some funky strategies. But again, if you're under traffic and you're not being wholly aggressive, and you're still managing to keep the car straight and still being able to launch yourself off properly without the TC kicking in the back, there is no need, in my opinion, for you to actually change the rear tires only, so you can gain what I would say a marginal advantage over the competition. You can basically quite extend tires, and the time loss, it wouldn't be as big as you guys think it is.
You know, that's an interesting point as well. And I guess a question for you as well, Lorenzo, is when it comes to changing the rear versus changing the front side tires, when you're racing at lower speeds, isn't it more true to say that the rear tires, when you're trying to get them back up in the throttle, could take a bigger beating than the front side tires?
Yeah, you get more stress.
Yeah, and obviously, continue.
So this is one of the interesting things for me with this new LMP2 rehaul they did for the 2021 version of the LMP2 on iRacing, when they took the 40 HP away out of the car. In my opinion, it drives now like the HPD used to drive, so you have to be very careful on the throttle, especially in the reacceleration. But you can be aggressive. You can go basically 100% and the car still would be straight. Back in the day, prior to the BOP on the car, sometimes in a few occasions, some of these turns, you couldn't go 100% because the car was just spin out of the back. So you kind of have to go into gradual process of acceleration in your car so you can gain a better speed out of it.
So we're right now watching, thanks for that information, Lorenzo. We're right now watching a battle for 6th in the GT3 class. Currently watching as the 3 drivers right there are much closer, I'd say, than the 4th and Urano in that battle, 6 seconds or so apart. And obviously it looks like Sage Karam is in, I believe that, or Alex Pillow actually is in. Yes, Alex Pillow is in the team for Dilla. I saw in our chat we were talking about an IndyCar driver. I didn't realize Pillow was taking part in this one. Sage Karam obviously does a lot of the special events here, but it's nice to see more real-world professional drivers getting involved virtually, and they can also put on quite a show themselves. Alex Pillow, obviously a youngster in the IndyCar series, and put on a pretty good ride last season.
Yes, indeed, and actually plenty to run in 2021 again with Chip Ganassi, but this is a brand new acquisition behind the wheel, and Alex Pillow for this team announced it just yesterday prior to tonight's action, where he, quote, will be putting his skills to test very soon for Team Fordzilla, and he's done a phenomenal job. And this is an organization which we've hit upon many times on RaceSpot broadcasts throughout 2020, especially leading into 2021, because they're Ford's first ever esports team. Yes, they don't run Fords necessarily on the platform, but it's a team that has developed talent from different markets in different countries like Germany, Spain, Italy, France, the UK. They've done a great job on building their team up and becoming one of the raising organizations of the group. And keep in mind, he is having the chance to save fuel here in this line 2, right behind this Venable Sim Racing Red Machine.
So what we're saying right now is a Chip Ganassi, aka Honda driver, driving for Team Ford, and also driving in this race in a BMW. That sounds about right.
Just the usual PR nightmare, not much.
Yeah, nothing to worry about there.
Top 10 biggest futures in sim racing and racing in general.
Well, keep in mind, they've talked about this a bit in the past, where when they started off, it was around 2019. Keep in mind, this organization started, and remember, one of the first discussions involving this team was with, I think it was Randy Jennett, who took some time to get his head around it as well. A lot of it at the time was trying to get the drivers used to the platform and develop the program, and they've done exactly that. They've been getting better and better each major event, gone from back half to top 10, now top 5 pace potentially if they're able to plan this out right with the saving.
Yeah, and it's all about planning it out right, and even if you do, there's still so much time left that there's so many variables. All you can do is just try everything that's within your power. You know that there's going to be incidents where you lose time. Hopefully it doesn't result in any major damage for you. And if it does happen that way, well, you just try and deal with it in the best way you can. Sometimes you can get stuck behind drivers in a slower class, or just drivers who are faster than you, trying everywhere they can go, and sometimes it psychs you out, and then you kind of be upset. And you know what? Well, that can lead to some poor maneuvers happening. And by the way, I've seen some nice comments in our chat. What do you guys think? Hashtag ask the commentators for maybe some tweets we can get here as the 6-hour stint keeps on rolling. We can talk with some of the viewers on Twitter, something like that.
I'm down with that.
For sure.
Or we have our own, which is the if I recall, is the iRacing Daytona, hashtag iRacing Daytona 24.
iRacing Daytona 24, hashtag ask the commentators. That would be nice as well. Maybe it's just too complicated. iRacing, hashtag iRacing Daytona 24 will make sure what you say is seen by our very own Hugo Luis, the main man behind most of it all here at
the beautiful man,
RaceSpotTV.
according to Dylan.
The beautiful man. I did say that as a little bit of a wiggle is given by Alex Pillow later in this infield section from what we're seeing on board. Battle for 6th in the prototypes. Yes, a beautiful man on the inside. I mean, perhaps on the outside. But still, on the inside. we have fun on these broadcasts as DeCarmo putting a little bit of a effort to go down the inside. Doesn't work out. Loses some time out of that final corner now in the infield section. You see some of the dirt gets thrown up. Thankfully, doesn't seem to be affecting any of the traction that they get coming back onto the oval portion of the track. I love seeing prototypes on the banks of Daytona. It's such a unique sight. I can't really think of anywhere else in the world where these drivers and prototypes would be racing with banks as high as this. And you know what? I did see a question in the comments that earlier that I kind of want to bring up. What are some of the hardest tracks on the iRacing service to drive? And I've got mine already oiled up for an answer. Are you guys ready?
Bring it on.
VIR, a West Grand, and a Porsche Cup when you've never practiced in the car before.
Jesus, I knew that answer was coming.
Yep. That was me.
I knew that answer was coming, and so it's not out of left field. You kind of said that in our internal like RaceSpot Discord we have around, but it's a really for me. Let me have some thoughts about it. I don't want to go with the obvious tracks. And meanwhile, we're watching Fabio Ducati having still a battle with Enzo Bonito, Brazil versus Italy. Really good battle.
Yeah, it's a really good battle, and I also want to bring some attention to a few seconds back from this battle. We're starting to see some traffic for Joshua Rogers in the VRS Coanda 8 car. The leader overall, the leader of the prototypes, now having to come up on traffic from his own class. And a lot of traffic in that, all the way up to Team Redline Ice Blue is within 5-6 seconds of being caught by Rogers, who's having to deal with a lot of traffic through many different classes right now. It's not a comfortable feeling, especially as he has to go down the inside here and the bus stop. It works out all well, but I mean, you've got to have a lot of faith in your competitors to know you're coming instead of just coming down and trying to take the inside for yourself, Somel.
Absolutely, and it's not something that Josh Rogers will be very used to, being a Porsche Esports Super Cup driver, having lap traffic all the way through, but nevertheless, he's doing quite a good job, carving his way past in that VRS Quanta Sim Sport car, and just take a look at the gap that they've built out. 23 seconds to the number 18. Let's be honest, it's been a bit of a torrid start to the year so far for VRS Quanta Sim Sport, considering all that's been happening in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. But the way they've managed this race, the way they've handled everything so far, of course with the unfortunate loss of the 81 car, nevertheless, they've just been completely on the top of their game, and they're proving why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yep, not a surprise there. You really see VRS Quanta in almost, I mean, I can't think of a single big special event endurance race that they haven't been a part of and haven't been at least up in a podium spot. They're that dominant. And obviously 24 Hours of Daytona on iRacing, they have won every single edition of it except for one, which is incredible. Radicals Online Sick Sideways won the overall, the prototypes in 2018. Nick Ottinger, who is the eNASCAR champion, right? I know, Justin, you would know a lot more about that series. He won it in 2018 here. So pretty cool multi-discipline drivers here.
Absolutely, and it's becoming more and more important to be able to learn these disciplines. Take, for example, the drivers who have been in these cars today. We mentioned Sage Karam, he's in a car right now. But also drivers like Mitchell Dion competes in just about every world championship for Quanta. Races a ton to where things have heated up on the racetrack. It's been that type of a year and past couple years where many drivers from different disciplines want to branch out, learn how to race on dirt, for example, have to learn about road course racing to make sure they compete well in the eNASCAR side, especially when the stock cars go to a road course, which, guess what, in real life, that's going up a bit higher as, speaking of higher, a little bit out of the groove there, trying to avoid some of the traffic right there. Racecraft Esports Gold as they blink the lights.
Yep, that's very well timing for you to say that right there. But yes, Racecraft, Inertia, and now VRS Quanta is now getting involved in this mix, trying to lap these two. It's not going to be easy, especially with how scrappy they've been. You know, sometimes, as there's almost an incident splitting some slower traffic, Rogers goes down low, heading towards the bus stop, and wow. That was a scary looking incident here. You know, it's not at all a race that is completely over. Williams Esports, after having that incident earlier, was only 46 seconds back of the lead in this race. Movano 58 seconds at the start of this lap 259, that's, mind you. And still, you've got to be careful, because if you get involved in one of these tangos that some of these duos are having, you're not going to be ending up in the best of spots, especially if it's a high-speed section like the backstretch, like the front stretch. I wouldn't say front stretch, but, you know, the tri-oval going into turn one. Maybe not as hard if it happens in the infield section, as we're riding on board with the 11th place driver, I believe in the GTD class. Yes, we're riding on board for a battle for 10th, and well, I heard a sigh of some sorts.
Yep, it's Quinton Violati. We've had him so many times on RaceSpotTV, and what an ace he is. Just under 16 years old, can you believe it? The RAG Esports Junior team all has drivers under that age group, and yes, they're actually 16. And okay, it's a bit funny coming from me. I'm only 17, but nevertheless, looking at the quality, right? Top split drivers.
Stop.
At the age of 16, it's just mind-blowing how quick they are. And we've seen it time and again. We've seen it in Ivor competition. We had it on the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup on RaceSpotTV. Quinton is an ace.
What? Wait, you're 17?
Uh-huh.
You're 17?
Yep.
Let me get out of the room real quickly.
Salmo, you do not...
I feel so right now.
Why did I expect you to be like a 25-year-old man with that voice?
Good question. I wish I knew the answer.
Justin, you're what, 20?
25.
You're 25?
Yes.
I expected
Believe it or
you
not.
to be like 20.
It's
I don't
been,
know why.
Yes,
Dude,
I don't know how to answer that, but have to say, with some of these battles, still fuel saving is definitely on the minds of some of these cars.
Right
But-
back on topic.
But in regards to Roman Grosjean's grouping of junior drivers, keep in mind that Quentin Violani was actually one of the drivers who was a part of a send-off event where he tried to have to qualify his way in, didn't make the final event with some incidents he had, but there's just a lot of support when it comes to the BMWs on iRacing, and he was one of those drivers who really tried to reach out to it on top of, say, the Ford Zilliqa, who continues to save right now at the back end of these other cars in this grouping, including, you see one of the old racing teams getting in the mix here.
Okay, we're not done with this age topic, I hope you know, Justin. Just because you brought us back on topic doesn't mean you can keep us there for as long as you want us to be here. I want the chat to guess Lorenzo's age and my age, because now I'm really curious to know what people are
You
thinking.
said it before early on in the broadcast, didn't you?
I don't
I
think
guess you did.
Did I? We'll see if
You did.
anybody was listening. Okay, we'll see if anybody was listening.
I haven't said mine, though.
Yeah, you haven't
But
said yours.
I already said in the chat, I am the grandpa commentator in this, which
In
makes
this,
me feel
yes.
so weird right now.
Also, as we see this great battle, oh no, disappearing car. That's not fun going into turn one at high speed. All of them, rightfully so, back off a little bit. That's, oof. I do not envy being either Saunders or Pillow or even Sapila right now. That is not a fun little group to be a part of. I especially don't envy Sapila because he has to get around the slower traffic with a potentially blinking car as he goes down the kink. Oh, there's not enough room to go around the outside, so we're going to cut back and just stay in line. A possible daring move. It looks like everyone goes a little bit wide, swings back down inside. Oh, I don't like the feeling that I'm getting from this group right now. Car to the right. Sapila going right alongside the competition, and it looks like he'll make it cleanly as they go up the track, and he'll have the speed and the slipstream to get away from this GT Daytona group. So we have some guesses. Yes, Arjuna, you stepped out of the comms booth for an hour and chaos is broken loose. What did you expect? What did you expect, Arjuna? All right, so let's see some ages. So Ryan Walker saying his age is 32. Ryan, we love you here at RaceSpot. Another commentator. Lorenzo's the grandpa commentator. Lorenzo is 14, somebody says.
Yeah.
Ryan says I'm early 30s.
Well, let me just say, really good battle here because three-way battle for this coming on turn one, and knowing these cars, they're still saving fuel. Usually doesn't go right whenever they come down or come into the pit lane. And knowing Bila, they're usually one of the most aggressive cars out of that bunch. But I know James Saunders is a very mindful guy. He's not going to go for it. But I can see Prototype kind of breaking this thing, though.
Yeah.
And not far behind is actually Brett Van Putten. And unfortunately, we had the P2 battle in GT3 going on, but it broke off due to the strategies alone.
Just want to say thank you so much, NXG Relic, $4.99, and it looks like pounds that he's sending across. There we go. I'm trying to know my currencies here. That he's sending across, super chatting in the stream. Thank you so much for your support. He says, good job commentating. Without you guys, this wouldn't be as fun to watch. I race sidecars in real, so I can imagine how hard it is for these guys. Yep, thank you so much. Really, all the support, it's much appreciative. And Lorenzo, there are some guesses that you are 19, 20, or 27. How old are you?
First of all, whip the lick. You are kind of close on my mental age, is about 13, but my physical age is 29, and I'm about to be 30 in about 4 months.
I am 22. I am not in my early 30s. That was... Oh, man, we have another one. Jade Zachary, $199. Thank you so much. Wow, we're just raking it in right now. Lorenzo for the win. And NXG Relic, oh my goodness, another 499 pounds. But good luck to all the drivers, and keep their pinned in on the gray stuff. It's a saying what my dad always said to be for when I went out to a race. Well, thank you so much. And Brett, we will ask your question in a little bit. Guys, don't let me forget, we have to talk about which non-IndyCar or which non-Mario Andretti retro IndyCar driver would we want to have, I believe he said, in a team in this race. So a historic one. We'll talk about that. We'll let it simmer as we're riding on board with Alex Palou. Some good racing, some good fun right here. And it doesn't feel fair that Justin's not going to be here for too much longer. Justin, let your hair down for a bit. Have some fun. Take the jacket off. Stay for a few more minutes. What's been the most fun thing for you throughout your observing of the race so far? And we're not talking about the seriousness, the best moves. We're talking about something that you would consider fun. It would put a smile on your face. It could be a bad move.
I have a thought process, but I know it's going to trigger Lorenzo, but there's been so many pineapple and pizza discussions I've seen throughout the night. It's been hilarious. Keep an eye. Right from the first hour, noticed it. Even. Like, it's almost an expectation that that conversation comes up at least 25 times throughout a broadcast.
Yeah. And the issue is Arjuna, I believe it's Arjuna, who does not think pineapple should belong on pizza. I'm very indifferent to it.
Come on.
You're, excuse me, you're a minor. You have no role in talking about pineapple on pizza.
Oh my god.
I can't believe you're 17.
I seen it before the race even began. They were talking about pineapple on pizza.
Okay,
I did bring the topic up when I ordered pizza for dinner like 2 hours ago. So let me just mention this proper.
Is it bad?
I can't believe we go. I can't believe we have gone 1 hour right now.
How
Just
have we
let you guys
gone an
know.
hour? Yeah, guys, this is the banter time. As we see a prototype having to swerve a little bit right there.
Well,
That
maybe
ain't
they're,
cheeky?
maybe they're trying to swerve to avoid pineapples, but
You
I'm
didn't make a
honest-
joke. You made a joke, Justin. Yes.
also the cones are going flying. But either way, what was I going to say? I'm not a pineapple person, period, honestly. If that's as bad as that sounds, I guess.
That's okay. I wasn't into pineapples for a bit, but it's actually one of my favorite fruit, actually. It's purple grapes are better than green grapes, I will say, though.
They just make your mouth completely dry, A, and sour, B. What's the point?
Oh, love this. I love these discussions. Before we do go a little bit back onto, racing, because this is a show with some racing also happening.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I truly feel as we see a good battle happening in GTE going into turn one. Let's look at this for a brief moment for 6th place, and looks like the move. Well, that's all good. Nice looking car right in front with BMW passing Kova right there. BMW Great Britain, that is. Love the look of that livery. Obviously, it's after the Union Jack. Unless there's another flag for the United Kingdom, Great Britain. I'm not always sure. I will need some more people to correct me on that. But I will say, my personal philosophy, guys, a broadcast should be entertainment as first and foremost, because what happens if it's a blowout, right? In a normal sporting event, why are people going to stick around to watch? Well, they want to be entertained still. Right? Like, they have a distinct interest in the sports, their team, that whatever happening. But truly, I do believe, it's very important to be interested in what you're doing and make people have fun as well. Oh my goodness, Jade Zachary, $2.99 USD. Thank you so much again. This is amazing. Hey Lorenzo, can I join you in turn 4?
Absolutely, over here. You can come. The party's on. I got the grill going. You need some Barbies. Everybody's welcome.
Wait, Barbies?
Yeah, I'm trying to use the Australian slang for
barbecue. Barbecue. I thought you were talking about.
Oh no!
Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Guys, do you want to know what
No,
Randy just said? You want to know what Randolph just said? Chenoweth, our very own. A broadcast should put entertainment first. When will the stream have some? Oh man, we do have an interview lined up. No one laughed at that. Are you all offended by his comment?
Yeah. Whenever Randy doesn't bin a car, I'll let it have the entertainment.
Okay.
Hashtag blame Randy.
Blame Randy. Ah, that's a good hashtag. It's one that's gone around. But like I was saying, we do have an interview lined up with an Inertia Sim Racing Euro RC.com driver, and that's going to be Ascari Rene and Justin. I know you're going soon. How about you take this one? We'll pull him into the room, and I'm sure there's a lot of interesting things to talk about with him. Justin?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. As right now, at the moment, things have gotten intriguing. He's part of the Inertia Sim Racing Group. How are you feeling about the car so far tonight for you and your team, currently 11th in class?
Yeah. Hi guys. We're feeling pretty great. I mean, I just did. I was the first driver in our team who did 16s with the front tires, and it felt good. We should have done that maybe one time earlier, but it's fine. The car felt great.
Overall, what has it been like trying to compete in events such as and prepare for rather an event such as this? Because there's been so many teams who've done a ton of preparation. What's the preparation been like for you guys tonight to try and be on the pace?
We had a pretty good preparation, but we were pretty much on the bubble on top split, so we're not quite sure. So I was also trying to grind out some iRacing to get to the top split. So we did that, and that was our goal basically. And now our second goal is to finish the race in a good position.
Yeah, currently 11th spot once again at the moment. Currently a few seconds back of Team RSO's 97 car, but the interesting thing is the driver who's currently behind the wheel of your respective car is somebody that actually was a privateer previously for Pesk and Matty Kadasova. Your thoughts on having him jump into the race car for today?
I mean, it's overall it's a huge deal for us to have a driver his caliber with us, because he just joined Inertia team, and this is his first race with us, and yeah, it's huge to have a driver of his caliber and his experience in a race like this.
What's it been kind of like overall throughout a race such as this for the team to prepare mentally for something like this? You mentioned the balance and the toughness when it comes to making sure you get into the top split. What's kind of been that mental fortitude been like as a team, especially now that you're in the said race cars?
I mean, it was pretty difficult considering the start got delayed so much, so we had to think again our strategy and everything, who does what and when, because it kind of blew it all open. But I think we're done well overall here. Matti did really good qualifying, but then he made a mistake at the first lap in the bus stop, and we lost a few places, and then he just told like he was taking really easy, so we don't get any damage or anything. And after that I think we got in a pretty good rhythm. We are in a different tire strategy with pretty much everyone else, since we took both tires on the second stop of the race. So we are not quite sure actually like where we are on the standings, but we're doing really well. We have no major dramas yet.
You guys actually had the quickest lap on the racetrack last time by a 1:33.3, 2/10 quicker than Joshua Rogers at the moment. But overall, what's the game plan like for your group for the final stages of this race? Of course, early on, already about 7+ hours into the action. What's kind of the game plan the rest of the way to make sure you hit your strategy peaks and get that solid finish you're looking for?
It's all about management. I mean, trying to get just to someone slipstream and hold it there if they have decent pace, and just keep the tires fresh and keep saving fuel, because that's the main thing here, and of course try to keep the car safe, because it's still almost 17 hours to go, so anything can happen. So keeping the car safe is number one, and then just looking for the tire management and fuel.
To go a bit on the lighter side real quickly here, one of the discussions coming in was about pineapple on pizza. Your thoughts on pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
No.
Simple as that.
That's the way this broadcast has been, Oscari. I hope you know. This is what this is the top tier team. This is what we're doing.
Yeah, I'll keep watching for a while before I take a short nap.
How do you guys keep loose in the race car to make sure everyone's not, how do I put this, overstressed out, trying to hit their marks whenever they're, say, not in the car even?
I think the rest three drivers we have, they have so much experience from these kind of races. I think they don't have any problems. This is really my first. I think this is my first iRacing like special event ever, and it's in the top split. So I was a bit nervous when going into the car, but I think I did all right.
That's good. That's good indeed. And a couple last quick questions here. Overall, how do you feel about 2021, or what should we see from your team overall in 2021 now that you have Matty on board and everything else? What should we see from your team in 2021?
I think just a regular appearance in top split in special events. I think that's our goal, to keep showing up and improving ourselves, because I think we have the talent and the skill to actually fight really well in the top group of this class. But this was just such a short notice time, because Matti joined last week, so we just decided, okay, maybe we should try to get a car in the top split, and then we just started practicing. I don't think anyone of us has really done LMP2 before, so there's that. But we're doing well for the practice and preparation.
Absolutely tonight. Anything you also like to mention before we let you go?
Yeah, I would like to thank our sponsors, so EuroRC, Mega Auto, and Imprimo for making really driving us forward and making this happen. So it helps us a lot. And of course, thanks to you guys for the stream and my teammates and whole team. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Scary Brine, currently his team 11th in class. Back to you, Dylan.
Thanks so much, Justin. And, you know, this is unbelievable how generous everyone is being in the chat. I'm just going to read some more, because super chats, donations, seriously, everybody, seriously, thank you so much. NXG Relic, another £4.99. He says, just wondering if this is the stream that Jimmy Broadbent team is in. It says they're in P5 and the P2 class, or is that the other race? That is another race. I believe he is in split number 6.
Yep.
Yes. Jimmer is in split 6, and Fernando Alonso is in split 7. Who's getting the Renault seat again?
Young drivers.
Young drivers. Alvin. I always forget how to say it. Is it
Alvin Nieves?
Nieves. Okay. So exactly what it looks like then. Now, thank you for donating $10 and donating to hear Hugo do commentary. I wonder if that's going to come. Interesting. Jade Zachary, another $4.99 from Jade with the Denny Hamlin logo. Drop the hamburgers, Lorenzo. I'm coming. That's perfect. Turn 4 and hamburgers. Love that. And then Randolph. Hashtag blame Randy. Randolph Chenoweth. Or Chenoweth. What? Chenoweth. Why did I say Chenoweth? Chenoweth. Why did I say that? Randy, you're going to be upset with me.
No joke.
Hashtag blame Randy.
First time I've ever seen Randy's name, I actually said Chenoweth, or Chenwolf, it was.
Chenwolf?
Yes.
Hashtag Chenwolf. That's his name now. Justin, that's a great way to say his name. I'm so happy.
That was a few years ago. That was when I was first getting started, and apparently he found that entertaining from what I was told.
Love that. I absolutely love that. Justin, I knew you have to go. Thanks so much for being with us for this hour and a half, or I don't even know what time it is now, but seriously, thank you. Huge addition to the broadcast, as always. Take care, brother.
Thank you very much once again for the opportunity. Enjoy the rest of the action.
All right. That was Justin Prince. Still going through some of these super chats. CW, we know who this is. When is Cam Walsh's commentated onboard lap, though? You know, Cam, I don't think I ever had a chance to commentate with you, but, you know, we need to have this onboard lap.
We need you on herbs.
We do. So that's all the super chats now, and, you know, I do know, Lorenzo, that there was that Hugo commentary thing. You know, I don't think this is something. Right? I don't think this can be abused. Whereas if you donate, we'll do a race spot calendar. I don't think that's the thing that we do here.
Be careful what you wish for.
hey, I need some money here. But you know who does listen to bribes? Hugo Luis. We're going to go with the fan immersion right now. I think that's what we should do with this battle for 4th in GT3. Let's take a ride on board with Bila Racing Team Euronics, the 452 car. He looks quite smack dab in the middle of this entire battle. You're watching the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We'll be right back. So we were watching some fan immersion, and it was a little too close for comfort at times, especially throughout the bus stop when there was almost a major collision, and that would not have been nice. Anyway, we're around 8 or 7.5 hours, and I heard a laugh right there. We're around 7.5 hours into this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. I'm Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, Sumial Aurora, who's 17, unbelievably. You know, the three amigos. But if there is one amigo that rises above the three, it's the boss, and it's the chief, Hugo.
The god.
The beautiful man, Hugo Luis. $20 were donated, or, you know, USD, pounds, whatever, were donated.
Oh, hold up. Before we can go to Hugo, look at this battle between the prototypes. Dad nearly got it.
We need Hugo to do some commentary on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was paid for. Hugo, what do you think of this?
Well, of course, I'm not skilled enough to commentate like you guys, but as you can see, we can see on the screen an incredible battle between Williams Energy and Team Redline, and it's incredible to see how these guys are managing to keep fighting like this. It's been already a few hours into the race, already 16 hours remaining to the end, and we can see a lot of close battles, and it's a pleasure to see how these guys are able to put up these fights and keep clean at the same time.
Speaking about putting up a fight and keeping up a fight, in this broadcast specifically, was there ever a moment where you just decided that fighting it wasn't enough, or wasn't going to work with all the banter happening, or are you accepting of the banter?
I always have faith in Amenity.
That's a good way of putting it. Look at this. There's a pit happening right there, and it's from Energy Sim Sport 77. Fabio Du Caramo is in the pits from position number 8, and he's going to get some service done on that car. You know, Hugo, you I know it's a very expensive minute to even have you on, but when it comes to anything from driving to producing, you've been with iRacing in numerous ventures, numerous aspects for the better part of a decade, if not more. What has been the most astonishing thing for you in your time as someone involved with RaceSpot, someone involved with iRacing, the change, the evolution of the service, the evolution of RaceSpot? What has that kind of meant to your life?
That's an actual very, very difficult question, as we see this battle between Bila Racing Team and Team Ford Dealer. I mean, it's amazing how far iRacing has come into the last few years. The evolution of how the sim is behaving and how they are able to reproduce real-life aspects of racing, like we can see right now the fantastic day to night transitions. That's something that many people have been requesting for so long, and it's finally here and can bring these beautiful shots of Daytona, in sense of racing. And I mean, I cannot list how many great things sim racing have done to all of us in this past year. Fordzilla really trying to put in the move right here, but cannot do it. But as you can see, I'm not skilled in the commentary. That's why I'm just here pushing buttons. That's all I do in my life.
It's more than pushing buttons. It's more than pushing buttons. If anything, I'm pushing your buttons whenever I'm speaking. You're a fantastic driver as well. Talk a little bit about that, because what a lot of people don't know is there's a move being made down the inside into pit lane. That was anticlimactic. A lot of people don't know is that Chief Hugo here is, or at least in the early goings, one of the best iRacers around. Tell us about that.
Well, especially in events like this, it's very important to keep your focus. I mean, sometimes we tend to, most of people tend to think that it's all about the hard lapping, but in races like this, you need to, it's, of course, having the speed is very important, but it's not the most important thing. You need to really drive in a way that you can save your car, you can save your equipment. You need to keep your focus, and also need to make smart decisions in relation to the other classes as well. That's one of the biggest challenges in this multi-class racing.
So you go from, even right now, the second highest I rating in Brazil. You haven't driven an official race in years. What makes you think to yourself, hey, I want to go from actually driving, as we see a lockup right there, I want to go from driving in these races, going with the stress of there, to I want to set up broadcasts and be, you know, pretty much the official main broadcaster of special events like these for iRacing. What makes you want to do that switch?
It's all about love. I really love sim racing. It's a passion I have since forever, since I was a little kid. I mean, always when I watched the broadcasts, I really wanted to help out, and I always asked myself, what can I do to help these guys? What can I do to maybe put the driver perspective into the broadcast? Because sometimes it's very hard to the broadcasters to know exactly what's going on at the track. That's a realistic complaint that people have sometimes about the broadcasters having the driver perspective, and I really wanted to help on this aspect, and why not helping out? And I'm very the kind of person, the person of I really think that if we want to complain, if we want to make something better, we need to go and make the constructive suggestions. So that's what I tried to achieve, and then I joined the sim racing broadcast scene, like I don't know how many years ago right now. But since I have started, I could never stop, because it's something I really love. Sim racing is something that has been in my life for more than a decade, and if it depends on me, I want to spend the rest of my life doing this. And I have, as much as I love driving, I have no regrets of spending my time doing this broadcast.
You know, it's interesting, especially for this being in the virtual world, right? But there's so much that happens in the physical, in the real world, that goes into sim racing, that goes into iRacing. As we see a move being done for position into turn one. Let me go through this real quick, Hugo, and a move around the outside. Racecraft will get that done. Spitting my very best M&M right there. But I will say, Hugo, right now, that it's cool how, even though in the virtual world, there's so many things that have to do with the physical world, the one thing that comes so naturally for you, for everyone that I've been involved with this race spot, is, oh no, there's an incident right in front of this group of prototypes. You can't be emotional whenever something's happening, because then someone decides to screw that up for you right in front as they're still struggling. Oh, Sapila. Oh, Kova. No, no, no. We'll watch a replay right here. Just loses it on the kink. Tries to correct it. Thankfully, it's, you know what? Only time was lost. That's the only thing you can say right there. No damage. That's good. Another angle from inside the car. Look at the wheel. Moves a little to the left. Ooh, did he have help from there? I think he didn't expect him.
Exactly, he got two taps, I think one from behind and then one from the side and then one from behind, and really a tough place to be there around the outside of that particular corner. Just misjudged. No tap from behind. That is my apologies.
I think he got
Nevertheless.
scared.
Yeah.
Because the problem is,
You look at the moment and you see a car and you're like, oh no.
the one thing you really don't want for a slower car, there are two places you really don't want to make a maneuver. First one is that kink right before the second international horseshoe. The other one is the bus stop. You really don't want to be the slower car side by side with any of the prototypes whenever you come to those turns, because usually the car kind of just veers off. You lose a little bit of traction, even though there's still a slight room you can operate, but you really don't want to be side by side when you come to that turn, especially mid-apex.
Yeah, that's a scary place to make a move. Oh my goodness, these cones are just getting absolutely demolished. Lorenzo, you have some work to do in catching up those cones and putting them back.
Yeah, I'm on it.
But let's try to spit out what I'm saying. But there's a car that's spun out right at that turn back onto the oval. We'll just ignore it. It's cool the connections you make when it comes to RaceSpot, when it comes to iRacing. That transition from just, you know, being online to in the real world. You know, Will Vincent, obviously the other chief of RaceSpot, went to Hugo your wedding a couple years ago. It was like another car spins out right in front of this pack, and that's a beautiful thing. Lorenzo came up from Brazil to the 24 Hours 2 years ago. Then he came up to Philadelphia, and we went to a beautiful, luxurious dinner at Applebee's. That was sarcasm. But we did. It was a very good dinner. It's the connections you make virtually that come together in the real world, and I know that we all wish we were able to see each other with the growth of RaceSpot and everything that RaceSpot has done over the past few years. But we do have a pandemic happening in the world right now. Once that's over, really hope to be able to meet everybody. And Hugo, I'm sure that you'll shed a tear as you see what your baby has become. Thank you so much, seriously, Hugo, for including all of us in this entire world of yours. I know I couldn't, and I know others couldn't be more grateful for what you have done, for what Will's done, everything like that.
Yeah, thank you for all. Look, almost the move being done here. A bit of bump drafting here, but of course Team 40 is kind of saving feel here, but always a pleasure. I don't know why I ended up. I don't know why I ended up here in the booth, but I want to say thank you. And yeah, of course,
people wanted you and paid.
Yeah, RaceSpot is always a family for me. I mean, everyone I know that's part of my daily life is a RaceSpot member. So it's a big family for me, and I hope one day we will be able to be all together at the same place.
Sim Racing Expo.
I really hope for that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really love all this, and always a big pleasure to be here. I say goodbye here in the commentary booth because I'm not good enough for this. I don't want to. I really don't want to destroy the commentary levels here. So I will.
You don't do that.
I will step back and keep doing what I think I know how to do it properly. So I will just be here and push the buttons. So goodbye, people.
All right, thank you so much, Hugo. Keep pushing those buttons. And Lorenzo, yes, you're right. It was destroyed already once you went on comms too, buddy.
I agree 100%. Like I said, this might be the 6 worst hours of commentating, but I guarantee
it's the
best 6 hours of banter. I can guarantee that 100%. Plus, we had questions. This is kind of interesting. While we're still watching this catching from Alex Palou to the car ahead of him and CMRC Carbon. So, if you have, this is coming from way back. I still have to remember the name. Brett Alt. Sorry, I remember the name.
Yes, Brett.
Brett Alt. Nicely done. If you had to select a driver from the old iRace Indy cars or the American roads into any of the categories, which one would you pick? Doesn't matter which category.
Okay,
Like the
so-
OGs.
So we're talking about some legendary IndyCar drivers to race. I'm sorry, I missed the second part of that question.
If you have to select like the legend IndyCar drivers to race in these current categories, like LMP2, GTEs, GT3s for your team, which one would you select?
Now, are we selecting per category?
No. You have to select one driver. Doesn't matter which category you're driving.
Okay, but what if what if we want to have a driver be in a prototype, but we didn't think they were good in AGT or at the level we'd want them to? Which isn't probably the case, but I'm just throwing wrenches in this, as I always do. You have an answer in mind?
This is a very good one. If I wanted a driver that was fast and was quite savvy of setups and things, I would select AJ Foyt.
Oh, that's a great one.
AJ Foyt, I think in the LMP2s, because if I recall correctly, he did Trans Am at some point, didn't he?
You see right there, Alex Palou. Does he understand drafting and bump drafting? Looks like he might be making a debut in NASCAR. Oh, he pushed him off. It's the bump and run. Oh, he got the move done. It wasn't intentional, but quite funny seeing that happen. Oh, with Palou right there. IndyCar driver right now.
All right, here we go. Brad says it's per category.
Okay. Per category.
Stupid was about to say it, but I just saw it on chat. Sorry, Somo.
Oh no, I was just pointing that out, but it'll be really tough to think of one, to be very honest. I think in prototypes, I would love to see Dario Franchitti behind the wheel of one.
Yeah, that's nice.
And he's really quick, multiple-time Indy 500 winner, proper ambassador for the sport as we see this battle go side by side.
I don't like this.
That is tricky, and goes past the leader. Man, this could have been far, far worse. But what we're getting is a good display of endurance racing traffic management while there's a battle for position going on track. Goodness.
All media have to be checked up right in the mid-apex.
Don't you love having little heart attacks? Oh no. 3 wide. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, the speed difference between these 3 categories. Unbelievable. Yeah, Dario Franchitti would be a fun driver to watch as prototype in front goes down the pits. He would be a lot of fun to watch, I think, as another prototype slices through. I'm going to have to sit and think on mine for a little bit. Somo, do you have any GT? Let's combine the GT3 and GTE for the sake of this question.
I do. And I think it will be quite fun to see what one Arie Luyendyk could have done. Because he is quite the legend back in Holland. Of course, before Max Verstappen, in single seaters at least, there was Arie Luyendyk, and I think he set multiple records at the Indy 500 too. Yes, it's not the traditional choice that one would pick. I mean, you could clearly go for, say, for instance, someone like a Bobby Rahal for GTEs, but I'm quite intrigued by Arie Luyendyk's story. I'd love to see what he does in a GT3 or GTE car for that matter. I think that'll be quite a fun pick.
But didn't Luyendyk drive the Swedish touring cars like when the touring car?
He did,
yeah. The Swedish touring cars were like booming back in the early 2000s and 1990s. I want to check this out.
Oh, those big old Volvos that look like hearses, didn't they?
Yeah, this is what I'm curious right now. I really want to look at this.
You know, every driver I'm looking at, and I'm like, oh, they'd be really interesting to see. Well, they already have experience. Like I was going to say, of course, Juan Pablo Montoya, but oh, wait, he was a prototype driver. So it's kind of cheating to think about it that way. I love what, I think it was Brett that said Rick Mears for his oval prowess. Rick Mears, unbelievable driver. Could we see another bit of bump drafting here with Alex Palou? Oh, he's going to get blocked a little bit. Going to take it all the way around, try and get into the infield section, the snake right here to the pit lane opening. and the International Horseshoe. No
I
pass is able
have
to be
a
made.
driver for GT.
Okay.
Kenny Brack.
Okay, how come?
Because Kenny is such a fast driver. I already had my pick for the LMPs, but Kenny is such an underrated guy in my opinion. That I know probably would see him fare so well in GTs. I don't even. I'm not fully sure. I think he even done GTs in the American Le Mans series. I remember he did something in the American Le Mans, if I recall correctly.
You know, I believe so. I have my picks, by the way. Again, combining GT and combining prototype. Well, only one prototype. Sam Harnish Jr.
Oh, Sam Harnish.
Okay.
Yes.
I would love to see him in a prototype because it's interesting. To a lot of the American audience, Sam Harnish Jr., when he came to NASCAR, that's when people knew him, and he wasn't the most successful in NASCAR. However, I mean, he's a 3-time champion and open wheel racing in America. He's an unbelievably fast driver, and I feel like prototypes would suit his style more. I'd love to see him there. And another one for the GTs, I think this might be another, Alex Zanardi.
Oh, he did GTEs, you know.
He did.
GT. Let me tell you a story.
Very long
this is
ago.
very sad. This is very sad.
Okay.
My opinion. Dylan already mentioned this quite a lot. I went to Daytona in 2019. And I was supposed to go to the free practice they had before the quali on Friday. And I was like, I really want to go to the practice. And I know Zanardi was racing, and I'm a big Zanardi fan from his kart days. So whenever I got to the airport, like São Paulo is my connection to the United States. São Paulo was pouring rain. They canceled my flight. And I couldn't get to the practice on Thursday and to get myself set up. And I had everything prepped up because I really wanted to see Zanardi coming out of the boxes and things like that. He's a very open guy, and he's a very friendly dude. But I couldn't get him. At least I got the chance to talk to Halio's dad, though, which was a blast to talk to.
One time when I was...
Alvin actually got a picture. Alvin Neves, Alvin Rosario actually got a picture with Zanardi on the practice days.
One time I was at the, I believe the 2013 edition, and by this time I was still 14, actually. My birthday was in a few weeks. As we're watching a battle for the podium right here, let's talk about this. Or is this fifth place, or it's Pillow again? Bump drafting. Once again. Team Fordzilla blocking up high. I feel like this is just playing a little bit right now. But I went to the Baltimore Grand Prix in 2013. Yes, that Grand Prix with the train tracks. Went there, and Elio Castroneves was having a corporate meet and greet thing. Well, my dad and the security guard pushed me under the rails to act like I was involved there. So I got to see like the Elio Castroneves meet and greet, and he was my favorite IndyCar driver at the time. It's interesting how you have these favorites growing up that still remain your favorites, and when you talk about them, when you remember them, you're not necessarily a commentator anymore, you're a fan, right? I'm sure we all have those. And that's a question for the chat. What drivers in all disciplines will you always be a big fan over? Your favorite drivers growing up, your favorite drivers now. Mine all time has to be Jimmy Johnson. I grew up watching him, and just in time became a fan for his first championship, and obviously everything came from there. But yeah, that's kind of my thing, I'd say, in when it comes to drivers there. I'd love to hear about the chat. Love to hear what you guys have to say as well. Bump drafting.
Bump drafting.
with the RaceSpot logo. We haven't even mentioned that.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you, Alex Below, for
For showing that to us.
Right, exactly. He's doing a great job.
Unfortunately, we see that Sim RC is now being able to be 0.2 of a second faster per lap than Paulu with the RaceSpot sticker.
We didn't see right there. Yeah, you saw that. Yeah, red line almost got completely cut off by the Sim RC carbon car, and that would not have been fun.
So I gotta hear a lineup check from Ford Zilla.
Yeah, there's a lot of this right now.
Yeah, this is an interesting lineup in my opinion. Paul Goldsmith, Simone Pagenaud, Robbie Gordon, and Seb Lowe. Robbie Gordon is so underrated, I think. Yeah, probably one of the most criminally underrated drivers, I think, in all of racing, in my opinion. He can wheel anything. Maybe not a NASCAR car all that well, but you saw what he did at road courses in NASCAR. He can wheel a car. And I know he's got a lot of rally experience. And when I say rally, I mean like, what is it, Dakar? Is that how you pronounce it? Dakar Rally? No. Robbie Gordon, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Dakar Rally.
Yeah.
We see Dakar over here in Brazil.
Dakar.
Yeah, it's Dakar, from what I heard.
Okay.
The proper pronunciation.
Yeah, and Brett Hull, he has some picks. Paul Tracy, Emerson Fittipaldi, Bobby Rahal. Oh, how did we forget Michael Andretti, guys? Eddie Cheever, Danny Sullivan. Yeah, those are Jeff Gordon and Dale Earnhardt Sr., I think. Are all his.
That's a good lineup.
That's really, and I would love to as well, Jade Zachary, see Kyle Busch in a prototype. I think he would be incredibly fast there. He just needs practice, because the lack of practice in NASCAR has hurt him more than others, I'd say, in the past season. Battle for 13th in P2. Looks like the draft is going to come into play in this tri-oval. It's Andre Martins and the Yas Heat Richard Mille machine. These cars have been fighting with each other for the majority of the past half hour or so, and gets the move done. Maybe a little too hot there, goes a little wide, keeps it on track, and all things are good. A lot of battles have been happening, and that's great. This track is small enough, which is funny to say, but the track's small enough where you're going to have all of these battles in general.
This is a question that I would like to ask you both while we still see this pursuit of RSO on Yas Heat, and also there's, let's say, VRS Satellite Red right behind Niels Benedict. This goes more for Dylan because it is more local to him. Would you like to see a Rovo version or a Rovo Long version of Pocono?
So that's a great question. I've grown up 2.5 hours from Pocono, and I actually got to ride in a pace car when I was doing a radio event for Temple University 2 years ago. I organized it with Pocono. Kevin Heaney, who was the media relations guy there, great guy, took me around the pace car. Wink, wink, at 100 miles per hour, the manufacturer default, wink, wink. It was very fast, and we went through some of the road courses that they had there, as Pataska is trying to make a move around the outside against VRS Satellite Racing. Some great battling here between three drivers. He's not going to let up, though, on the inside or the outside. A smart move by Pataska to try and do the switchback around here. Still going for the switchback. He might have a shot, yes, to send it down the inside, but he's going to have to really hope that the tires hold out there. He's not clear, so the momentum will go back. Yeah, a little bit of a wiggle, but it's still in Team RSO's favor, and Niels Benedict will have the inside at that kink, and don't send it, don't send it. That's not, that's a little too much for my liking. They're both able to keep it clean. This is some great racing here as they head back on to the oval.
And still side by side, but it appears like Benedict will have the upper edge once again, and And Pataska, I had the pleasure with him to drive against him in the VCO Cup of Nations. Really fast guy, by the way. Normally doesn't drive a lot on these top splits and competitions, but really good job nevertheless. Now they're gonna have, I think that's the Mollet
Don't do it.
Oh.
Don't do it. Oh man, that lost a lot of time for Benedict as well, because Pataska was starting to just cool off on the throttle there. Instead, going around the outside here, they're going to be side by side, going past the pit lane entrance, and the speed, the momentum is with Dallas Pataska in the VRS Satellite Racing Red 67 machine, and the 97 of Benedict will just let him have the spot back. So didn't even hold the lead for the majority of that one lap when he made the move, or at least tried to make a move back here. Great racing. Really, really great racing all over, and might I add, fair and hard.
Yeah, fair and hard. Even though there are some sketchy moves, you know, it is the nature of racing. I saw that in the real life as well, so they can get away with it. And you can see Williams on the full defensive.
Wow.
Against Redline. Enzo, I know Enzo usually, if he gets an opportunity, he will send it. And despite being on the toe of car that was bruised a little bit back, and now still has a little bit of some battle scars in that car, but still being able to do it, you know, still being able to run relatively in a good position. Props to them.
Pit stop, by the way. Second place VRS Coanda car, the 18 is in. Dane Warren in the pits. Not sure if this is going to be full service or not. Doesn't appear so. We'll get you an update there. Still, battle for fourth, right outside the podium. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle there from what looked like a BMW side by side. Never comfortable because the infield is so tight. And then you get back to this section, and it's, well, pretty wide open. Anything can happen here, and it's almost not comfortable. Speaking about not comfortable, look at the bottom right of your screen. I don't think this is a comfortable situation for Warren to be, because Yasheet Richard Neal has gotten in front, obviously not for position. That car is a lap down, but in the middle of this battle that's been we've been watching, we've been following for quite a little bit between Pataska, Benedict. They're 2-3 seconds behind what's happening right here, and Warren has to be careful. Really careful. Hell of the cooler tires. Still not sure if he went for full service there, but at the very least, the tires will not have been so warm by the time he gets back out there, as he's already done, obviously. You know, they always talk about DPIs, right? What's the difference between a DPI and an LMP1, which an LMP1, if anybody is up to date with all the endurance racing news here when it comes to, you know, WEC, IMSA, WEC is introducing the hypercar class, and only one LMP1, because LMP1 was grandfathered in for 1 year, only one LMP1 is currently in the hypercar division. I believe there's 7 or 6 total cars, I forget. And then next year, we will see, I believe the LMP1 will no longer be allowed in. And then at least next year or the year after, specifically the year after, we're going to see a lot more hypercar teams. That's the hope, because the LMH and LMDH, the Le Mans Daytona hypercar, will, the ACO and IMSA kind of converged in a way to allow for racing to happen with LMHs and LMDHs together, cut, you know, cost measure, you know, to cut costs, basically. And that's, I think that's a great thing. More racing, the better. More manufacturers getting involved, the better. And all these manufacturers right here in this train right now. But with LMH, you know, you're going to have cars that maybe aren't as fast as LMP1s, at least in the beginning, but more cost-effective. And DPIs, what IMSA's doing, business as usual this year, And then next year, they'll do basically the same thing with the WEC. They'll have a year where, and by the way, first place, the number 8 VRS Coanda car is in the pits. Josh Rogers, wonder if he'll switch right here, maybe a full service. What's going to happen next year is the same thing that's happening this year in WEC for IMSA. IMSA is going to be getting the grandfathered in DPI as well with the LMDH. The year after, 2023, is when the LMDH will take over. Now we know for a fact that the LMDH is going to be allowed to race in the hypercar class with the LMHs. If all these letters are confusing you, understandable. But we don't know if the LMHs are going to be allowed to race in IMSA with the LMDHs. That's not completely clear yet. But then you ask yourselves, what's a DPI? So a DPI is IMSA's attempt over the past decade or so to cut costs and kind of base off, their own version of a prototype. Hence Daytona Prototype International before the just DPs. Now, a DPI is basically a heavily modified LMP2, which, by the way, isn't leaving. LMP2 is cheaper, much cheaper as is. It's not going anywhere in either WEC or IMSA. But a DPI, for example, we'll use this. It uses a heavily modified LMP2 body, and then they make it into their own with their engine, anything specific. So while there is no technically DPI in iRacing, what we do have is the Dallara P217, which is the base for the Cadillac DPI that is used in IMSA. So while there is, around a 4-second difference, there are a lot of similarities here. As we see some movement into the bus stop, there are a lot of similarities between the classes, and I know Sommel, you know a lot more about getting changing with fitting DPI regulations and all that. And you're in Florida, so I hope you've been to Sebring to see both series go at it.
Me in Florida?
I thought you said you were 5 minutes away. Listen, where are you?
I'm actually in Mumbai. I'm actually in Mumbai, India.
I swear you said in the YouTube chat you were 5 minutes from Daytona.
Did I? No, I think it was someone else.
Oh, it's someone else. You're 17. I still can't believe that.
I think that is Alvin. Alvin is the...
Alvin
Alvin lives close. He lives in if I can... He used to live in Jacksonville. I don't know if he still used to live in Jacksonville.
Right.
Still lives in Jacksonville.
It's just interesting how all of the, to me at least, how the organization, the class structure, the regulations, the cost-cutting measures are to make each series survive. Because...
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's smart. It's really smart. And I think the convergence is good for the sport itself. Maybe not good in terms of what they all hoped it would be, what IMSA hoped the DPI would necessarily be, what, WEC hoped the LMP1 was. But it's the better move. And I'm not sure if anyone's seen some of the pictures of the hypercars. That's bus stops, no fun. If anyone's seen pictures of some of the hypercars, specifically the Toyota hypercar, it looks very similar to an LMP1, but with a lot less flashiness, I think you could say. Watch out, he's going in the pits, it looks like, or something. No, he isn't. That's how slow it looks like for a prototype to see a GT car. Anyway, that's... It's all interesting to me, especially the fact that they use DPIs or basically LMP2s, and they all use a different body. Some use the Orco 7, some who pronounce the Ligier,
Ligier and Riley.
Okay, yes, and the Riley, as Sommel just said. Those are the 4 body types, the chassis that they use. Fit in DPI regulations and, Acuras, the Cadillacs, all of that stuff kind of goes altogether. I just find that very fascinating. Here's your history, not history lesson, but your modern events class.
Well, just poking a little bit of it. You know what I like to call that? You're the American Peter Mackay moment of the day.
Yes. Anytime you get compared to Peter Mackay, love that.
Yeah. But I've been watching the battle between really good battle so far for P3 as we're watching this battle in GT3 between Vendaval and Auris, and we're still watching the battle between Williams and Redline. I've been watching as well this battle between Vendaval and Bila for P3 and GT3. Really good battle because James has been kind of pushing the car, seizing a little bit of fuel, especially in the straights. And despite the traffic, they haven't broken apart for I think for the past 7 or 8 laps. So good chase from James Saunders so far. I know it doesn't look like a whole lot of things going on around the track, even though one another. The drivers are still close to one another relatively, but these small mind battles, strategy battles they're trying to do is just really good to look at on the longer picture. Despite people saying, "Oh, this is a 24-hour sprint," there's the element factor because you can save fuel, maybe save a lap. I saw Redline doing 26, 27 laps, and they're probably were the only cars in the field doing that, which for me is mind-boggling. How did they do it?
And continue.
No worries. I was actually bringing out another point of the GT3 category. I remember we had a fan immersion a couple of hours ago with the Beeler Racing Team Euronics, and maybe the next time we can notice the same thing. But when we take a look at their onboards, halfway through the approach to the braking point, they really lift off, and there's nothing. There's no downshift, there's no brake movement, there's nothing. Just in an attempt to save fuel, just so that they can increase their fuel sim limits. Beneath
pretty crazy.
A move.
Yeah, pretty crazy what you were just saying about lifting. Lorenzo, I feel like that all right has the connotation of I've got something for you.
Yeah, this I think this is kind of. Let me just look at the number 12. The number 12 has Enzo Bonito and Miranda Surica. Actually, this is a double battle because right now you can see the friend. They're actually battle side by side as they go in the first international horseshoe. I'm butchering the names. I'm doing a little bit of a Cam Washington nerves, but it will be really interesting when they come out of the kink. There you go. Not a whole lot of time lost, but the Vendaval just drifting aside. Question. Well, I will bring it up right now. Brad has asked, what drivers of past and present would you make up your dream teams of LMP2 and GTE? I have my dream team for GTE. I'll let you guys take P2.
So dream team, any driver, past or present?
Past and present.
Wow. Wow. I feel like Lewis Hamilton could seriously do a prototype. No big deal. He's just perfect when it comes to doing anything on track, but that's too easy, I feel like. I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that, Lorenzo.
Okay. Sumil, do you have any ideas?
My GTE dream team has already been achieved in real life. It's Lawrence Van Toor, Michael Christensen, and then we add Gian Marino Bruni to it. I know I'm being biased towards Porsche, but come on, how can you not like a team like that one? You've got a qualifying expert in Jimmy Bruni right there, and then you have Van Toor and Christensen who are just so calm during a race. And you have the sound of the 911 RSR. I don't need anything more in my life. I already got that. But the tricky part comes when we come towards the prototypes. Because then you're opening the world up to a lot of single-seater drivers as well, who could just gel in, as Dylan mentioned a couple of minutes ago. This is a really tricky one.
Yes. I'm trying to think. Let me do this. Let me pick drivers from some of the biggest series in the world. Instead of just thinking like all drivers, let's think of, past or present NASCAR, for example. Jeff Gordon could hop in and wheel anything. And you know what? We're going to see it this next weekend with Jimmy Johnson in the Ally 48 in one of the 7 competitors to try and win the overall for the 24 Hours of Daytona. So, and he's obviously going to IndyCar. I would love to see Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson be on the same prototype team. Gordon, he did almost go right to Formula One at a time. Obviously, he did the test drive, the car swap with Juan Pablo Montoya, and he had some great times there. He could absolutely wheel a prototype, no problem. I feel like GT cars are they're very different than it's weird because like prototypes, NASCAR, GT. You'd think that NASCAR cars would have a lot more in common with a GT car. It always seems like NASCAR drivers try to go into a prototype when they're ever doing these kinds of races, and I'm not sure exactly why. Obviously, I'm not a NASCAR driver. I have driven a car in real life, though. Ooh, going into the grass almost. Okay. But, yeah. I wonder why that is. Lorenzo, do you have any insight on this?
All right, for GTE, I have Jan Magnussen, Nick Tandy.
Wow.
And I'm saying Nick Tandy with some being reluctant on it, but my friend would kill me if I didn't say Nick Tandy. Jordan Taylor.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm pulling from the TCRs, but Gabriele Tarquini.
Oh man.
And lastly, because we're allowed to 5, this is a very tricky one.
Wait, we're allowed to 5?
Hans-Joachim Stuck. I would love to see that German in a GTE car.
Wait, if we're allowed to 5, then I'm adding Earl Bamber to my team. And then... wait a minute. You've opened a real Pandora's box here. I would love to go for Stefan.
It wasn't me. Blame Brad.
Nah, it was you. You put it on to us.
He mentioned it was 5.
I'm just gonna say a bunch of drivers I'd like to see in prototypes or GT cars because I'm not going through that thought process right now. Gordon, Johnson. I'd love to see what Sebastian Loeb or Sebastian Ogier could do. Even though they're coming from rally.
Loeb, actually, here's the thing.
He's done some tests.
Loeb actually did the FIA GT.
Yes.
And he was 4th. So
and you know what?
12.
Valentino Rossi.
Okay.
Valentino Rossi. We're going with very disciplined right now. Obviously Scott Dixon. I feel like you got to look at one of the best of all time. Dario Franchitti. Dario Franchitti, I think, is a great choice as well. And obviously, doors open for a battle that happened right here.
Yeah, Moreno. I totally see Moreno making the move right now.
Well, look at Andre Martins right behind. A lap behind as well. Makes the move.
Done and dusted.
Done and dusted.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see the pace out of that car. You know, despite being in contact, managing to repair that car within some relative good time and still being able to fight for relatively top 3, but because they are kind of far from Ivano. They're about a whole lap away from Ivano, but still within the realms of getting a podium.
Since Brett was the one who had the question, Brett All, he would like to have his team red, and I think these are pretty awesome teams. LMP2, his dream team, Ayrton Senna, Michael Schumacher, Emerson Fittipaldi, and Lewis Hamilton. What a team! Could you imagine? And GTE, I love these teams. Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Tony Stewart, Sam Harness Jr., and then GT3. Listen to this. Dale Sr., Dale Jr., Dan Weldon, Dario Franchitti. Love that. Love those teams. You, my friend, have one at your own question.
Yeah, and I see also GT3 Dean Train is Agustin Canapino, Maria Lopez, and Guerrieri. Yeah, that's a
Vamos,
really good
Canapa.
Argentinian. Yeah, that's a good Argentinian.
It is.
Team.
Maria
Well, it's
Lopez has had some, obviously, over the past few years in Formula E, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly.
It's funny with Jose Maria Lopez, isn't it? Because he's such an excellent touring car driver. A couple of times he won the WTCR as well. And in
Yes.
Formula E, he was an ace. He really had
Underrated.
100% underrated. And I wonder why he didn't get a drive after that, because he was in Dragon for a couple of races, half a season out, if I suppose. And then
Money.
money, exactly, money. And I don't get it. He's appealing to a huge market in terms of Argentina, which is big in terms of racing. I'm sure Lorenzo can expand on that. And
Yep.
then he is just so quick. I mean, he quite often outpaced Sam Bird and outraced him as well. I don't know why Jose Maria Lopez does not get a drive.
Yeah, and this is something that is quite curious. I think Argentina now, if we're talking about South America, of course in Brazil while we're watching, I think the number 13 in the pit lane, and there might be a driver swap. Yeah, Bobby Zelensky will take over the car and the number 13 from Sage Karam. One of the interesting aspects about South America is that if I have to name the best racing category in here in Brazil, in South America, I'll probably say Brazilian stock car might be number one, but it's a close tie with Top Open or even Turismo Carretera, because the level on Top Open nowadays, it is basically their version of stock cars. Basically uses, I think, a similar chassis to what the Brazilian stock cars are used to have, which is based upon the DTMs of sorts, more rustic version of the DTMs. It is a very interesting car, and the level of driving there in Argentina. There was an incident a few days back in Top Open, but Rubens Barrichello drives over there, and the level over there is just amazing. It's probably one of the best South American venues you can drive on.
You know, I was looking, speaking about Maria Lopez, the last Formula One driver from Argentina. I'm going to mess up this name. Gaston Mazican. Hopefully I said it right. Only 21 races started, 2000 to 2001. Esteban Tuero, 16 races in 98.
Yep.
Noberta Fontana in 97 had 4 races, and before then, I mean, Oscar Lariari, 88 to 89, 21 races. The only driver to have, let's see, more than 21 races, and I'm not counting the early years, like Juan Manuel Fangio, because obviously 52 entries for him, and Jose Frolan Gonzalez had 26. The only driver out of the 23 others, not including those 2 names, the early 50s of Formula One, that have had a more than 21 starts from Argentina, only one. Can you guess who? Famous driver. 12 wins.
Carlos Reutemann?
Yep.
Reutemann, yeah.
146 races.
And Reutemann actually went on to become a major figure in terms of Argentinian politics as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yes. He a popular governor and a senator. He had been considered to be a president. Declined to run in 2011 for the Argentinian general.
Which would have won by a landslide if he had done it, believe it or not. In my opinion.
Can you believe what this broadcast, this 6-hour stint has been? We've gone from having just unbelievably interesting conversations with Justin and Hugo to literally pulling up all the history we can possibly find. Which non-GT3 car, this is from hashtag Ask the Commentators, which non-GT3 car would they, us, want to see become a GT3? A little confused with the question. Are we talking about
So random road cars in general.
random road car? Ford Focus. No.
Those that can
I'd
really
pay to see it.
Where's I'm trying to think of some of the most ridiculous cars. not a focus.
Until last year, it was the 720S for me, but then we actually went on and had the 720S GT3, not just in IMSA, but in British GT too. So there's one of our picks in the bag. But frankly, I mean, it's a tricky position to be in because.
Because the problem for me is that I'm thinking Holden Commodore GT3. that would have been a big boy.
That would have been a very big boy, bigger than me.
Yeah, it would be bigger than the M4.
And an upside down one because Australia.
The Prius.
Well, you say it, big dive from, but I think that is, I was going to say the VRS satellite.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, big dive from Pataska, nearly getting.
What are those smart cars?
But you
about
say
one of those smart cars?
You say that they drive under GT300 regulations in Japan.
You're kidding.
Which are the mix between the homologated GT3 in Japan, Nihon, between the homologated GT3 cars and the hybrid drivetrains and engines in the Prius, and I'm trying to remember what the other car is.
That doesn't surprise me.
I think it's a Subaru. I think they have
the BRZ. The BRZ. There you go.
Yeah.
It really doesn't surprise me that it's based from Japan, just because knowing how interesting things can get there.
For F-150.
For many things.
For life. Ford F-150, please GT3. That's just what's it called? Hold on, don't. Brazilian racing series. What's it called? Don't tell me.
Which one?
Where it uses trucks. What's it called?
Oh, we have the F trucks, but it's not the
not F trucks. No, it's actual pickup trucks. Oh, Montana. Copa Montana?
The Copa Montana, yeah. They don't use it anymore, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. See, I got some Brazilian motorsports knowledge. Are you surprised there?
No, because I know where you pulled that from.
Actually, we've got a rather fun one in the chat. One's mentioned about a Tesla GT3. That's Delta Sport U4K team, who we shall speak about later on in general. They're really good initiative that they're following. But we did see that happen, you know. Electric GT was a spin-off championship that came out with electric GT cars, as the name suggests. Of course, I did a smart, but
good job.
but it was just a prototype tested, and we have a mod of that car on a different simulator in a galaxy far, far away. Now you can go out and test it. I won't tell you which one, but it's really interesting. The power delivery is awesome, but naturally it can be a bit of a whale on the corners, you know.
Don't we have the Jaguar E-Type or something like that cup that used to be like the support series to FE?
We did the Jaguar I-Pace, but those were SUVs.
Yeah. Those were SUVs. So I was fortunate enough to cover when I was still sports. When I was still, you don't even have an idea what I'm about to say. When I was
some working in sport in essence.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
For anyone that doesn't know, you know what we haven't done?
Pit stop for MSI.
Pit stop for MSI. Yes, and it looks like Movano is in the pits, the top of the prototype class. You know, we've talked all about everything, you know, our thoughts. I think we should give the viewers what they want. You know what they want? They want to hear about us.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear that. A little bio here or there as we watch this ridiculous battle happen on screen.
Almeida.
Is that a Brazilian battle, if I recall correctly?
Brazilian battles. Look at this, side by side. No?
It is.
It is?
Oh, boy.
It is. Around the outside of the tri-oval. Yes, Hugo knows where the action is. Hugo and Lorenzo, Brazilian boys, Brazilian natives, as a car is coming out right in front or right around this battle. Obviously, a slower class car. Coming in real close. Yeah, Lorenzo, you're 29. You're from Brazil. What is let's go around the classroom. Fun fact about you.
Fun fact about me, I had a drive for a Porsche GT3 Cup.
What?
In 2019, I earned the drive we had back in the day, like Brazilian Porsche Cup had a few events that became like embryonary to the Brazilian Porsche Cup tournament, championship that we have over here. And they had a few events. The first one I commentated on, and this guy who's actually driving for Energy Renan Azevedo actually got one of the guys in the GT3 Cup car. And they did a second event. And this is interesting because the number they selected for the drive, because it was kind of a raffle, it was randomized. The number was actually from the previous winners. So I'm like, previous winners or whatever. But in the rules, it was stated they cannot drive it again. They were already selected. So the next number was my number, and people came like on WhatsApp and say, "Hey Lorenzo, hey congratulations, man!" And I'm like, "What is happening? Congratulate me for what? I did nothing in that race." And don't you know you got the Porsche drive? I'm like, no way. Yeah, I got the Porsche drive and everything. And time went on, and I was about to settle myself for the Porsche drive, but university came along, and I had a whole bucket load of exams. There is a certain lady called my mom, which said, if you do it, if you go to São Paulo and drive that car, I swear on my daddy's name, you're never gonna step foot again ever in my house.
Oh no!
I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. I'm being exaggerated. That didn't happen. But she kind of denied for me to go and no, you focus on university. You need to graduate. So I didn't drive the GT3 Cup.
Oh man, that's extremely unfortunate. That's so sad.
That is.
That's
man.
This is the fun, and this is the more impressive stuff. It rained out on the day that I was supposed to drive, so they canceled it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
This, Lorenzo. I think that the day it rained out.
Ooh,
that was the day of my first broadcast. Yeah, Zelensky as he goes to the outside.
Yeah, Zelensky and Almeida. And it looks like he's going to be okay. But he got really close to the gearbox before pulling to the right.
And I got from Swallow, he's supposed to drive just 5 stints.
Just 5, not many.
Just 5.
Just 5.
Consecutive stints.
We've got some great questions, which we will get to in a few minutes. I do want to continue talking about, some of the bios here. So Lorenzo, you've got you had a potential drive in the GT3, didn't happen. That's amazing. So you've got a lot of real world talent?
No, not really.
Just a lot of real world.
That's why I commentate.
Walk.
This is why I commentate.
And I guess Hugo, that's why he pushes the buttons, because he can, if he commentated like he did earlier. Thank you for the super chats. That then
I know that Hugo tried to come back, but I tried to come back to racing, but now he's just he drives only for fun.
Lorenzo promised all of us that he would be working on a race spot commentator race. Still hasn't happened.
In September.
Oh,
yes.
September?
Yeah, September.
That far away?
Don't blame me. Blame other people, but it's just to give organization and everything. Just make sure the other broadcasters, because it isn't just going to be RaceSpot. The idea is bringing other broadcasters into the fold. It will be a charitable event, and
it's got to be more. It's got to be like all disciplines. It's got to be all disciplines, right?
You mean of racing or?
Yeah, like, you know, Cup at Talladega, prototypes at Le Mans, like stuff like that.
I will not reveal more information.
Okay.
Come on.
All right. By the way, guys, I hate to break the biography talk and such. We will get back to that in a minute or so. But there is a battle for position number 1 for the first time with Bila Racing Team Huracán GT3 and Vanderval Sim Racing Red. I just got guys, I just got messages from Evan Pasoko, who part of the Race Spot crew, main voice for eNASCAR. He's watching the broadcast.
Hi, Evan.
Hi, Evan. He said, I demand a spot in this race, the broadcast race, so I can publicly embarrass myself.
Evan, your spot is secured with 7 locks. Don't worry about that. You probably would be the first overall pick.
This is first overall.
You may be bad, but you may not have a 2 safety rating, or even worse.
Do you have a 2 safety rating?
I just started out recently.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Somil. I saw you. I saw your Instagram. You got a steering wheel now and a computer. When you started iRacing?
I tell you what happened, right? I got into iRacing commentary before I got into iRacing. That's just because iRacing, let's be honest, is not the most cost-efficient simulator in the world. It's the best, not the most cost-efficient. So that's why I initially started off with something else. And when I came to iRacing, I was like, okay, this should be fun. At last, it's my time to prove myself as a good racing driver. But sim racing is more than just a hobby, right? It's not just taking a wheel and just going left and right and left. So you realize beyond a point that if you have to be even halfway through, even quick enough to be halfway through a grid, you have to practice quite a fair bit. And that's not something that I personally am not willing to do, but I'm not quite able to do with study commitments. So anytime I get on the sim, it's just a disappointment. So most of the times I don't.
I will say that I had similar... yeah, that was a little close.
No, I'm watching something else. I'm watching battle between Yazheed, Energy Sim Sport,
Thank goodness
and
you're watching a battle,
Coenda.
Lorenzo.
It nearly ended in disaster after the bus stop.
Well, this is a ridiculously close fight right here between drivers of different laps. They seem to be working out fine ever since you had your scare. Gave us all heart attacks. VRS Coanda and Yazheed are on the same lap. Oh, is it? Do I see Racecraft? Are they also? It's an actual battle. We've only seen two-way battles between Yazheed, VRS Coanda. They're all on the same lap and all destroying cones still. But wow, a three-way battle has been brewing in a lot of spots so far through the prototypes. We're riding on board with Renan Azarito in the Energy Sim Sport 77, currently in 12th, fighting for a top 10 spot here in this prototype field. 17 drivers in the prototypes are still racing. 3 of them have unfortunately left the building in a way that they preferred to not. But, going through the grass a little bit, through the bus stop, you know how it is. All of these drivers are actually within a few seconds. So I'm looking, and it appears that, Archwheat G Esports is crossing the line right now. And, VRS Satellite Racing Red is, going to cross the line in a couple more seconds right around here. What's that, like a 14, 15-second difference between drivers in 9th to 14th? Yeah. Oh, boy. Some great racing here. Great action. I feel like this is the most action-packed 24-hour race in perhaps in a while. I will say, if we're talking about what happens at 24 hours of Nürburgring in Germany with all 200 plus drivers, that's craziness. this is also absolutely intense, just simply due to the fact that it's, such a small track. I've said that multiple times. Okay, going back to what we were talking about before. So we heard about Lorenzo and his near GT3 ride. Somo, tell us about yourself. What's interesting about the 17-year-old you?
It's a bit funny. Nothing much. But to be honest, no, it's not interesting per se. It's not interesting to me, but it might be interesting to you. That I've been doing this for quite a while. So I've been into motorsport media and broadcasting and writing and hosting and whatnot since I was 13, and I was on national TV quite a fair bit last year. So we hosted a Formula EP show on the Sony ESPN network for. It was called Inside Track, of course, in part with Mahindra Racing. So I was there as an expert. And then there was another TV show that we produced along with Volkswagen on the Indian motorsport scene. It was called The Driving Force. That came on the Disney network as well. So that was a bit of a plus. But that was just work as usual. Apart from that...
Are you sure you're not 30?
No, actually, there's after he's done, I actually want to interject Rio here, and there's a question I really want to make.
Okay. We'll allow that.
But I'll let him finish. I'm curious about this one.
Okay. So apart from that, there's really not much. I'm big into cricket, which of course is supposed to be a usual thing here in India. Nothing too special. But,
right.
And what else? Oh yeah, I'm currently pursuing my A levels, which is probably the least interesting thing in the world. But there's that.
What is that?
Interesting. The A levels are essentially your year 12 examination. So the A levels are originally from the UK, and here it's just like a good step forward if you want to study abroad. So that's yeah, British grade 12 here in India. So it works around the world as well. It's available in every country. So there's that. And my exams are starting in 20 days, and here I am, Daytona 24 hours, 6 hours of
20 days.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
that's good fun.
Best of luck with that. You want to study overseas, I presume, for university, for college. Where are you thinking?
The idea is Germany, because of course education is free and it's really high quality. Plus, sim racing's all there. We've got Redline, Coanda, so many other teams based out of Germany. Maniti Racing as well. It's not just that you go and visit and have a nice beer with them, just the fact that everything's around, and Sim Racing Expo, and naturally the Nürburgring 24.
You wouldn't want to come to the U.S. with $60,000, $70,000 a year college. You wouldn't want to do that.
I think I'd like life without debt. Thank you.
Okay. $70,000.
Oh, we're gonna get a new college, people.
We love that. Okay. So, Lorenzo, what was the question?
Okay, Somo, this might be from me, just lurking on people's Instagrams and everything. Just call me like a stalker or something like that. Didn't you had a stint as a VJ or something like that?
As a V? Oh no. I think the one you're referring to is the show that I hosted. That one.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had a big production crew and whatnot.
Video jockey?
You could be mistaken for that. I'd prefer the term presenter. It seems a lot more fancy. Presenter.
No, definitely. Definitely. Well, you said VJ, and I'm like, video journalist, video jockey, and
Oh, actually, one interesting thing I remembered, I've actually sat in Fernando Alonso's 2008 Formula 1 car, which reminded me.
Oh!
As a kid.
That's awesome. Yeah, the kid that was born in what, 2003, 2004? Yeah. Oh man. So, Lorenzo, that was your question?
Oh yeah, that was my question because I saw that, like, I glanced it, so I'm like, I had to go for this. I had to go for the question.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, I'm just waiting for Fabio the Carmen to actually get into the server. He's installing T-Speak. It's going to be a really cool interview because if you guys don't know, Fabio actually drove in the GP World Championship. Eagle can actually help me with this. I think it was back in 2015 or 2015, maybe 2016.
That's awesome.
And also he's a former Renault driver, so he's a really good driver, by the way.
Well,
so
there's a reason he's in top split here. Reason he's in top split here as well. I'll save my biography. Yes, you. Do you want me to try and give it now before the interview? I guess. Sure. No, I'll do it now. By the way, Joshua Rogers is back in the pits for VRS Coanda. Is this a scheduled stop? I presume. Just feels so quick. Following the latest stop for this team, but nonetheless, a little biography on me. I am 22. I'm a senior at Temple University in Philadelphia, going after my Bachelor of Arts in Journalism. Been wanting to be in a sports commentary, sports media since I was probably 10-ish years old. Been very fortunate to do what I've done. I used to work for 2 years as broadcast assistant for a minor league hockey team. I've announced professional hockey. I've worked at Formula E events, interviewed questions to Andre Lauderer, some USA Hockey Olympians, NHL games, MLS games, NASCAR, IndyCar races. I've been fortunate enough to ask at press conferences like Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman questions. That's kind of what I. If anyone wants to see what I've done or anything, DylanRCoyle.com or Twitter at DylanRCoyle or Twitch to see it behind the scenes. Yeah, if you want to go to Twitch right now, we've got a behind the scenes broadcast of what it's like to commentate on one of these. I'm plugging myself. You can't believe that. Twitch.tv/DylanRCoyle. Count it. It's like the Disney symbol, like Disney Channel. You're watching Disney Channel. Do, 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 do.
Oh man, you've opened up quite a few memories, haven't you?
Yes. Somo, you say Andre is such a gem. This was the finale of 2018 where Techeetah lost the Constructors' Championship.
Yes.
You remember this?
I do.
Because he had a jump start.
Did.
And so it was. So I asked him a question, and it was a stupid question. So one thing you're not supposed to do in journalism is, for the most part, ask yes or no questions.
Exactly.
Well, I just finished. I just got a follower. I'm looking on Twitch. Thank you. I haven't seen it yet. But when it comes to when it came to this question for a lot of herbs right after my freshman year in college, so I wouldn't say I'm fresh. Like, I've been doing professional journalism type stuff, but I wasn't confident, I guess. Yeah. So right after freshman year, 19, I'm asking Lauderer a question about the jump start.
Oh boy.
And I asked him, what were the radio communications like after that? Not a yes or no. I thought it would have been an interesting thing. What I didn't prepare for was him to say, there were none.
Oh my god, that must have been... did you take a second's pause and blink your eye and said, there were none?
I think I've got the audio of it still. I think I do. I'm almost certain I have the audio of it. On an old record, one of those recorders. I'll have to try and pull it out. But I was really hard on. If you remember, I was saying Jimmy Johnson was my favorite driver of all time. When I asked him a question in a NASCAR event, which, by the way, asking my racing hero, racing icon, Jimmy Johnson, how fortunate was I then?
Exactly.
This was when he was starting his streak of not really doing well. This was 2018. He'd gone almost a year. I think at this point a year without winning. And he tweeted something a week before, like, next week, you know, we're there, we're so close. And I really kind of feel like I went hard on him. I'm like, I brought up the tweet. I'm like, do you feel like this could be the week where you won? Or something like that. And he's like, yeah, I think we can pull it off, you know? So I asked the follow-up was where I'm like, looking back, I'm like, dude, why'd you have to ask that? I'm like, I said, so that means you're expecting to win here. And you know, given his humbleness, his humility, he gave a great answer, but it wasn't the best of questions. I was on IndyCar radio during the Pocono rainout of 2019, the year after Wickens had his incident, and the year Takuma Sato started an incident in the same place. And I was actually on IndyCar radio that weekend as a pit reporter, and I was going to be interviewing every other driver on pit road when they came out for qualifying. It rained. It became a 2-hour practice session. I only got 3 interviews. One was with Santino Ferrucci, who actually, that was a decent interview, believe it or not. He finished like 3rd in practice. But the funniest thing is Tim Cindric. I went to ask him a question. He kind of shooed me away. he kind of shooed me away. He didn't know my face. He was like, why is this random kid coming up to me with a microphone?
Thankfully, that's not what they all do. Some are more generous than the others, thankfully.
Very much. Brian Barnhart was good to talk to. Larry Foyt, gem. He's a gem. Great guy to talk to. But yeah, it was... and all of the IndyCar radio team, I mean, Rob Howden, who's worked with RaceSpot before. Beautiful man, great person. And obviously, you know, Nick Yeoman, Jay Query, who we all hope is doing well after he suffered, I think, a surprise heart attack a few months ago. He's doing well. Mark James, you know, the entire crew. But, yeah. So, Lorenzo, going away from story, I have more stories about stupid broadcasting mishaps that I think could be entertaining. So, I think that you want to talk about the man who was in Formula Renault, the man who is a pretty good racer, both virtually and in the real world itself. Would you like to talk to him?
Yeah, let me bring Fabio De Carmo here.
Okay.
I like to. So let me bring Fabio De Carmo from Energy Sim Sport. First and foremost, he's a guest driver for the team. He's not actually from the roster, although he's more of a guest driver this weekend. But although one of the best racers Brazil has had in iRacing, drove the GP. Fabio, what year did you drive the World GP? Was it 2015 or 2016?
That was 2014. 2014, yeah.
Oh yeah. I knew it was somewhere around that mark. But anyway, you know, you're making the transition to the P2, basically a whole Brazilian team. It was basically the Brazilian version of Positive now. It became Energy Sim Sport. Araújo Vieira actually made the team and heads the team nowadays. He's just not driving on this book today. How the invitation to drive for Energy came to be? Because I know you're close to the majority of the guys. So was it like a first choice, or did you approach them? Oh, can I drive this event?
Oh, actually, they were thinking about making this team way back in the beginning of January. As you know, I'm very close to Eduardo Borghet and all the guys as well. So the invitation came something like 3 weeks ago, and I just started practicing. They were actually the first thing that approached me. Actually, Bruno, my brother, also made an invitation a few days after Eduardo Borghet had talked to me. But I could not let the guys that approached me first let those guys down. So I accepted their invitation first and just started practicing with them. And I'm really proud of being defending their colors. They have a very professional approach on practicing, on developing setups, and everything else. So I'm quite happy to be part of this team for this race.
And so far the team is fluctuating back and forth, but always within that top 10. Before you guys came into the race, and I know Eduardo said he was surprised to get actually top split. Did you guys had top split in mind, or when you got to top split, what was the mindset of the team? All right, let's just finish this, or you guys already had an idea coming first? Oh, and sorry, Hugo just said that. Renault actually had an interesting moment on the exit of the bus stop, plus in the exit of the entry of the oval. I'm sorry, Hugo, but what was the mindset of the team once you guys made the top split?
Yeah, actually, we were not expecting going to the top split. We are maybe a lot more sure on going to the split number 2. We actually made a calculation on our iRatings, and we also knew that the ratings for the IMSA series were kind of high for the top split, and so we were guessing that it would be really hard to get into the session. But it was kind of a surprise when we align our car into the top split, and we were just like trying to do our best on strategies and also on pace. And I just saw Renan having kind of a moment with the GT a few laps ago. It's really hard to sometimes to approach those guys, especially in the infield. The difference of speed is really great, especially for the GT3 against this car, and sometimes you have to just wait for the car in front to choose a line on braking, and then you dive, but sometimes it doesn't work. So this is kind of the approach we're doing, is just trying to keep the pace competitive and stay on track, stay out of trouble.
Fair game. And just a little bit of a wiggle. I think that was the Mivano car right on the exit. The infield section, just approaching from pulling the plug from the real world. Fabio, how much of a difference it is driving a car that has some downforce in the Formula Renault, because you have real life experience? How much it is the difference of driving a car that does have a lot of top speed but has some downforce from driving? Of course, it is virtually, but the LMP2 car on iRacing, because you normally are more of an open wheels ace than an LMP2 guy.
Yeah, true. I really love the open wheel racing, basically because of the downforce, the cornering speed and stuff. And the P2 actually is really close to a Formula 3.5, really close to a Formula 2 car. The cornering speed is really high as well. It has a lot of downforce, and it's just pleasure to drive a car like that. You can approach the corner really, you can brake really deep into the corner, and the car responds. The front end just grabs the track and enters the corner. iRacing copies real life really well. I think the only difference here is that we don't feel acceleration because the inputs that the driver has to give in iRacing is just basically the same in the real life, and it's just pleasure to be racing this kind of cars here. I'm really glad that iRacing is approaching more downforce cars to be released. And of course have been released in the past few years, like the Formula 3.5, and this year also with the Dallara 01, which is an awesome car as well. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to be racing these cars in my racing.
Right. Yeah, and finally, I really want to just let you have the microphone. Just give your shout outs to I think your teammates and fellow friends who are watching live. I think Borgate is still streaming on his Twitch, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you want to give a shout out, I am sure that bald guy Dayuda will appreciate the shout outs.
Yeah, sure. Big thanks to them for inviting me. It has been a real pleasure to be racing with them and defending their colors. Also, a big shout out to my wife for taking care of my kids while I race up here. Also, a big shout out to my kids as well, who they are actually sleeping now, but someday maybe they will watch this and see what I'm talking to them. I think that's it. And also big thanks to my family, my friends who are watching, cheering up for us. Also big thanks to Eddie Palmtree, who is also cheering up for me. And for you guys, of course, for the invitation to this interview. It's a really nice broadcast that you guys deliver. Thank you so much for that, guys.
Sure. Fabio, just before we wrap up, you going into the car again, I believe? Not after Eric, but maybe when?
Yeah, I'm taking back the car after Renan Zeredo goes for 3 stints. So around an hour I'll be back in the car, and again in 5 in the morning here in Brazil would be 4 in the morning, I think, in Florida.
Fair game. Fabio, I hope you guys do good, do great. See Brazilian team. I think me and Hugo appreciates the fact that we got a Brazilian team on top split and even some drivers racing in it. Thanks a lot, and hope to see you again in some more top split. You've been missing, man.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, guys. A real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Sure. Right, Dylan, back to you, man.
Yeah, some great, interesting insight from him, and it's nice to see so many pro drivers taking part in special events, especially within the past year. And it's not even just from drivers that everybody knows, you know, where is Max Verstappen? Where is Fernando Alonso? Oh, they're not in this split. Or Jimmy Broadbent, for everyone asking. But like guys like Sage Karam, guys like Alex Palou, and everyone, even from Formula Renault drivers. iRacing has become so big. Will Lando race? Another question we've gotten. It's gotten so big that one driver racing doesn't matter as much anymore, if that makes sense. You know, while there's obvious star power, it's not necessarily the one driver that will make or break, because when you have the best of the best in iRacing sense, you know, like Benecke, you know, you have Coanda drivers, all of that, then that pulls in people as well, pulls in sponsors, importantly, because sponsors get airtime, you see. There are sponsors that you can find out right with a camera shot like this through the bus stop, which is dangerous. VRS right there. It's just interesting how the intersection of real-world business and virtual racing. And by the way, I made a point, I didn't get to finish it earlier about iRacing. I thought the same thing, Sommel, with you know, the cost efficiency, but to me it's so worth it. It's the amount of experience, the amount of fun that you can have, and sometimes frustration due to other drivers is it's emphasized a lot more.
It's not even like a Counter-Strike where you can just jump in and be really good. You have to put in the hours, and that's a testament to these drivers.
Yeah.
But on a leisurely level, it really gets to you beyond the point, and it really has with me. My sim has been sitting empty for 3 months. I haven't driven it once.
Well, it's interesting because sometimes, you know, in road you have to master the course before racing it. With oval, you kind of know the course. If you've been to Atlanta, you know a little bit about how Las Vegas might drive, or Texas. You know that. That means you have to fight against other guys inches apart, or Daytona, Talladega. It's easier to pick up ovals rather than road, in my opinion, which I think goes without saying. But I've loved it. It's pretty much been my exclusive sim, I'd say. Some more passing and chasing being done for position number 10 in P2. And let's ride on board with that 13 prototype car as he tries to chase this battle. And who else could it be except Bobby Zielinski with VRS Co and the Sim Sport. A little bit of fan immersion now. And, oh, that was close. We'll be right back with Race Spot's coverage of the 24 Hours of Daytona. battles happening right now for position number 9 in prototypes. Just unbelievable. We've got, right now, VRS Coanda SimSport 88, Bobby Zielinski, who he's used to fighting inches, feet apart from other drivers in eNASCAR races. Yas Heat with Andre Martins, as well as the VRS Satellite Racing Red with Dallas Pataska. These 3 drivers, they seem inseparable. And you had a really, really good run with all 3 of these with some fan immersion. And to give you a little bit of insight on what lap they're on, 341 laps around here. That is insane. And we're not even close. We're close relatively, I guess, but we're not close to halfway. Unbelievable. Well, let's do a quick rundown of the top 10, or actually, I lied. The top 10, the top everything of each class. Lorenzo, what you were about to say, what?
I was actually taking the microphone away and being active and muting it locally. Go ahead.
Why were you going to mute me?
No, I was going to mute me.
Yeah, mute you? Why?
I can mute myself so I don't speak stuff out of my head improperly.
That's fair. By the way, if you've watched RaceSpot broadcast before, you might notice we look a little bit different. Amazing graphics package. It's new. If you have any comment suggestions, please feel free to share it. Something happened right there. Slow prototype in the background, but currently we're seeing some moves being made. VRS Coanda with a dominating lead. I mean, bar anything happening, they're winning another 24 hours on the pace that they're going at. There's still so much time left. I probably jinxed them. But I will say, that's you got 2 cars a lap ahead of the competition.
Wait, hasn't Mitchell Leong actually won Daytona 6 times before?
I believe it was 5, but
5, okay.
Let me 5, yes. 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, every year that this has happened. Yep. Mitchell DeYoung. If you want to win the 24 Hours of Daytona, get Mitchell DeYoung. Unbelievable. That's just crazy. Like, I know, you saw the run down the list there, but you can't say iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona without talking about VRS Coanda. Even within their team, it's a minute difference. There is a very likely chance that the winner will be a lap ahead.
Exactly.
That's unbelievable.
They're off cycle, though.
They are off cycle, but, and if we haven't really touched on cycles and pit strategy, and I do want to mention that real quick. They're off cycle by what, 3-4 laps? Not much.
2 laps.
2 laps. That's not really off cycle. The only team you can really say is off cycle is Delta Sport U4K, Karl Madoff, and P4 right now. They've been out on the stint for 26 laps, so they're getting close right now to having to go in the pits. And the next car that pit was the Movano Sim Racing team in 3rd position 20 laps ago. So they're not really that off. I know what you're saying, though. I just don't think they're very off right now, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we're not far off, it's... again, I think for Daytona, the strategies will be more of a concerning talking point. I made it through the final 5 hours. So we're not going to be around, though, unfortunately. But that's where, I think, for all teams, it's going to be more of a talking point to see which teams might not have to go for a shorter field, things like that, and the gap between the drivers. But it's something we can take notice.
Right. Let's take a look at the top 10 for the GTE category, or the GT Le Mans, as Imza puts it so elegantly. I love when in the United States we decide to call, MLS teams Real Salt Lake Inter Miami. European names in the U.S. Love that. MSI Esports Red, leader by 21 seconds over AAA Esports White. And then we have the battle for the podium. The Great Britain BMW team, as well as BMW team BS Competition. These two teams, as well as BMW team Redline, have all been fighting for position for pretty much this entire race. A lot of cars are out in this series, though, in this class. It was the lowest populated class, absolutely. And, it's just when you have a lower populated class, you're going to have still incidents that happen. And each incident there is worth more than one incident in another class, just because fewer drivers means the attrition rate is going to hurt more if it's fairly high. Let's take a look at the GT3 class, though, and if we want to talk about a GT or a close battling, it's the GT3 or the GT Daytona, I should say. Team BMW Bank, looking to have this one in the bank. They're 52 seconds up over Vanderbilt Sim Racing Red, but that happened because of an incident in the bus stop, I think you were saying, Lorenzo or Samil.
Yeah, it was me. Vendaval had an issue with the RSO car coming into the bus stop. They came so side by side. The thing is, they were so close to one another that Vendaval didn't want to give a lot of room to the RSO car because it was still within touch of the dealer Racing Team Aeronix car. So eventually they got paid by having to back away, throw their car on the grass, and get a hefty slowdown, about 2 seconds slowdown at the exit of the bus stop.
Well, they're still around 18 seconds in front of the third place car in the podium. And yeah, you just keep going down the list and you see a lot of +1 laps, but a lot of those cars are right racing with each other. Starting though at 16th, you see that BS competition car is out, as well as the rest of that bottom 4 out of the race. A very healthy lineup, you could say here for this Daytona 24. You know, it's interesting. If you look back at the history of this race, you would notice that the first one was run under complete daytime conditions.
Yeah, back in the day, yes, iRacing did not have day-night simulations.
And the second one was in complete nighttime conditions. No day-night transition. I believe it was 2017.
No.
Was it 18?
Was 27... 2018. 2018.
Okay.
I think I remember because it was my first broadcast and it was just right at the same time with the day-night transitions.
Very true. All right, so we've looked like we have a replay for the first time in 2 hours. Oh, yes.
Is
this the bus stop? Yep.
Yep.
Bus stop issue. We're going to see Josh Anderson just taking that GTE all the way around. We'll see what happens here. Oh, no. Oh, no. I think he saw the prototype and got spooked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Good on him, though, keeping it straight, and good for it just being grass. It's so easy to get the car turned if you put any bit of throttle on the car through the grass.
Here's the thing, though. I don't blame him one bit. I don't blame Josh Anderson for one bit, because you could see the commitment from Cedric Nebelzik into the bus stop. Eventually, if he had gone into the corner, maybe he probably would have been rear-ended by Nebelzik. So that's why he thought, oh, let me just throw the car out to the outside and lose time in the process. Luckily for him, his battle with the Bila car was kind of like of an off-cyclish battle, because not a whole lot of time later, Bila Racing Aeronix came to the pits for their service.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, there's no damage done with that. No. Maybe a few seconds lost.
And your pride.
No, yeah, and your pride. What's pride?
I know, right?
What pride do we have to begin with? Battle for fourth and me too. Yes. Yes, Lorenzo.
No, I was gonna say, while we still have this Battlefield 4, we still have Brian Lockwood up in the waiting, people. So, you guys want to wait, or should we bring him right now?
I think we should bring him in.
Actually, let's bring Brian Lockwood then. All right, here we have Solo. I think you have Brian Lockwood from Racecraft. Go ahead.
Brian, firstly, mate, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, thanks. Happy to finally be on track racing and getting a few good laps in.
Exactly. How's it been like for you guys early on in the race? It's been fairly chaotic, but how have you coped on with this one so far, being in P12 at the moment?
Yeah, you know, Sunil, it's been tough. We started off really strong. I think after the first stint, we ran in P2 for a while. We were in effective P4, P5, so right up in the mix. And in hour 3, we just had some contact with a GT, just locking up into turn 5. Just one of those unfortunate incidents. And since then, we've been carrying some straight line damage.
Oh boy.
So it's just been a matter of hanging on.
Oh boy. And thankfully, if there's any advantage, it's the fact that it's a 24-hour race, so maybe there are still chances of getting in the top 5 if anything happens to them later on.
That would be fantastic. I think the top 5 might be a little out of reach now, unfortunately, but certainly we're mixing it up in the top 10. There are a lot of cars that are still pretty close together, so we're pushing for every little bit we can, and, you know, we'll see what happens.
But of course, as always, we can sit down and discuss what ifs and what could have beens for quite a long time. But nevertheless, if you just had to pick out, do you think the pace was there for a really good result, and just this rather unfortunate incident just has clamped you down per se in this race?
Absolutely. And I have to say, we didn't think we were that strong coming into this race, but I guess we just got lucky with the setup. You know, this is our first time in a car like the LMP, and we practiced really hard for the last week, and especially Kane did a lot of work for a couple weeks before that, so we were able to learn more about the car and learn about the setup, but still, we were coming in expecting maybe a top 10. I think we had the pace for a podium. But,
so good to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not in the cards today.
Well, hopefully we can get a good result later on. And Brian, I have a really interesting perspective. I mean, I want to know your thoughts about this, because Racecraft Esports is, of course, involved in quite a few events going on. We have the Porsche Esports Super Cup that we're taking the part in, then the BMW 120 Sim Cup, now renamed to the BMW Sim Live, then this one, then there's SEO and everything. How are you able to manage time out with so many events that are taking up so much time and space? Of course, you're doing it professionally, but still, it must be quite a tricky one to change concentration every other day, knowing that you have a different event to focus on.
Oh, absolutely. And it is not easy, that's for sure. The one thing that I go by is just one thing at a time. So if I'm working on the Super Cup, I'm working on the Super Cup for the next few days. If I start doing Daytona, I'm focused only on Daytona. SEO, yeah, those guys really hammer down in practice, and they're very focused on SEO. So, yeah, it's just a matter of, I think, prioritizing, scheduling practice time. So, you know, we have to make sure we're adequately prepared for each event. But aside from that, just staying focused on one car at a time, one thing at a time, and making sure, knowing that we're bringing the best we can to the race with the time that we have. I think that's the main factor.
And Brian, one thing we have to speak about, and I know we're dipping into controversial territory right now, is what's happening in the World Championships. What's your take on that? What's your side of the argument? Without, of course, going into things too deeply, because that could, of course, lead to not really good things for everyone.
Honestly, I'm not that concerned about it. I don't really like that it exists. I don't like the controversy that's going on. But personally, I'm in the Super Cup because the Super Cup is the best competition in the world. and I'm here to improve myself as a driver, to really push myself, and doing finding little ways to, maybe you could call them tricks in qualifying. Spending time working on those things is time that you're not spending driving. It's time that you're not spending improving. And I'm here to improve. I would rather have a 5th place result that I learn a lot from than winning the championship that I learn nothing. So I'm just, again, not really concerning myself with it. I'm focused on what I'm doing. If that means I start further back a few times, then so be it.
And Brian, finally, just before we let you go, who would you like to give a shout out to? I know it's a rather tough situation for the team to be in right now, but anyone who'd like to give a shout to at this stage?
Absolutely. In particular, I want to give a shout out to Kane Halliburton, who worked tirelessly on this setup, even when everybody else was busy with other races. So he's a big reason why we're able to run as well as we have. And also, Tom Abramitis really helped us out understanding the setup, and I think also was a key factor in getting us up to speed. So big thanks to those guys.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Brian. Real pleasure having a word with you, and all the very best for the next part of the race. It'll go well.
Sure, thanks a lot.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Brian Lockwood from Racecraft Esports, also World Championship driver competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. And his team currently standing in P number 12 with hopefully some really good times up ahead in the next 14 hours.
One of those teams looking for some nice times in the next 14 hours is Delta Sport. And I know that there are some... They're working for a good cause, Samel.
They are indeed. The Delta Sport story, I think they started last year out, and they initially had a bit of an identity crisis because they were called the EVO Sim Sport, but then there was another team called Evolution, so it really didn't work out well. And they got a couple of really good results. I think the Bathurst race last year was one of their major standout results for the podium in the GT3 class. But yeah, since they've had their name change, they've lost a little bit of their identity, but they've really been doing very well in the last year. They've grown, they've competed in leagues like Ivra, and they've had great success. But the part that really intrigues me, and it might intrigue you as well, about what does that U4K stand for? Is it UK and 4 drivers or 4 people working in the team or something like that? It's actually United for Kids. It's a cancer support program that they support, and you can check out the social media pages and go out there and help out with the same, because it's really a good cause to work towards. And I was initially very curious about it, and knowing what the U4K actually stands for just makes it a very heartwarming thing, isn't it? And the best part of it, and it's not just Delta Sport, it's so many other teams. We recently saw the RAG Esports team also have a endurance race for charity, along with Jimmy Broadman also having a race for charity as well. It may be a community built upon the idea of driving race cars for fun, but we're genuinely going out of our way to help people and support a good cause, which I think is the best thing possible at the end, isn't it? Because we're really privileged to have a simulator of our own, to have really normal lives with hopefully good health conditions, but not everyone's facing the same situation.
That's so cool. You know, it's nice to see teams, anyone who has a platform, doing things for other people, standing up for causes, and you know what? That's a beautiful cause, one that is not controversial to anyone. That is a good thing to stand up for. But thanks for making sure we were all aware of that. Wow, pretty cool. U4K. I was thinking of something with United Kingdom, but it is not that. We've got some great battles going on screen. We've had great battles, but there are many people who have asked us questions. And Lorenzo, I know you've been compiling a huge collection of them.
All right, so this is a very interesting one because both the Jishes 91 and Ethan Smith asked this question, and they kind of morphed this question together. So, the question, and let me just try to morph this together. If we could pick an iRacing track outside of the Daytona, Le Mans, and Nürburgring and Spa, what would it be, and what class would you pick?
Nice.
Up to 4 or 5 classes.
So we're creating our very own endurance race.
Yeah, we're creating our RaceSpot24.
That's a great question. That is a fantastic
I
question.
have I have a mean one, but I think, a serious one.
I'm scared.
Okay, are you gonna say dirt oval cars at Le Mans? Because we saw that happening once on a broadcast, and that was quite something.
I would fully support that. I am not joking.
I wouldn't want to see this as an endurance race, but I've always wanted to see what it would be like for the Cup Xfinity and Truck Series to go against each other in a multi-class oval race.
Oh, yes.
I've always wanted to see that. And I wish they did something like that, or would do something for the Clash in a few weeks at Daytona. That would be awesome. I think that would be such a cool event. But if we're talking about lefts and right turns,
we see you Americans, even though you guys don't know how to do right turns.
Hey, listen.
I'm just kidding.
Listen.
Sorry.
I can turn right into a wall, okay?
Yeah, fair game.
Delta Sport actually based in the U.S. We love that. Where in the U.S.?
You are in the U.S.
Question. No, I said where in the U.S.
Oh, where in the U.S.?
We are.
Yes, you
where
are.
we're. It's like, try to say the word edited it. Like
classes being all right. This makes it more interesting.
By the way, there's a battle. There's a battle for position number 2 in the prototypes. Just so we're aware right now. I think it's different strategies, but
don't bin it, Fraser. Please don't bin it, Fraser.
I would like to see some open wheel endurance. But I'd fear that endurance would need to be like, I mean, there's too much damage that would be taken in an endurance race. I don't. You know what? It's interesting because IndyCar has frequently 2.5-hour road course races.
Yep.
What's another couple hours to that? Obviously a lot, but if you have 2 drivers doing it. You know what?
But multi-class is going to be really tricky.
I want IndyCar. I want an IndyCar car, IR18. I want USF 2000.
Oh, nice. Now we're talking.
Yeah, not Indy Pro 2000. I want it to be a lot more slippery and a lot slower than the IR18. And by the way, as you're looking in the screen, the car in front of this pack is R-Wheat G Esports, a 169 car. And
nice pass, Fraser.
A lap down, yes. Great pass. A switch of position number 2. I think it's on different strategies.
Yeah, they're on full different strategies. I think that's why they didn't actually let Fraser pass.
Right.
But still good.
It's going to be slowing them down.
Yeah, good move up from Fraser. It's going to be interesting how Fraser will perform that car, because it is lighter than maybe, obviously, than Dane's car. But I don't know about rubber. If he's on good rubber, he might actually be even with a lighter car in a worn-out rubber than Dane.
I'm still thinking about the question. Okay, so USF 2000, IR18. Give me supercar category, like Australian supercars.
Oh,
okay.
And lastly, what do we have? Give me. What if we did, you know, why don't we just do a normal GT3 category? Throw that in there. So we've got the 4 categories. This is a 4-hour race. 1 swap required. Okay? What track? What track? Suzuka's too scary. Suzuka's too scary for 4 hours of all those cars together. Well, then again, the Nürburgring.
Yeah, but you cannot pick Nürburgring.
I know. I'm just saying about the fear factor.
Okay.
Montreal wouldn't be lovely when it comes to passing, I think, and it's too difficult. I want an easier track. But I also want a lot of traffic, and it needs to be wide. So that takes out Watkins Glen when it comes to being wide.
Hey, we have our answer
Road
right in
America?
front and we're acting as if we don't know. Daytona. End of story.
But we can't do Daytona.
We cannot do Daytona.
We can't.
No, it cannot be a race that is already holds 24 hours.
Okay. Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta already does an endurance race, though.
No, but that's not
Yeah,
24
but it's not 24 hours. So it
I'm
is
not.
valid.
I think that is a cheating answer. That is
Well,
cheating.
Fraser Williamson would approve that.
Cheating.
Meanwhile, we're still watching battle in GT between AAA Esports and Kova, but well, 24 hours Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, no.
24 hours Lime Rock Park.
24 hours
Seriously.
Orin Park.
You know, I'm actually just digressing a very little bit, but I think we should speak about this. iRacing this week for the Ferrari 488 Challenge at Ferrari 488 Orin Park.
Yeah, that was like the first week of the season 2.
Orin Park.
Never again. Never again. That was the first time I also drove the Ferrari.
All right, question maker accepts Road Atlanta. It's up to you if you're gonna accept it or not.
You will accept Road Atlanta. Okay. I still don't like the acceptance of it.
I have mine. I'll let you guys speak.
I would be very intrigued by Road America. IndyCars race there. I believe USF 2000. GT3s obviously have raced there. And supercars, that would be a fun little track. I like Road America. I do very much love Road America, the track. And I feel like it's wide enough. It would present a good challenge. High speed enough where we're going to see drafting play a major part. Road America. I've convinced myself. Road America.
All right. Somo, what about you?
Okay. Well, if we're having it on the sim, I don't think there's... Okay, at least so far we're limited by the number of cars in the sim by the real world, right? I would love to see hypercars race against LMP2s and then GTEs, GT3s, and if we're adding another class, why not make it even more stupid? Why don't we add 911 GT3 Cup cars? That would be crazy. If you can't tell already, I'm a big Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car fan.
No idea.
But I think that'll be a recipe for chaos if we do have hypercars in. But why not? It's just a theoretical discussion. I think it should make it a lot of fun. But the track. I don't think it would make any sense to host a race anywhere else apart from Road America, because physically it wouldn't be possible, apart from Road Atlanta, of course, as well. But oh my goodness me, these many categories, categories, and
Pocono Roval.
Pocono Roval. I mean, yes, we can't do that, you know, because the cars won't fly to the barrier, to the fishnets. Not the fishnets, but the cash fencing.
Okay, but have you seen how wide the road course is? And it has no flow.
5 wide? I've seen Indy cars go 5 wide there.
How about yeah, they weren't supposed to.
Let me just grab my watch over here.
Okay, how about Twin Ring Motegi?
Oh, Twin Ring Motegi is nice, but Suzuka if it is. If we're going to
If we're going to Japan, right. Kova, by the way, as you see on screen, going into the pits as they're Battle was ongoing. Now we watch a battle now between BMW Team BS Competition and Great Britain into turn 1, calmly as you can be, coming up to some traffic and some cars exiting pit lane. It's a prototype. Gets out cleanly, safely.
All right.
Have you come back with another question or another thought?
No. I still haven't given my answer.
24 hours of Talladega.
No. Mean one. IR01, IR18, Skip Barber.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that.
PM18, Pro PM18 and USF 2000 at the iRacing Super Speedway. 24 hours. Believe it or not, they did a 20. I think it was a 6-hour and 24 hours of Super Speedway. I don't. It was like
That's
last
not 24
week. It was
hours.
on SEO weekend. It was on SEO weekend. That was
6 hours
I remember.
does not equal 24 hours.
Why don't
It
we
was-
add some Skip Barbers in and just make it completely crazy?
But that's my meme. If I am going,
I take
for
this too
something more-
seriously. I take these questions too seriously. I'm like thinking,
Same.
open wheel,
But-
I have damage.
but I
No,
have
let's
my
put it in there.
But I have my serious one, and you guys have actually forgot a track that is perfect for this kind of racing. NASCAR Cup, NASCAR Xfinity, the trucks, and I would even put the K&N at Coda.
Well, we'll see
Cool.
how well it does once NASCAR visits it.
Exactly.
In a few months, we'll see how good it is. We'll
Because
see.
it is a wide track, it has kind of a flow, but it's difficult enough for the NASCAR to maneuver,
Right.
and it would create a certain traffic effect to that track, believe it or not.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I want to see it in action first, but then again, this is a fantasy thing.
Let me grab your race spot sim racing knowledge in here, because we're seeing Alessandro Bico, right, drive right now against
Right,
Nathan
right.
Lewis, and basically, for those who are not aware, this is basically a version of the BS competition, because inside the Team GB car, you have Alessandro Bico, Semi-Matti Chogan, and Augusto Canapino, and in the competition car, you have Nate Lewis, you have Phil Dennis, and Ryan Barnabel, basically the same team. It is BS competition nevertheless, and just different brands. Since when Bico became a BS competition driver? He was from Leo Racing Team.
Dum, dum, dum. Dum.
People at Williams shout us out at hashtag iRacing Daytona 24 and give us that answer.
Perfect. Yeah, we love trivia here, especially when you get it right, which is not typical when it comes to Lorenzo or myself. Maybe you, Samil. I think we should move on to another question. I think we've spent enough brain power on this one.
We have questions.
We have many questions. What is the? Think of more questions. Hashtag ask the commentators. Hashtag iRacing Daytona 24.
Yes. In the meanwhile, this really good battle. I know they're saving fuel, and Bico is on a 3-lap disadvantage in comparison to Nathan Lewis. But Team Nathan coming out, I kind of feel I feel good for Nathan. You know, he wasn't from SimRC, got out of the SimRC, and now basically found a really good team to work with the BS competition. Same thing for Ryan Barnabel. Just as the beginning of the year came around, so if you had to pick a team from the top, like the top tiers, like BS, Coenda, and things like that, for your development and maybe driving style for cars and things like that, which one would you pick?
Okay.
Except for Hugo, you would say Coenda, but he's a Coenda driver, therefore hashtag biased.
No, it's a tough one. It's you're purely going on brand value here. At the
I'm
end
not
of the
saying
day.
just brand value, but take the drivers. Let's just say you have already some rapport with drivers and things like that. So I'm asking on the hypothetical side, taking that you're already in those top splits and racing with these kind of guys. So
I have a good rapport with Maniti, and after speaking to Tim Matska, their founder and their head, it seems like they have a really good atmosphere for developing drivers.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing, or at least that's the main priority for me right
Barneveld
now.
was from Maniti.
But Barneveld was from Maniti as well, exactly. And Maniti are consistently in the top splits of multiple championships, including the BMW Sim GT Live as well. So if I had to choose, I think that would be my pick.
All right, Dylan.
I honestly don't know enough about the individual development of a lot of these teams to give a substantially good answer on this. So I'll be straight up with that. I wish I could. I haven't been around the iRacing world long enough to be able to make to form an opinion on that. I hope you understand, Lorenzo.
Fair game.
Very fair. I think it's fair.
Okay. It's fully fair.
All right. Other questions. Remember, you can ask
Just
in the
let you
chat.
guys know, I would go for Movano. Trust me on this.
What car, whether classic or modern, would you like to see added to iRacing? Good question.
Ooh, yes.
You know.
Alright. Someone asked why Movano before we go for this answer. First, because I know Fraser and Alex Trainer. Ever since they were from Flamboyant Flamingo, and they were even
Flamboyant Flamingos, I remember them.
So that's basically Alex and Fraser's team, but I know them from way back. And you used to drive an ILMS and things like that, and I kind of know Maxime a little bit as well, and Andrew Carr, so I have some good rapport with them. So if I have to choose team, Andrew, if you're listening to this, I have the ribs ready. You just let me into Movano, and it's all settled. I'm just kidding.
Okay, so
but back to the car question.
Right. Car. What car would you like to see added? I feel like historical cars do not garner as much attention on the service, unfortunately. The legend NASCAR cars do not have nearly the same audience as just the modern day Cup and everything. So I feel like we'd have to, again, I'm putting a lot of thought into this when I really shouldn't have to, but I'm thinking more along the line of modern cars. I would like to see Indy Lights get added at one point to complete the Road to Indy series, since it's you currently have 3 of the 4 in the ring of Road to Indy. Oops, I think that would be nice. Why'd you say oops?
I punched my microphone stand.
Oh my goodness. What else? Indy Lights is something I'd love to see an actual DPI and hypercar.
Yes.
DPI is something that's going out though, so I understand why it wouldn't even be looked at. But an LMH or an LMDH hypercar, like an actual prototype hypercar, not like a Bugatti hypercar. I'm talking about one of the ones they use in endurance racing. Maybe. I mean, there's too many formula. I feel like Indy Lights is unique because it is so different than most like Formula series, but not really Formula 2 car because there's so many that like Formula 2.0, 3.0, 3.5, all that stuff. I just think Indy Lights would be good to complete that ladder, and then obviously the endurance racing you've got to have because it's a staple of iRacing. I feel like that's the where my answer kind of ends. There's so much here in Porcones in iRacing as is. It's hard to necessarily point out what I'd like. I know tastes are not always the same. Like more road cars, I know some people would want, but that's not up my alley. Samil, what do you think?
I have always been an advocate of the fact that we just need more TCRs in iRacing. We just do. Seriously, there's never enough TCRs, and it's a shame that we only have. Yeah, it's just beautiful. Totally chaotic racing cars. That's why. And you know what would happen if we have more TCRs? It would really lead to more bonkers sprint racing, and we had a championship. I feel very sad about that it's gone. It was the Hurstwheel TCR Championship on RaceSpotTV that was so brilliant, but nobody wanted to drive touring cars, and we had diminishing entries all the way through and diminishing viewers. But I don't get it. I think we just need more TCRs, quite frankly, at least in the short run.
Are all TCRs front wheel drive?
No. I think they're all front wheel drive. Yes.
See, that's the thing. It requires a different style of driving. It's easy to drive, difficult to master, in my opinion. As we catch a replay right here, of a GTE car, the number 4 prototype, and yeah. So I mentioned it earlier. You get one side of the tires onto the grass, and then you try to brake. Well, your left side in that case is going to have all the traction. The right is not going to have any. So you spin, no harm, no foul, except 10 or so seconds lost. It's been a weird 6-hour stint. We've had some great battles, but nothing too consequential in this race so far, or I should say in the stint so far. Great battles, hard-fought battles, nothing that will destroy a driver's race. I think a lot of drivers are playing it safe. With not necessarily the racing itself, but just being smart. And by the way, we had mentioned how there was a battle for second. VRS Coanda SimSport 18 is back in second. The only other car on the overall lead lap other than the VRS Coanda 8. Unbelievable. Oh, look at all those sparks flying. By the way, if you want to update on in-sim time, it is 1:40 a.m. on the dot. 1:40 a.m. Sunrise in Daytona Beach, Florida, I believe will be around 8. I mean, this race is mainly
6.
Contested at night. 6. Okay.
6, if I recall correctly, is about 6:40 in the morning.
It feels like 8 a.m. Feels like 8 a.m. I'm on the East Coast as well. I mentioned in the very beginning of the broadcast that you and actually me, because I was really thinking of going to the 24 hours, we can give travel advice. And do you know how cheap it is for me if I wanted to? If it wasn't for the hotel, I would absolutely do it, all while trying to be as safe as possible. Go to the 24 hours. Guess how much it would be for me to fly from Philadelphia to Orlando?
All right, from Philly to Orlando.
Round trip.
Round trip. All right. All right, round trip. If I recall correctly, but I went from Philly to New Orleans. I forgot. About $100.
40.
But then again, you would be going with those, like, what is the name of the airline? Yeah, you really want to try going with Spirit?
I took Spirit 5 years ago to go to Houston, actually. When I went with my cousins then we drove to Austin for Formula One. And that cost around $110 round trip. See, the thing with Spirit, you pay a lot more for checked bags, unless you're just bringing on a personal carry-on, like a backpack, and that's it. You don't pay any extra. Well, I don't need that much. Unless you're traveling with a lot, or for a while, like you were, Lorenzo, you'll need a little bit more than just a book bag. Whenever I think about this, I always re-engage my idea. My brain is a dangerous thing, Lorenzo. You know that. You know whenever I think of something, I have to look into it.
Yeah, I know.
Who is... okay, regardless of alive or dead, we have a question in the chat. Who is, in the history of racing, would you like to meet the most? I feel like I'm impervious to say Ayrton Senna. Such an interesting driver.
I'm not going to Brazilian
Okay.
answer here because obviously I would say Senna too. Dale Senior
Of course.
and no, it's failing me. All right, I have 3.
Okay.
Colin McRae,
Oh, yeah.
Dale Senior, and I'm trying to remember the third one. Man, I just was thinking about him right now. Hey, hello, Somo. Yeah, we have a really good question in
Yeah.
here.
What driver in the history of racing would you like to meet? Doesn't matter if they're alive or not. And talk to. I'm trying to think.
Stewart.
Jackie Stewart, great answer.
It's always been Jackie Stewart for me. I met Dario Franchitti, I met Alan McNish. The third one on the list has to be Jackie Stewart for me. So
I met
not even.
Dario Franchitti at that Formula E race I went to in New York City, and he kind of didn't. He was kind of busy, so he also didn't have time for me. Understandably so.
Funny, when I met Dario, and I don't know how, maybe a really big mentor for me, Dilbag Gill, he just
Right.
he forced a couple of words into Dario's ear about me, and when I went to meet up to him, that was on the Mahindra Racing launch party for the Season 4 car, he said, "Yeah, Somel, I've been hearing good stuff about you." I was set aback. That's
awesome.
That's Dario Franchitti hearing
Right.
good stuff about me?
See, I was talking to him. He was rushing to the broadcast booth,
yeah.
and he has no idea I'm just like my age or what I'm doing, like what my goal is. And it's
I remember the third one.
Oh,
Gilles Villeneuve.
Oh yes. Oh,
don't you mean Jacques Villeneuve? So you can talk about his album.
music.
I nearly pulled the F word. Thank God I held it. Hell no.
Guys, think of it. What if we had, and I know it's a very hypothetical situation, but just if we had Gilles Villeneuve and Didier Pironi in the same room, that would, oh my God, pains my heart to know what happens next, but
first you would need a body of security,
yes,
a preacher,
yes,
and definitely, you definitely need Jesus.
That's what the preacher's for.
No, it's because if the preacher failed, there's Jesus. He's the backup.
Okay. Jesus is the backup? Oh, religion.
He comes
religion.
Like,
what a conversation.
I'm just here to see this congregation and see how it will go.
Question for the commentators. Who is the best F1 driver do you think about this race lineup? Trying to understand the I feel like you're on the tip of
Hjalmar, can you clarify?
Yes, please. Please clarify.
If it is of this current lineup as this
Lewis Hamilton.
Is Max racing here?
Oh, of this lineup? In this? Wait, best F1 driver.
As in a Max or Hamilton?
Okay.
Hamilton. There's no question. There's no one who is as consistently, even if he's got the best car, so does Valtteri Bottas, no one is nearly as consistent as Lewis Hamilton has been over the past decade and a half. No one.
Yeah.
End of story. Mic drop.
Yeah. Tomo, you want to go next? Because I want to build a top 5 on this one. I think I should.
It's the same for me.
Yeah. It's hard not to say Hamilton, right? Like, it's the consistency. I think that even over one lap, Hamilton's still the quickest. 100%.
There was a remark I think was made yesterday by Helmut Marko about Russell driving at Mercedes, talking about Max
Before you go ahead, Lorenzo, just tell us how on the scale of controversialness of Helmut Marko, just where does it rank?
On the level of he's probably within the Nelson Piquet levels of controversial.
Just to let everyone know, Almeida Racecraft Esports Gold, if we can get a replay of that, in the bus stop, ran in a bit too hot and almost spelled disaster. He's trying to chase down Team RSO for position 13. We'll get it back up and talk about it in a bit, but that battle is gone. Here's the replay here. Going around the high banks of Daytona. Used to be stands to the right, no longer. Goes in just a little bit too hot.
Suelio. How can I defend you, my friend?
Sweat. Very sweat. Very sweat. My goodness.
All right.
I just need to say my pronunciation of Valtteri Bottas has been
Valtteri
Bottas.
It's been, I said Valtteri, very American-like.
This
Valtteri.
This is something that is quite interesting. Yuri Kasdorp has an engineer and one of the managers, which is Finnish. So when I say Valtteri, she immediately corrected me on this. Like, no, it's Valtteri. I'm like Valtteri. So it's
I'm not the best with accents.
Valtteri Bottas.
Valtteri
Bottas. Anyway.
Valtteri Bottas. It sounds like I'm trying too hard.
it's trying too hard. But let me come back to this F1 discussion. Of course, I'm not the biggest Hamilton defender, but I am going to defend Hamilton if they say, oh, he's not worthy of being top 10, maybe top 5. He is worthy, and there's no discussion about it. Not because of what he did in Mercedes, more what he did in McLaren. He not only pushed McLaren, he fought against one of the best drivers of all time, Fernando Alonso, tooth and nail, and almost won the World Drivers' Championship. What he did basically was
start off.
No problem. He basically drove Alonso out of McLaren.
Yes.
He drove Kimi Raikkonen out of McLaren.
And in his first year, that is.
In his first year, which is more surprising. He nearly won the championship in his first year. Which for me is mind-boggling.
And Dale Earnhardt won it in his second year. Jeff Gordon won it, third year?
Third year.
Jimmy Johnson came so close, I think, second year as well. Third year, again, Jimmy Johnson was unbelievable during his time. Obviously, so the chase helped. Pit stop. And look at
Mac Backham is taking over the car from Josh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, no more Joshua Rogers, it appears.
Oh, look at how serious man looks. He's in here for business.
Good helmet, though.
Yeah.
Good camera by Hugo right here. Good close-up.
Yeah, very good. Lorenzo, are you doing a good job of taking care of the cones?
I'm doing a good job. You know, it kind of dwindled a little bit. You know, the cones are now more stacked up. They are right where they are right now as Backham comes out of the pits. Just coming back to Hamilton. Also, the GP drive that he did in Turkey is probably one of the best drives I've ever seen. But if I have to go for second, Russell over Verstappen. And this is the controversial one.
We've seen one race of his. One race of him in a competitive car. Do not go that far yet. I'm not saying he won't
I would go that far for one reason. What he did in a Williams car, being so competitive and consistent with a car that is below average, for me,
don't
shows a level.
It's not below average.
The Williams car was probably one of the worst cars in F1 last year.
That's more like it.
Yeah.
So, for me, what he did with that car is nothing short of astonishing. And that's not saying that Latifi's a bad driver. He might be a good driver down the line.
Latifi is not at Russell's level.
He's not
as of right
close
now.
to Russell's level.
No.
So if you give Russell a really good car, he was robbed out of the Bahrain race, and that was a travesty.
He was. It was a really bad Pit stop.
Third,
It's just so bad.
yeah, third is Verstappen, because I think the problem for Verstappen is still he's fast, he's aggressive, he's everything you really want to be in a world championship. But there are moments where he overcommits way too much. I don't know if it is
100%.
the age. He overcommits way too much, and that is something that is bad. And even though he's still consistent enough to only lose twice to Alex Albon, which was the only 2 races he actually DNF. Fourth, I would say, like, who's the guy that won Callum Islet? If you were to say of the new guns,
It's a very.
even though I don't think he deserves a lot. If you put him in a decent car, he probably would do good. In fifth, and then I'll live fifth for open, but we can place a whole lot of people in there because it is only equal level. But
I'm sure. I'm sure right now, all of those drivers we've named are shaking it in the boots of where we've placed them on Lorenzo's personal rankings.
Which is controversial. We can get back to the race now.
Yes, there is a race happening right now. Looking at battles again, thank you for the graphics, because it makes it so much easier for not only you, the viewer, to follow along with what's happening, but for us to switch if we do have the race up in our sim. I think, I don't know if I'm seeing things, or Urano Esports, did they just come out of the pits, or did they have an off somewhere?
Let me look, because there are 2 laps within the insider stint. And looking at it, I think Fabrice might just have gone slow to let some LMP driver go by.
Okay. Because he started the lap. Okay, cool. It looked like he went quite slow. Anyway, so here's the battle going into the bus stop. Malo Racing Team's Arthur Lehawk, our Wheat G Esports Jr., number 2, and now the Samil with traffic.
It's going to be very fun throughout this race, and we have seen that happen to a certain degree. And one incident that does pop up to mind is the one that we saw with Martin van Dusenhoorn in the CNR GE Sports BMW car in the GTE category when VR Squad and SimSport were going out to lap them. Now, what's happened recently is that iRacing have changed the BOP to make the LMP2s more similar to the cars that we discussed very much in detail early on, the DPIs. This means that they've cut down on 40 horsepower from the car. 40, yes, absolutely, 40 horsepower. And they've also made the car more stable. So that's some changes to the time model that's taken place with the LMP2 machine. And this just happened a couple of weeks ago. So if there was any preparation done before that... Last Thursday, exactly. It did not even matter any preparation that you did early on, because you're essentially driving a whole new car, which is, in theory, a lot slower on the straights. And this is where judgment really comes into perspective. You have to develop a judgment of lapping traffic with a car that's significantly slower than what it used to be within 5 or 6 days. And you have to compete against the best racers in the world at a track like Daytona, which is sometimes very notorious for traffic, even though it's very wide. And in the dark, too.
And obviously, people are not always the most happy when they do realize that things have to change. It's happened a few times. You just kind of have to be ready for any surprise. If you feel like your car is the best, then you're probably a little too correct in that thinking. We're watching a battle here, but I want to focus our attention, if we can, to a battle for P6 in the prototype class. Bobby Zielinski has made his way on his stint up into 7th place. And
short-lived, though.
Short-lived, yes. But he is having a very, very strong run. Last time was a 1:33.18. The last lap for Mac Backham was a 1:33.5. About to cross the line again with a full lap. I'm Curious to see what this lap is. A 136.3. 3 seconds slower for the leading Coanda car. Huh. What's that from? Traffic. I hope you enjoyed my Nado Samil with traffic, like a news broadcast. But anyways, no one,
like
no one knows
NBC.
that. Right. You just said, all right, back to you. Thanks.
The only advantage is we don't have 4 screens showing adverts every single moment of the broadcast. I mean, yes, I get America, capitalization, land of the free, so no government intervention, so you can naturally be more profit-oriented, but not this way. At least let us watch the race.
Of course, yes. We've, oh, don't worry. American motorsports viewers we have our frustrations when it comes to the commercialization of
it's just
broadcasts.
Bad. And honestly, it's gone to an extent where I've had friends who I've wanted to introduce to the Indy 500 because it's the Indy 500, it's just so cool. And they watched half an hour and they're saying, yeah, but there's too many ads, man. But the racing's just too good. But of course, for a casual viewer, can't go beyond that.
So we're watching on board with Zelensky right now. And Zelensky just passed a battle that is currently having a side-by-side, or they were having a side-by-side run. Now BS Competition has just blown by Great Britain. Both of them are BMW teams. Just blew by him on the banked sections. Traffic obviously played a part there, close to the cones, but the cones survive, having to deal with some traffic. Yes, Great Britain. Chanel just messaged. We have to add Great Britain into that. It's like New York, old adjectives. We love them. The beauty of racing here under the lights, it's spectacular. We don't talk too much. Oh, as it looks like Zelensky, yep, he's in pits. We don't talk too much about the beauty of this track at night.
Oh,
but
seriously,
yeah, it's gorgeous. It's almost impossible to really be able to tell when you're not there, and I know that because I'm not there. And,
there's so much to do.
Yeah, and Lorenzo, tell us about your experience 2 years ago.
So it's basically, I got the internal access, so it isn't that expensive first and foremost, and you got access for all days, but you can walk around the part of the infield and have so many activities, bars and things like that, and there's a transport that can carry you from the infield all the way down to the grandstand, and the grandstand is also packed with a lot of things, so there are also some cabins from the manufacturers that can get you so many things. In the meanwhile, Sage Karen just getting out of the pits for one more stint. In the meanwhile, I thought Caden Bend was actually going to make the move on Malo Racing team on LaHoop, but Caden just going for the field saving strategies once again. You're going to see him right around on our frame. Now let's check with the known board on Sage Karen and see how's the inputs done by the DRS Coanda driver. Great camera, by the way. It's kind of a helmet camera of sorts, can we say? Catching a little bit of the perspective of the driver.
This is awesome.
The turns.
This is such a cool camera shot. Sage Karam from, I believe it's Nazareth, Pennsylvania boy. So we have that connection, although he'll never know that. Why would he know that? It's me. I know that about him. This, look at the banking here. This is where you can really see how banked it is. And if you've ever been near an oval, a high banked oval, or even a section of a track like Monza's old high banked oval, you'd know how steep it is. I was at Dover International Speedway walking up all the way. I think it's 24 degrees of banking. Daytona's what, 29, 30 something? It's.
I'll tell you one thing, it is steep because I walked on the start-finish line. It is a workout.
Yes, it's at Dover. It's much smaller than Daytona, and it's 2.5 stories high. It's crazy. It's crazy. But the crazy thing is, if you stopped, you wouldn't tip over. It's so weird. It's terribly weird to think about if you're not actually experiencing it. Would you look at the time? We're getting close to the halfway point, and it doesn't feel like that, right? Like it's been a very a quick 12 hours. Well, obviously we're not at 12, but it's going to feel like a quick 12 hours here. I think the traffic helps with that a lot. It makes things a little more spicy. And obviously this kink right here is always fun if you're watching it and not observing. The lights flashing behind and then reappearing was a little bit heart-stopping. By the way, David C. Holland is the Delta Sport U4K in pits. I saw in the chat, I didn't actually answer it. But they are based in Lynchburg, Virginia. Which is where Liberty University is. And I actually was, while I don't agree with Liberty University on a lot of things, I was there for a Temple Ice hockey game against their Division II club hockey team last year. And Liberty goes all out when it comes to their club sports. It's insane. Unbelievable. Lynchburg is quite a beautiful place, I must say. And they also have God, what's it called? The this burger joint. It's in the South a lot. Oh man, I went with with a few friends, Taylor Snyder and Mike Zingroni. Jonathan Burke went too. Jonathan Burke, another commentator for RaceSpot, he was there as well. I forget what it was. I'll get back to you if I remember. But anyway, very cheap food. Very good. Lynchburg is quite a beautiful place. But again, we will not talk politically here. I think I've opened the floodgates. Anyway, again, look at the size difference between the prototypes and some of those BMWs. It's insane.
And just to interrupt over here, even though it is short-lived once again, Fraser Williamson caught up to Dane Warren once again for P2 in the overall standings. So we have a battle for P2. Even though it is short-lived by I think 2 laps, still Mivan LS caught up to the number 18 of VRS Govinda.
So we're paying attention right now to this battle for 9th, and you see the flashing. All Pete Eagle Racing, Martin Asher. You see that damage on the rear wing? That can't be fixed. So he's going to be, I believe, feeling the effects of that throughout most of the race, and that's not a fun thing to deal with. He's 4 laps back of the next car in class. Obviously, that yes, plus the BOP. And the other thing you have to remember is, or if you saw right there, the closing speed from Asher to the GT3s was not as rapid as it typically is. So he's just trying to get any spots that team can pull back from crashes along the way. So, yeah.
I actually have a word on drivers and how they have to cope on. For the Porsche you saw there, they had their rear wing essentially broken off a little bit, and as Dylan rightly mentioned, you can't quite repair it in iRacing, so he'll be stuck with that. Plus the Porsche has an extra 5 kilograms of ballast added on in general across iRacing. There's that disadvantage in the car as well, but on the whole, just GDE driver psychology is a bit weird, because you're the middle child. There's someone faster than you, there's someone slower than you. And all the time, you're constantly on the edge, trying to pass someone and be passed by someone. It's not like LMP2s where you can just steamroll past everyone, or like a GT3 where you know that everyone's going to go past you. It's a mixture of those two psychologies, and of course that shouldn't be much of an issue in the top split, but in many club races or league races, it becomes very hard for drivers to adapt and focus on tyre and fuel saving. Both of them being such key strategies in terms of endurance races. Because they're so focused on traffic, because they're so focused on making their judgment in terms of who can go past, who can't go past, when do I have the opportunity to pass, and when do I have the opportunity to let someone go past. And so, naturally, tyres and fuel take a bit of a backseat. And plus, there's this very interesting aspect about GTE braking that it is much harder than P2s and GT3, as in there's a very minor window between 80 and 90% where you've got to really go aggressive on it. You can't light brake and then trail it off very easily. Apparently, you've got to go very hard and mash it in that window, or brake a bit early on and ease it in. I'm probably not explaining it in the best way possible because, as you probably might have guessed by this stage, science and engineering isn't the best of my things, but GTE is different. It's different in terms of how you brake. It's different in terms of your strategies and how you manage tires and fuel as well. So it may seem like a category on life support at this stage, but seriously, driving it in multi-class races like this one, where you have a slower category, is just so tricky for them.
You've got some interesting insight there, and I think you know, it's a difficulty of driving one of these cars around this track too. That you kind of have to take into account. A lot of people don't.
Sorry, this is an interesting.
Can we do?
I just saw a name that while we were watching this, soon to be over battle because I think Fraser might be coming into the pits this lap or the other lap. Red Line Ice Blue actually made a driver change and brought out a driver that I haven't seen in about a year, which is Freak Showhorst. Showhorst. And
What a name.
Oh,
yeah.
Freak, yes.
He's probably one of the best Formula drivers. I've really good at Formula driver, open wheel specialist, F3 specialist, and also I think was really good on the MP40-30. I haven't seen it in a long while, so Redline is bringing out all the guns over here in this race.
I think the last we saw Freak was for the Red Line events during the lockdown, didn't we?
Yeah, maybe one of the Red Line Cup events, I think.
Yeah. Freaky.
I'm just gonna jump out of the window.
Lorenzo, did you miss that? Did you miss that, Lorenzo? Yeah. No, you missed that.
It's like Men in Black. I'll flash a taser and pretend as if nothing happened.
All right,
I love
so we got some driver swaps here for some of the teams.
He has no idea what we're laughing about.
Being freaky.
Okay,
The
fine.
pun, I understood. That's
Fine.
why I'm saying, oh my god. But we got some driver swaps. We got for the Joy of Argentinians in the chat. We got Augustine Canapino for the Team GB BMW. Also saw Dion Fialo coming in as he's about to head out in the pits as well in the car. Luke Browning is still in the Fordzilla car, but these are the drivers I've seen in the pit lane. And this now Team BMW Bank, the GT3 leaders now have Nils Koch back in the car.
Interesting. Well, thank you for that insight, Lorenzo. Your bi-hourly news is fantastic to hear.
I'm here to please all while I'm picking up the cones.
Yes, while you're picking up the codes, you're doing some hard labor for us, and we appreciate that. You're watching on screen some GTE battling Cell Talons in the MSI Esports Red car. Currently seeing a little bit of traffic, and right in front of him is his own class, but 3 further laps down from him. Then there's another car that is, well, a prototype that's about to pass him right now and has to deal with slower traffic. It's just a mess. Samil, you can explain GTE braking well as we watch 3 wide in front. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is lovely. This
let's
is just classic.
Let's just keep an eye on this as it goes towards turn 1. I think he's going to clear. Oh, I don't know. He kind of stalled right there. This is 4 knot position. He makes it work. Man. Craziness. GTE braking. Go.
Well, coming back to GTEs, first things first, man, seriously, MSI Esports Red and Culver both have been through hell in this race, and seeing them still up there with halfway left in the race, battling it out against each other is genuinely a very heartwarming sight. But coming to GTEs, the thing is, you don't quite have ABS for GTEs, don't you? I mean, it's not about ABS, but it's just that it's much easier to put in a lot more pressure and to lock up the front tires in GTEs, which completely changes your style because you then have to be a lot more tentative. GT3s, they do have the ABS, so you can really exploit that a little bit, brake really hard and then ease off the trail braking, but not so much in GTEs. You've just got to put a sharp amount of pressure, not too much, because otherwise the front wheels will go crying and you'll have a crater the size of the moon pretty much on your front tires, and you don't want that to happen naturally. So there's just this right mix, and doing it lap after lap after lap after lap requires a great degree of practice, and lots of consciousness, because it can so easily happen that you just normally are pedaling along, enjoying your stuff, and you just mash on the brake, looking at a braking point, just with the intent of going as deep as you possibly can, on the braking point that is. So yeah, it really takes a lot of adapting to in terms of driving a GTE car, and it's apparently far easier to make the switch from GT3s to LMP2s than it is to make it to GTEs, that is.
You said GT3 to LMP2, then GT3 to GTE?
Yes, confusing.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense just because of the driver aids. Ooh, a prototype says, let me get in there. Tobias Martinez says, flashing the headlights, I'm angry at you. It's the ultimate sign of disapproval. But, you know, sometimes you just got to make some moves. That's the William Esports Diago C. Pinto. Pretty aggressive driver as is. I believe he does some 2K World Cup action. Some Skip Barber. He is making his way through this crowd of drivers like it's slicing through butter around the outside. Oh, wow. Just made the move. That was one of the most efficient travels through traffic that we've seen all race. So we do have our second favorite Scotsman to be interviewed. Lorenzo, is that true?
Yeah, because our favorite Scot here, of course, Spies is Peter Mackay. So he was prior to Peter joining, he was our favorite guy. Now we're gonna drag him, Fraser Williamson from the Movano team. So Fraser, first and foremost, you didn't be in the car. That is good. You passed up to Dion Fialo. And how'd you guys feel about strategy so far? Because I know you guys are off cycle to the Coanda cars, but so far I think you guys are feeling good for now.
Good's one way to look at it. We're happy enough with where we are. We're considering where we were during the first stint. Be back in a battle for third without everybody crashing is quite remarkable. I don't think we've got anything for the top two Coanda cars, and we're just going to sit and chill where we are. But it's interesting to see what that the Coanda car's doing compared to what we thought, and different discussions that were had with tires.
Fair game. And we were talking about you being the endurance guy for this race. You are basically help our race, helping the boys out at Movano. I want to bring something that we were looking to someone to answer, and you're probably one of the best guys I probably know to answer this question. How do you focus to long run driving, especially under these kind of tricky? Oh, I have an incident with Team RSO at the exit of the oval. I'm sorry, I'll let you answer this one in a little bit, but Team RSO just stuck in the tire barrier right when actually Kova was going to be overlapped, overtaken by MSI. Let's look on the replay.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can see Nibuzik try to thread the needle, just broke himself way too hard and then got locked in the tire barrier. Luckily for him, I think it wasn't a major crash, but it managed to get the car, I think, stuck. And unfortunately, I think he took back to the pits. I don't know how much damage that might have been if he got stuck and just couldn't reverse it back. But again, now actually this is the perfect moment to talk about, because again, you are driving all race long. You've been the entrance guy for the team. How do you focus, especially to avoid mistakes like this that is so far into the run and can be race ending and be a catastrophe for your team?
You just get used to it with the more races you do. It's just once you sit down and start driving, you don't notice what time of day it is, how tired you actually are. You just sit there, you drive, you do your stints, you just carry on with life. It's almost as if you just turn autopilot on a machine and you just let your own body just take over to whatever it's doing. It's not to say that mistakes don't happen, because I know I certainly made some. During the last stint there, I made a mistake in traffic and almost just killed 2 cars' races because I forgot I was on old tyres. It's a very simple thing to do, but because this is a field-saving race, I think everyone's just trying to take it at 95% and just chilling for the most part and just hitting the numbers. It makes it easier when there's a focus.
And talking about fuel saving, do you think this will be a trend throughout the entire race, probably all the way down coming to the final 2 pits, or do you think it is something before that? You're probably going to see more frantic action, and then people just forget about saving fuel. Let's just go pedal to the metal and see how it will go to the end of the race.
I don't think it'll be a battle worth going flat out where not saving an extra lap of fuel is going to help you at pit stop. I think just now we're all looking at a fuel number to be able to get us to the end. Every team in LMP will figure it out from the start how many laps they need to do every stint. They'll be working it out to make sure that they're not running short for that final stop, so that final stop can be as efficient as possible to be in the best position if they end up in a battle. But that's always a big if in these races. We know how it can get in the next 12 and a half hours coming at that final hour, and there's nobody anywhere near you for 30 seconds front and back, and you're just kind of bringing the car home.
Fair game. I kind of see that point that you make right there. Even at the other split, I think there would be something that is probably done right now. I know my team was doing it.
There's got to be a reason why that Coanda 8 car is fuel saving more than everybody else and is going longer than everyone else. Coanda is bad. Coanda don't do things for the sake of doing it. There's reason.
Yeah.
And they've clearly figured out this is the amount of laps the race is going to be, this is what we need to be at the final stop, so that we don't need to splash and cut out a pit stop or 2 during the race. And let's be honest, it's clearly working.
Yeah, it's basically counting every ounce, every small milliliter of fuel that you can salvage from each lap. I know you're gonna be back in the car. I know Dion Fiorello is running the city, and you're gonna have to help him out a little bit. So I'll let you go, Fraser. But I believe you have a few shout-outs inside the Vivano team that you really want to do because they were helping you out quite a lot.
Pretty much everyone in the team's been amazing. Coming up between this and SEO, it's gone far better than expected. So big shout out to everyone involved with both of those series. It's been good fun. FBI.IT for helping us out as well. It's been good. iRacing for getting this on. I can imagine what they were under 13 hours ago, so fair play to them for getting it here. And obviously you guys are bringing us this beautiful broadcast. It's been full of much seriousness, and it's been straight to the point, no fun involved. That's been good. So yeah, I'll let you enjoy the next 13 hours and 30 minutes of your lives watching this probably uneventful race.
Yeah, unfortunately for us, we have about 1 hour and a half, a little bit less than an hour and a half in our stint. So the other boys will eventually come and fill that gap for us. But Fraser, once again, man, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I hope you guys do great once again. Grab that podium. Hey, maybe something else will come down the line. But thanks once again for joining us, man.
Cheers. I'll see you later.
See you later, man. Well, that was Fraser Williamson. If you guys didn't know, this is a little trivia. Fraser used to commentate a few events with us on RaceSpot. If you guys didn't know,
I did not know that.
That was a while ago, and as you can tell, my ability of speaking proper English has diminished since doing it. So this now becomes a real struggle where I need to really think to enunciate and to be, what's the correct words, to be understood by non-native speakers. It's a challenge.
Don't worry, for native speakers like myself, it's still a challenge.
That's not unusual.
I feel like you can go. You're dismissed. I feel like
go help Dion. He's probably needs some help, Fraser. Okay,
thanks so much, Fraser. You're dismissed like a teacher. I feel like non-native speakers, when they really try to learn a language, are better speakers of a language than the native speakers. Overall.
Yeah.
Guys, stop me or don't stop me. What?
What are you going to say?
I really want to go to the Daytona race next weekend.
Come on, just say something we don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. I looked. I know it's COVID time, and I would only be traveling solo with a mask. I follow protocols as much as possible. There's a pass actually happening on screen as Delta Sport leaves way for Sage Karam to go past him. That's for 7th position. Okay, but there are. So here's the potential plan. I'd show up Friday, okay? I'd go to Orlando, Florida. $40 to fly. I hope everybody knows in chat. I need your recommendations in chat if I should do this. $40 round trip. Beautiful. I need to rent a car. Which I know there's a young driver's fee, but I'd get that waived because I have AAA. That's like $100 for 4 days, which is quite expensive. But hotel, I found some like $30 in Orlando, which is an hour from Daytona. Like, oh my goodness.
Which led me surprised, by the way. I thought it would be an hour and a half drive.
I think certain spots could be, but nonetheless, and obviously tickets are like $100. It would work out to be $300 or so, besides food and anything I'd buy. But I'm also graduating in May. I've spent way too much money over the past few months that I shouldn't have had. I'm graduating in May. I'm not going to have many chances to just do that all the time, especially I'll be hopefully one day covering a bunch of big events. I don't know. Should I do it? We have, is it DI? How do you say to choose 91? My advice, do whatever makes you happiest, my guy. See, I love that answer. I love that answer. $40 plane? Come on, why are you even asking? Just go. I should. I really should. It's Spirit, which I you know what you're getting, but
I mean, the one thing you're probably gonna see at this year's Daytona might be the Corvette being the best car in the grid, because they actually set the best cars, the best laps at the Roar. But it's all right. COVID and everything, and I know the United States are like getting
Florida.
And Florida.
There's not as many people there.
As long as you take care of yourself and do things the proper way, which getting a ticket plane for $40 again, for me, it's questionable, though it is cheap.
I've done.
If you want to do it, do it.
Yeah. Apparently, from FCC or not FCC stuff. That's federal.
FAA.
FAA. Thank you. FAA like research or whatever. Maybe it wasn't the FAA, but being in a plane is actually fairly safe because of how it clears out most of the particles. You know, sciencey stuff.
Even better. Try to get yourself an inside. If you're going, get an inside parking lot. Get an infield parking lot. You can sleep at the car. That's what I did.
Wait, really?
I did. Yeah, that's what I did when I went in 2019.
You can actually sleep in the car.
Yeah, at Daytona. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to go. Oh, my mom was gonna be so mad. I told her I wasn't. Be mad at you? You want her to be?
It's Daytona. It's all right.
I feel like I need to do it just because I see. It's funny. So Jonathan Burke, again, another race spot commentator. he goes to Temple as well. I'm actually his boss when it comes to Temple Aisaki media stuff. Love that. I always try to convince him to do these things, like to come along with these crazy mental ideas that I have. And he actually came along to Bristol Motor Speedway, which definitely wasn't, the most comfortable spot because there were a lot of people who did not follow any, any COVID-19 information, and it was definitely uncomfortable at times. A lot of people didn't follow guidelines, but we made it out alive. Daytona I'd feel more comfortable with just because it's so open. Wow. Yes, it would be Spirit. It would be Spirit. I've done it. I've gone to Spirit before, to Houston. It's really down to how many times in a lifetime will you get to do this. That's a good point. Oh, man. See, you got to get me to do this when it's non-refundable and I'm in a mood like this.
Let me just bring you something. Before I was still watching this battle between Urana and SRC Squadra Corsa, which is for me, I think someone has something about Coenda.
Yeah, just very sorry to cut in there, but I couldn't help but notice that Veer's Coanda Simsport, the number 8 car, we were talking about Coanda Simsport eventually winning by a lap. Well, they are a lap ahead. Of course, it will change as strategy comes up because there's a gap in strategy that will change out eventually. But yes, currently, they are a lap ahead. Dylan, your predictions are coming true.
Yeah, but then again, it's what Fraser said. They need to save basically an extra lap of fuel like everybody else. That's why we were seeing 27 laps out of the car. That's why they're saving like crazy, because they are faced towards the air like everybody else. So, and still being fast, which for me is the most surprising, not surprising thing. They're doing 32.8, 33.8, 32.9, 33.9. You're much faster than me by a long shot.
You okay?
Sorry, I'm okay. They're nearly faster than me by a whole second. But anyway, let me bring you back to what I was saying. It's the same deal for me going to Sim Racing Expo and meeting the RaceSpot guys, because we go to Sim Racing Expo. I want to go. I intended to go this year. But unfortunately, as Mac comes into the pits for his pit service, and we're back with Massimo Carbogliani doing the following on Fabrice Cornelis, it's like that. If you really want, I really want to go. I probably don't have the money, but I have everything programmed that I'm probably gonna go someday and meet the RaceSpot guys and some of my friends. It's either this or going Le Mans, because I'm gonna have to go eventually to Europe, because I have a friend that is actually gonna have a marriage, so eventually I'm gonna do one of those things. It's Sim Racing Expo or Le Mans, so do what you feel like doing.
So I'm looking right now, and car camping is unfortunately no longer allowed. As by the way, the race leader is heading into the pits. Yes, there is still a race happening right now. Yeah, it looks like car camping is not allowed, obviously, for this year, which makes sense. The campground shower facilities will be closed. Completely understandable. Is that what you did, car camping?
Yeah, I didn't get my car. My car was outside, but Alvin's car was on the inside parking. I couldn't get the inside parking because it was already sold out. So I stayed at the. I'd stayed out, and I just slept on Alvin's car, but it's an interesting thing. And
yeah, these are mostly the RV camping that you'd need for that. So I'd still need to purchase a hotel. The ones on fun. You always scare me with those.
Sorry, I think there is a good chance that Coenda, Matt Packham, might have got a 40-second stop and hold.
Wait, who?
The race leader.
Oh no!
That's what I'm reading the chat, and I actually got on slow-mo. He joined the pit lane with about 110 kilometers per hour and went for lockups in the brakes.
Oh boy!
So there is a slight chance if he didn't decelerate the car in time, he might have gotten that slowdown, that penalty out of the pit lane.
No, well, he's still staying out. Even if he did, what, it would be a 40-second hold.
It's whenever you cut it really close, it was that close.
Right. And then you kind of slow down in that sector to not get it.
Yeah. Because there you have basically a second or two, as now we're gonna look on the replay. Take a look at this. You see the car decelerating fifth, fourth, third, second.
Oh!
Then he has to go for a big slide.
You slow down a lot more once you get in there. Because isn't it calculated by like the timing and the sectors of the pit lane? Like you just speed up to like, I don't know, let's just take a NASCAR.
You can speed up by 1 kilometer, but stay within a certain thread of that kilometer until it tells you to slow down. Whenever it tells you to slow down, you have about 1 or 2 seconds for you to slow down the car. Otherwise, you get that 40-second stop and hold. The same thing comes for whenever you slow down way too hard in the brakes, and you might get deceleration.
He's 56 seconds in front of the 18 right now. Backham doesn't have much to worry about with Warren, and Warren has to go into the pits no matter what. I mean, like, they have a mulligan if they need to use it.
No, it's just a case of eliminating unnecessary risks and being endurance racing as it is. Now, I'm knocking on wood. Not my wood. I made that mistake in a Neo 24-hour broadcast, but I said knocking on my wood. I'm not going to do it intentionally, at least.
Oh, goodness.
But, okay, I'm knocking on wood as I say this, but there are lots of things that can go wrong. Now, I hope that they don't, desperately, because we as Quanta Sim Sport have done such an excellent job. But while we may not have engine failures or pistons breaking or perhaps a suspension saying, bye-bye, I'm done for my shift, get a new one, sissy, or whatever it may be, we can have internet issues. We can have, say, incidents like this one, just speeding in the pit lane or something like that. So even though everything might be all sealed and delivered, at least from the looks of things, they can't let their guard down. There's still 12 hours left to go. You can only ask Toyota about that 2016 Le Mans, about what happens when even 4 minutes left in the race and then one of your hybrid systems fail. So it's really still not done yet. But Quad have to maintain composure. But being professionals, being in the game of sim racing for so long, I'm sure they know exactly how to do that.
Yeah. I do wonder what some of the damage that could be simulated with hybrid technology. Can that be?
We do have hybrid cars on iRacing, right? We have the
well, I'm asking, like, can hybrid issues be simulated throughout?
At Drew Adamson, please let us know, sir.
Please let us know. All right. So, guys, can you believe we're just an hour and 12 minutes from ending this 6-hour stint? And like, we've had some of you guys watching have been watching pretty much the entire time. We truly appreciate all of the support once again. To let you know who's talking. My name is Dylan Coyle, Somil Aurora, and Lorenzo Banter. Justin Prince was with us for the first hour and a half of our stint. Hugo Luis was with us for 10 minutes.
Yes.
8 minutes for free. If anyone donates anything in the next 5 minutes, I will Photoshop Hugo's head onto a Race Spot custom-made calendar front page. I am not kidding. Hugo, I am not kidding.
We've got a good question in the chat around here, and I think it's going to be a very intriguing one to answer. Well, firstly, timing is on timing 71. Other splits, of course, we can't view the timing unless you are inside the split, and that would only happen if you're competing. So that, I'm afraid, we can't give more information on. But timing71.org, that's where you can go and follow each of your teams and drivers. But a good question that's come up on the chat is about how you actually switch over the driver. So that's just another nerd. I'm
Great
pretty
question.
Sure you're not another nerd, but I've not played iRacing. How does driver swap work over network? Are there problems with bad handovers, that is? But
Bad
hangovers
hangovers.
can happen. They can happen for a team like Commander Sims for a AAA or BMW Bank if they win, and then of course celebrate far too much. But coming to the point, what happens is you have drivers registering in a session, right? That's one entry. So you register together as a team, and then once you bring the car in, you have an option of changing the driver. So you press the button, another driver is waiting in the session for you. They come in, log on 5-7 odd minutes earlier, and then quickly they shift through. That's the entry done because you're registered with the drivers. Say for instance, if it's Dylan, Lorenzo, and myself as a part of the team, and if Dylan is driving, all of us will have our names registered in the session early on. Then the session will wait for either one of us to come in, and then once it does, once we agree that okay, we are going to do a driver swap, that's when it changes. That's how it happens eventually. There can be issues. There can be issues of people missing their call time, sleeping far too much, or not waking up by the alarm, but usually the system has been worked out and chalked out for so many years that it's been perfected. We don't really see many issues with that these days.
I love how much insight, Samil, you can give. With being involved in racing of all sorts at such a young age, 17. That's quite incredible. We have a lot of young guns in the RaceSpot crew. I think the youngest of them are Tyler Maxon.
Yes.
Legendary producer. He is 16, and he is racing in the IMSA Pilot Challenge. Not the Prototype Challenge.
Yeah.
The Pilot Challenge. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And the best part about Tyler, Hyundai Motorsport never put out a PR release of any sort. And the Hyundai brand, that is. But for any motorsport event, they did not ever put out a press release. But when Tyler won, and he won with such convincing fashion, even after missing a couple of rounds, they did put out a press release about him.
Yeah, he is the crazy thing is communication can be very difficult for anybody, but if you have a certain swagger, a certain charismatic charm, at any age you get a lot of things done in life. It's unfair sometimes when you look at some charismatic people. I don't know, Lorenzo, what do you think? Am I charismatic enough to convince Hugo over?
Well, I've been dealing with you for like 5 years right now.
A little too long.
Not too long, like just half a decade. So I think,
that's insane.
That's insane, though.
Wait, half a decade, and that's so accurate.
So I've been dealing with you for half a decade, so it's kind of accurate and kind of surprising that see, and I'm jokes aside, you have the charisma.
Oh, why thank you. Just pump me up a little bit more, why don't you? I didn't bait you into saying that. Not at all.
I'm a humble guy.
You are extremely humble, and that's funny because usually when somebody says that they're humble, they're not. You're extremely humble. You're a very humble person, Lorenzo. We're just giving all these types of kindness and compliments. I mean, we nearly made Hugo cry earlier. That's what we love to do, make our boss cry. We love making Hugo cry. Has he ever cried? Everyone cries. Everyone could use a good cry sometimes. I'll cry if I don't go to Daytona. Yeah.
Only Finns don't cry. So.
What?
Well, Finns don't cry, I think.
Finns cry. I know. They don't look like they cry. You know what? I think this conversation could do with a little less talk and a little more fan immersion. What do you think?
That's a good thing.
Let's go for a 911 RSR, please. I love the sound of it.
All right. Well, Samil says, and Samil gets what he wants.
Hey.
Bo Albert. Looks like we're going to be on board with him then, potentially. Yes, here we go. Look at that illuminated blue. All right, guys. We'll be back for, I believe, the final hour of our 6-hour stint here. 24 hours of Daytona, just past midnight Eastern Standard Time, closing in at 3 a.m. sim time. We'll be right back. welcome back to the 24 Hours of Daytona on RaceSpotTV. We're closing in on the halfway mark. I'm Dylan Coyle, Samil Aurora, Lorenzo Banter, Hugo Luis in the production studio. And the reason we're laughing is actually because Hugo cannot hear us when we're in break. He has us on mute. So if we wanted to talk to him, we'd have to message him. All 3 breaks, I have tried saying, Hugo, we're ready to go back on whenever you are. I always mess up and don't message him. And they just laughed because they thought I was actually doing that to make a joke because I would have learned my lesson. The funny thing is, when do I learn my lesson?
That is a good question.
That's a good question. Let's do a rundown of the order for every class. I think that's a good place to start this 1 hour countdown before the halfway mark. Close to 3 a.m. All right. Leader, VRS Coanda Simsport. VRS Coanda Simsport. The 8 and 18. 1-2, pretty much the entirety of the race. And if things go the way they're going, there will be only 1 car in the lead lap, and that will be the 8 car. That's unbelievable. We've had some good action, though, throughout, as you're watching from the GT3 class. What we're seeing here, though, the P2 category, with drivers driving the base car of the Cadillac DPI, otherwise the Dallara P217. Movano Sim Racing, the 5 car, currently in 3rd. Team Redline Purple, Williams Esports. Team Redline Ice Blue, and VRS Coanda Simsport. All trying to get into a spot where they can find that podium. All of them are on 1 lap down. Delta Sport, racing for a great cause, fighting cancer. I believe you said childhood cancer, correct, Sumil?
Yes.
It's a beautiful cause. VRS Satellite Racing Red, Yas Heat Richard Meal. Arwheat G Esports 8, driving the 169 car. Energy Sim Sport 77. A lot of cars are 2 laps down. We have 2 cars 3 laps down, 1 10 laps
Which
down.
car is that?
What?
I was gonna say, Liebert's car is looking really weird.
Oh no. Liebert has had a huge issue. His steering is completely off.
Oh boy.
Well, we said he was 2 laps down. He's going to go a lot more laps down here. Let's watch. This is in the infield section. At the kink, car gets a little unbalanced, but he's fine here. Still okay. Heading back onto the speedway section.
Oh.
Oh, no. That's a blind corner.
The problem is not the blind corner. The problem is that he reversed.
This is a great review. Did he reverse?
Yeah, he did reverse.
Oh, no.
No. I don't...
No.
How... oh, and then he got involved. Let's see Asher's point of view there. Because... Oh, that rear wing. Oh, man. Oh. Got to look at your relative timing there, and then he backs up and hits him.
The only thing that can come to mind in this case, in both incidents, firstly, Asher getting on the grass, very unusual. Martin Asher, an excellent driver.
And then reverses here. Well, that one wasn't as bad, but that is not a good look for either of them. I mean, you understand the urgency, right, to get back on the gas, to get going, but that's going to be a huge incident, putting Arwheat G Esports into pit road for a very long time.
Yeah, and the second car that got involved actually hit the Arwheat G team was the AAA green GT3 car. You can see the bonnet and the front splitter of the number 26 car is all bent. I know there's a certain point. Yeah, so awful. There's a certain point you really want to try to be fast and effective and try to get yourself out of the way. But if I'm Martin Asher over there, as David Jimenez comes into the pit lane, I think that is going to be a program pit stop. He was 30 laps in. The natural thing you really want to do there is reverse the car.
Yep. Just keep the car steady, keep it still, don't move. The worst thing you can be is unpredictable. And that goes for trying to make moves through traffic as well. The worst thing you can be is unpredictable. And when you're unpredictable, you're just a wild card, and no one knows exactly what to do with you. That's so unfortunate. I feel very bad for the drivers involved there.
You've used the perfect word, then. Unpredictable. I think you've seriously nailed it with your word selection in that case, because it's a word that's used so frequently by race directors across championships, whether it is SEO, whether it is NEO, IVRA, whatever top-level iRacing endurance league it may be. The race control will always come on in the driver's briefing and just say one thing, guys. It's not as if there's a 40-minute long briefing on, okay, if someone moves left, you can then move right or XYZ. They just say, don't be unpredictable. Don't be unpredictable. And it still so happens that naturally racing being racing. Exactly, it's rule number one. But racing being racing, sometimes you've just got the urge of getting back on the track so quickly, just to avoid losing out on so much time in the process of an accident, that you end up being unpredictable. It's just common human psychology, I suppose.
You know, they say if you're a slower car, just stay on the racing line. But that's not always the case, right? If you're liking to take a certain way that is off the racing line, keep that way, especially if a car's been watching you for a while, because that's how they're going to base it off you. Just be predictable. That's it. That's really all that matters. We're looking at the GTE field, which we did not do. 5 cars out, 11 remaining. 7 are all on the lap, same lap as the leader, and we do have a battle brewing soon, I think, for position number 1 with AAA Esports White and MSI Esports Red. Other than that, there's not too many endeavors that are currently happening as we go picture in picture.
P3. I'm gonna say there's P3 battle between Fordzilla and Benaval Red. Gap between Braden Eves and Luke Brownie, it's slightly under 0.6 of a second, and they're both reaching their tail end of the stint. So there could be a possibility of either one of them playing a little bit more aggressive and try to go into the pit lane with the advantage on the standings.
Let's take a look at the GT3 GT Daytona field, which has been remarkably quick. Well, I wouldn't say quick, but remarkably close all throughout. Hey, look at that. Veneval Sim Racing Blue. I believe that's the pit timer, I think, because that says 0.000 in 7th place. Okay, it's bugging out. Leader. It's pretty easily Team BMW Bank. They've been up front for pretty much the entirety of our stint. But there are some close battles for position number 3. I believe that is the one we're watching on screen right now, as well as position number 5. There were 19 drivers here, 4 are out. Pretty good battling, you know, pretty good attrition rate. I would say halfway through this, and you'd expect that because this is the top split of everyone. The best drivers that iRacing has to offer in road racing are all in here, but you still sometimes wonder if there's going to be a poor attrition rate, right? You're going to have a lot of drivers exiting the race due to their own issues, right? So thankfully there wasn't any of that, as we see a move potentially here. Turn 1, a prototype is in the background.
That's an overlap, though.
That is. That's Team BMW Bank in the 7-car prototype going down the inside. See, I don't like this. You've got... Sorry, I was going to say money in the bank. You've got so much speed and time.
Cash it in.
Yes, cash it in. Cash in that time. Just be patient. You know, don't worry too much about, oh, look at that, sliding in front. Sometimes don't play with your food, though, you know?
It's a good battle, this one, because it represents 2 different philosophies in terms of driving. The M4, very stable, very, let's say, down on power in relation to the BMW Z4. Top speed, my apologies, that is. And a car that's known to be not overpowered in any department, but just very secure everywhere. One that can benefit at a track like Daytona, where you have a good mixture. But the Lamborghini, on the other hand, it's a sister of the Audi. It's a sister of the most unpredictable GT3 car on the iRacing service. It is, of course, a lot more predictable in relation, but again, mid-engine car, putting more pressure on the rear tires and everything. And V10s again. It's just such an epic battle, and that's what I love to see about sports car racing, right? It's different design philosophies, different countries coming to race against each other, different approaches, different driving styles. And with BOP, yes, some people say BOP is communism. We can discuss that in depth later on, but it is necessary.
Oh my goodness.
BUP's communism?
Wait, before we get there, can we please go back to BMW Bank? Because if we can go back to turn 1, this lap.
Coming off the bank?
No. Stop it. Go back a little further, if you can. That prototype goes down below the yellow line, the NASCAR yellow line, onto the apron. Yeah. Check this out. Max Esterson is giving that BMW bank car all he can have. Niels Coke. It's Coke. Coke. Watch this.
Oh boy, that is... Oh my goodness.
And still, he cannot make the move. And, ready for this? Anger! That's gutsy.
That P2 just came in and said, "Move aside, peasant."
Oh my goodness, that's just...
That is just disrespectful.
In the best of ways. Again, Team BMW Bank does not have to really worry about too much with timing, but you don't want to get caught up in an incident. And tell you what, Esterson is not playing very nicely right now. Which again, you don't really have to necessarily. I believe that's in the regulations for this, right? You don't have to move over for a lapped car.
No, all right. This is the one thing. It isn't like F1. In multi-class racing, the blue flag is suggestive. Of course, then you apply the golden rule of racing. If you're the back marker, just keep your line and eventually give room to the faster car or the car ahead of you, overlap you, overtake you. So, in this instance, I understand why Max Esterson want to go as fast as possible. I think he's feeling comfortable, but the setup and doesn't want to let Niels Koch get in closely. But Niels, again, on the draft there, just came out of the bus stop. I can see now mainly Niels coming for that move, but he's on 30 laps, so he's due to the pit lane anytime, so maybe this lap.
Yeah, pit strategies have been weird. Weird and varied, and it's not like every driver is on the same strategy.
Exactly.
I mean, for the prototypes, I've seen it, around every 40 minutes or so. Not saying laps, but maybe 26 laps, 25 laps, every 40 or so minutes, they're going in to pit. Would you say that's fairly accurate?
On the prototypes, you mean?
Yes.
Prototypes last around 30 minutes.
Yeah, 35 usually.
35 is average, 38 if you save one, maybe 2 extra laps of fuel.
They really chew up so much fuel. Seriously.
Complete side note, I'm not going to spoil it. Oh!
I heard a crash.
Yeah, you want to know who that was? Guess who's a little angry right now and giving a little bit of a bump?
Oh no.
Yeah. Team BMW Bank. who? It's I should have been specific. Team BMW Bank.
Again.
Oh, again.
Again.
Oh
my
man,
goodness me.
do not. You're literally.
Oh,
This
Max, don't do it.
He's thinking about it.
He
not
thought
gonna
about
make
it.
He
Thought
might make a
about
move.
Oh, that's a beautiful car, the BMW Bank. I mean, we've seen it on screen before, but
Oh,
goodness.
he's going back in the. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no! Don't do this.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
This is ridiculous.
I was having flashes of Helio Castroneves in my head from last year's Daytona
Yeah.
24 Hours.
Oh no! Now we have more company. This isn't over. I've got to be honest. I haven't seen anything Max Esterson has done wrong except fight for to stay on the lap he's on. I don't see any problem with it.
Oh, he's gonna go for it.
Well, I would. I'm frustrated with the fact that this guy, just because he's on the lead, I wouldn't be happy with it. He's trying to take it around the outside or maybe go with the switchback right here. Oh, we have some drama. We love drama here. But now that he's behind, it's oh no! Oh, he thought about it. He was really far back. That's only going to hurt him. Wow. This is called drama. And riding
Who's
on board.
driving? Who's his teammate right now? It's Max and White and Dominic Ferraris.
Listen, I gotta say, Niels Koch has it coming to him. If Esterson comes back, can't blame him.
Yeah,
Can't blame him. That's just that was just dirty racing. I'm sorry. I'm not one to spare my words. That was not clean. It was good hard defending. Just because position number one is when you're lapping someone, sure it's suggested. Doesn't mean it's yours to get. This is going to be interesting coming down into turn one again because I think, oh yeah, big run right here. Big run for Esterson. I think they're going to be side by side.
I think he's going to use the Altus car.
That's a smart idea. Yeah. Oh no.
There you go.
Oh, he's getting closer.
He's setting himself up.
Yep.
I knew it. But then
He's
again,
going into
Niels
the
has to come
pits.
to the pits.
He's going into the pits. Oh,
Safe.
how frustrating must that be for Esterson wanting to get him back?
Man.
That was just not fair from Coke. Not at all. What do you guys think?
I see a point where you're trying to make the overlap. You're the lead, and you want to make the overlap and things like that. And you're already riding so much this guy's back bumper for so much that you want to overlap him. He's a slower car. He eventually is gonna have to yield the position and overlap you. But there's a certain risk that you really don't want to take. It's weird. Why would you draft a guy and basically bump him out, especially at the exit of the infield, going to the oval where you're halfway through the apex and you bump him.
No,
that's if that is an official
leaves a sour
race,
taste. Leaves a
that's
sour taste in
reportable.
my mouth.
Exactly.
That's reportable.
Well, this is an official race, like you said.
Yep. No, which reminds me of a very fun thing. We had someone asking a question very early on about live stewarding, and what if we had live stewarding here? Now, the reason why we don't, quite clearly, is because it's a registered event, right? It's an official one where you come in, you register, all of a sudden you're assigned a split, off you go racing. And there are 44 splits, right? You can't have live stewarding for each of them, and quite frankly, you don't even know which team is going to be in which split. Yes, you can predict, but it's always down to the last moment to understand that. As we see the red line car getting ever so closer. But someone mentioned, and it happened to be one of my good friends from the local karting track here in Mumbai. He said, what if we had live stewarding for the lower splits? What if?
Who would still be racing?
I mean, for them...
What difference does it make?
I mean, yeah, it's just like dying. It just depends on whether you want to get shot or you want to get hanged or something like that. Because at the
My
end of
goodness.
Well, let's.
Someone's gonna
let's-
take you
let's
out.
all we can say is that we can have a talk with Sayandra. You know, see, you know the segue I done, huh?
That was an awful segue. You know,
I know it was awful.
It would have been a nice segue to say, say, would you like to sigh some words to Andrew?
I know somewhere right now, David Haynes is just looking us up.
David's doing. I might just stay up and come back in because I think there's only one. So is it Peter McKay and David Haynes doing the next 6 hours?
Yes.
No,
No. Peter's doing the last 6.
Peter did the last 6. It is David and Chaz Draycott.
Oh, okay. I might just I might screw around and come back in at one point.
Good luck.
I might. Oh, we have
Because
a.
why not?
But let's bring
We had a tweet.
Sayandra, I think.
What was the tweet? What was the tweet?
Oh,
I missed it.
oh boy.
What?
Never mind.
this-
No.
What?
Just
What?
let's bring Sayandra to the conversation.
Is this what? Oh boy! Watch this, guys.
Cone kill, firstly. Then their front bumper.
Ooh.
So, who's getting protested? Someone's getting protested, and you know who it's going to be.
Hmm.
What in the world? My only thought is that I have no thought. What? What in the world?
Which was that a? I was gonna say, is that a? Which car got? Which GTE car got in contact with the RVG on the apron? I think that was that Kova? Or, because that was a BMW anyway.
That was. I have no idea what that was. Truly, that was ridiculous. Wow. Before we do talk to Sayandra, I do want to go over a question that was asked in the chat, or actually, you know what, we'll answer it afterwards. As Samil, you already said in the chat, I didn't even see it. See your response. We'll go to this question afterwards. But Lorenzo, Sayandra, would you like to have the honor?
Let's bring the driver from the VRS satellite, Sayandra. So Sai, first and foremost, welcome to the booth, and you guys, very quiet race so far. You guys had a few moves up and down, and just sitting around the top 10. And for a team, you guys are very experienced in LMP2. Are you guys satisfied with what you have so far, or you guys still clinging? We want that top 10.
Oh, we absolutely want that top 10. Right now, I've just finished my second triple stint in the car after my first that opened the race. So I'm still trying to get my mind around where the strategy is right now because I slept between the 2 stints. So I'm going to stay up and try to get the team forward. We were anywhere between, say, 9th and 13th right now between pit stops. So still trying to untangle that. I know a lot of teams are running 24 lap stints. A lot of teams are running 23. Some even run 25. I don't know how they're doing that. But it's very complicated, and I don't know where we're going to end up, but we want that top 10.
Yeah, because I was reading in the chat, you still don't know where you are in the cycle. Did you guys?
Don't worry, we're asleep during the stints.
So, Sai, I really want to ask about the cycles itself because you still don't know where you are. Did you guys have to switch the pit cycles for you, and you're still trying to figure out where you guys are, or you guys still following the Plan A game plan?
As you know, most plans don't survive the race, so we are on a separate plan than what we started out with. But I think we've gotten in a good place. We're happy with our strategy at the moment. We think it's faster than what some other people are doing, but in the end, we don't know until the last hour or so. So it's a bit of crossed fingers and hope that our math was right. But you know, math can be tricky, and to insert the bird meme.
Fair game. Sir, the Birmingham, that's a good one. In going now into the driver's side, because you have Alex Gal. Alex has been with the team for quite a while now, but Dallas, if I recall, Dallas is probably a new acquisition from you guys. I know Dallas drives back and forth LMPs and open wheelers, even ovals. So, was Dallas a new acquisition? And if so, how much experience does a guy that is both experienced on oval side and roadside bring to the team?
Yeah, Dallas isn't a recent acquisition, I would say, but this is the first time we've had him in sort of the top split car per se. So this is kind of this is the team's debut in top split, but for certain it's his first time at this level. Same thing for Alex Gal to a certain extent, but the main thing is he can drive anything. Give the guy any setup, any car, and he can drive it, and that's his specialty. And he built an amazing baseline setup because I was tied up with the Sports Car Open the week before the Daytona 24, so I didn't have that much time to build the Daytona setup, and Dallas did an amazing job coming in, and you know how complicated oval setups are, so this must have felt like a piece of cake for him. So he got a good baseline. I came and made a few tweaks, and here's our setup for this race, and I'd say it's pretty quick. I think we're top 10, top 5 fastest car on track right now, I think.
Yeah, and before we let you give the shout outs, we were asking this to Fraser Williamson, and I think I'll extend the question to you because you are one of the most experienced guys also that races, LMP1, LMP2, so you know how to race endurance events. We saw that on SEO, you said it yourself. So as an endurance driver, how do you get away with the long runs? How do you focus through the long runs, multiple stints, and deal with the mental and physical aspects of endurance racing?
I'll tell you this, compared to LMP1, I could switch off my brain in the Dallara. You don't have to worry about boost numbers, you don't have to worry about fuel numbers as much. It's a lot less cerebral to be driving the Dallara. It's much more sort of instinctual. That being said, I do need to invest in a sweatband because I am sitting, well, not necessarily in a puddle, but it feels like it sometimes.
Fair game, but no ventilators. You got no fans or anything of the nature, I believe.
Unfortunately, no. My PC acts like a space heater, and it is right next to my right next to my rig. So I basically have a heater blowing on me, which is not optimal. I have the window open, but it doesn't really help much.
Fair game.
Nice.
Well, Ty, it's always a pleasure to talk with you. One of the most knowledgeable guys in LMPs and prototypes at all, and even endurance racing. Is anybody you want to give shout outs from the Vera Satellite Racing or anybody else watching?
Well, obviously, Dallas and Alex were being awesome teammates and getting us this far into the race with basically no issues. Big shout out to Alex Ellis, Jason DeVries, Adam Crane, and all those guys in the other cars that didn't make it to top split, because they did hours of testing on this setup, and I think it wouldn't be as fast of it if they hadn't helped. And as always, a huge shout out to James Shepard for painting our cars, which unfortunately you can't see, which is my fault, but we'll promise we'll have it ready for Sebring.
Happens. But again, Sai, always a pleasure. Hope you guys have maybe cleaned the top 10. We'll see. It's a long race to go, but as always, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Well, back to you, Dylan.
I love what Sai said about what it's like driving in the P2 car, the Dallara P217 car. He said it's not extremely cerebral. It's more instinctual. I love that. I love that kind of insight. Where that means the car is easy to react to, and that also comes down to setup, right? A lot of it comes down to setup, and the baseline of the car. So, really good advice, I guess, for when we think about what's going on here. What you're watching right now is one of the only battles on track, literally. It's the only battle I last saw that was within 1 second of each other. And this is for position number 6 between Felix Luding and Ludding in the SimRC Carbon car, and Fabrice Cornelis in the Urano Esports HKM vehicle. Both of them in the GT Daytona split. Both of them driving BMWs. Looks like Ludig, if it's just the camo on the back, might have some damage in the rear. I'm not sure, actually. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Let's watch a little bit. Not fan immersion, obviously, but I do want to have this kind of a shot of this to see what it's like. A prototype is flying by on the right. Look at that speed difference. That's
exactly.
Unbelievable.
That's
scary.
With the 40 horsepower cut down.
That's unbelievable.
Let me tell you guys something. You know how much decrease you had in top speed if you were under the draft.
Top speed without draft.
Prior to the VOP, you could top around 336, 330, around 334, 336, depending how you get out of the bus stop.
That's around 210 miles per hour?
Yeah, 210. Over here, you top it around 203. You just lose 7 miles per hour. It's ridiculous.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, I think this is a perfect time for some questions that we haven't answered. Shamil, I know you saw it also in the chat. And Lorenzo, actually, you say, Carl Motif, what happened to Delta Sport?
Nah, he's back in the car. David Holland was in the car, so
okay.
He's on his lap. So just the driver's swap.
Okay. Shamil, what was the question that you saw? Is it the hardest corner on any track? Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is. There's that, and we've got a couple on Twitter as well. But let's tag this one first.
Yes.
In your opinions, out of all the circuits, whether in iRacing or IRL, what would you say is the hardest corner?
Oh, okay. Sorry. In front, yeah, see the flashing lights? That's because went down to the apron to try and make that pass. He's not happy about that in the lower class. Well, people getting impatient.
So the bus stop can be counted as one of those corners when you have traffic happening around there. But when it doesn't happen, I think it's a really good question. Carousel is one that's very tricky in terms of your approach. It's tough, for sure. It's not treacherous.
Nope.
Because the worst that can happen is you can just have a damaged side bumper or something like that. Nothing too serious. But the toughest in terms of skill level has to be something on the Nürburgring. Can't be anywhere else.
Let's exclude the Nürburgring.
See, now that's a different question altogether.
Yeah, let's exclude that because that track as a whole is just ridiculous. Oh goodness.
I have two corners on the top of my mind. I have a third one. I haven't. I'm trying to remember. The first one is the Turkey's 6 apex.
4 apex, yeah, the turn 8.
4 apex, I have a turn 8, I think. The 4 apex turn. It's make it or break it.
It's so enjoyable if you get it right.
In one corner that is so easy for you to gain time or lose time, it is spoon curve.
Spoon curve, seriously, I agree. Spoon curve is just so hard. You want to take it as 2 different corners, but it's just so easy to overcommit because there's no camber. You can't quite keep it on towards the left. It's so easy to outbrake yourself and completely go wide. I agree. Spoon curve is such a hard corner.
Spoon curve, where exactly it's... Oh, yep.
Suzuka.
Yep. No, I had to look up what corner that was. That is,
and the S
that
is
corner.
I remember the third one. S is at Coda.
Yeah, really hard.
I don't think they're that hard.
Just spotting your apexes is very hard over there.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Samil, you said Bravery.
Bravery Corner, Nürburgring. Seriously, Bravery Corner is in the sim. It's all right. But just looking at the footage and the onboards, it just feels, oh my god, he's gonna crash. But then they don't. It's incredible to see the kind of speeds that they carry there, and that's what it is. It's in German it's called Mute Curve, which is Bravery Corner, and it really is a test of your bravery. But apart from that, it's a slower corner that I have in mind. It's not a treacherous or a dangerous corner, but very difficult in terms of skill level. and how much time you can win or lose there. It's turn number 3 at the Bud International Circuit. Now, normally, I hate the BIC. It's very boring, it's very dull. It's a Tilke circuit, and it's located in the middle of nowhere, so you can't even reach it.
Hence why Formula One moved away from it.
Absolutely, and plus dodgy tax issues, which we shall expand upon later on. Just Indian government. But that corner, it's an uphill left-hander with no strict braking marker into an uphill right-hander. It's a very confusing corner. You're going uphill. It's like turn number 1 at Austin, but instead there is no descent. You're just going up, and you can't really spot your turn-in marker and your braking or your apex marker at all. It is just an incredibly challenging corner, made tougher by the fact that you're coming in at slow speeds, not 200 or 300 miles per hour, so it's not an easy braking zone.
You see, I need to. It's hard for me to just pick a corner out of thin air. I need to be like looking at a list of tracks and thinking about each track individually. So I am forming an answer. I'm just thinking.
I have like 2 more curves. First one is at Interlagos, the uphill right-hander. We call it an
Oh yes. Very hard.
And by the way, Suma, if I recall correctly, is Mutkurva.
Mutkurva. Okay, Mutkurva.
Oh, I've got one. At Laguna Seca, the kink, the left-hand kink, before you go uphill to the turn screw.
I've seen
the
so
corkscrew.
many memes on Reddit. It's not the corkscrew that kills you, it's the left-hander before.
It is. It totally is. It's awful. It is so bad. It's not even funny. My goodness, that I mean, that's it, you. If you hit the inside of it, the inside sausage curb, you're gone. You're gone. Oh my goodness. Other corners. Oh goodness. I hate the chicane in Barcelona.
Yes, I agree.
Hate it. Hate that chicane. Now I'm just looking at all the tracks on iRacing.
I should nuke that chicane, to be very honest.
It's awful. I despise that chicane. I'm not a big fan of Indianapolis, the road course. That very slow after the backstretch. You brake left, you brake right,
sucks.
and then that slow speed left-hander.
So bad.
This is a fast speed left-hander where we're actually going to see a look at a pass, but not an actual pass happen. What else?
I agree. That's such a bad corner, Dylan.
Hate
That's
it.
such
Hate
a bad
it.
corner.
Yeah. It's. Oh, I despise it. I despise it with every fiber of my being. Oh, another one. The transition at Watkins Glen from the boot back onto the main circuit. Uphill.
Yeah, the exit off it is really bad.
Jumps up, or there's like no transition. Oh, a little wiggle in front.
It's because the car. The tricky thing about the exit of the boot, the transition, is that the car is light. So you need to dose your foot out of the gas, on the gas appropriately, so that it doesn't overspin the car. So it is a tricky corner, but I don't think it is that bad, to be very honest.
Suzuka, the kink. Once you're done going through the S's, you jump up.
Degner.
Yeah, the kink to the
Oh,
right.
really?
Hate it, especially if you're driving like a USF 2000 or Indy Pro 2000, because if you get up on the curbs, it's so high that you lose steering. Hate that. I hate it so much.
I have a funny story from there. I'm not quite sure if it fits the context of the broadcast, but
Please go ahead.
I was once having a Formula 3 broadcast over there in a privately run league, and what happened was they decided to have 2 races, right? One normal one and a reverse grid one. Difference being, the reverse grid race was run in the early day, right? And that was in the Japanese summer. Whereas the first race was run night and the evening. So the evening race is all fine, you're able to have grip and everything. And then we only had a 2-minute warm-up before we got to the reverse grid race. And of course, because we were broadcasting over it, we didn't quite notice what was happening. First time we're there at the Degners, 6 cars spin out. I said, okay, must be lap number 1, second time 4 cars, third time 5 cars, and eventually the entire grid has spun out the technicos because they just have no idea of how to manage the tires, because iRacing has got a new tire model for the car, temperatures are 10 degrees higher than they were before, and just Degno being a very tricky corner. Plus,
I have one more corner. I lied. It's all of VIR. VIR.
Yeah.
does it include the corner that starts with the B word? The
Let's not say it. I mean, it's weird during a broadcast. Anyway,
That's
we do have
three-way battle right now.
we do with Team Fordzilla. Luke Browning is in the Ford BMW. We saw for a while Alex Palou was in it. No longer the case, and he seems to be losing a ton of momentum out of the bus stop. Might be some easy pickings here for Fabrice Cornelis. The question is, will it be... I don't know. Please don't do it. Don't.
They're going.
Okay, so this is going to be a disaster, potentially. Into one.
No. It's
They're
okay.
smart. They're smart. Oh, they're smart. Be smart. Okay. It looked like he was having a little bit of trouble trailing on the brakes.
Yeah.
My goodness. Yeah. Oh. I hate... I saw someone in the chat also talk about Barber. How the uphill left-right. I like Barber, but I know exactly what you're... Or it's downwards left-right. I like that portion. What I hate is the second fast chicane where you go left-right, where it's blind. You're going uphill and you have to make a right. It's blind, so you can't really see. You can't judge it perfectly. I hate corners where you have a fast kink and it's a blind uphill bend. Hate that. VIR. I hate Virginia International Raceway. Oh man.
All right, just in changing subjects. Really,
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my god!
wow.
Oh no! I don't like what I've just seen, guys. But people are unhappy with what they're seeing. There's flashing. That's from a GTE trying to get by a
Max
GT3.
Benecke?
And is it Benecke? Because he has a
That's
very
Benecke.
he has a very judicious use of the flashers.
Yeah, not like Gianni Vecchio when I think in an SCO race, what I think was Nürburgring 24.
He's still flashing the lights, and so is Cornelis. I forget exactly what race it was. It was about was it a month ago or something? It was at Sebring. You guys are gonna remember. I think was it Sports Car Open SCO? It was at Sebring. I think it was SCO. It was the first race of this new season, and Benecke wrecked out in the first few laps.
Yep.
He's not had the most invigorating start to this 2021.
Yeah, however, look at Red Line and see where they are at SCO right now. Then we can discuss if their 2021 is being that bad.
Well, please go ahead and explain that. I haven't had to do...
They won 3 races in a row.
Really?
And they didn't
Okay,
win the
shows
last
how much I
race.
know.
Just leading the championship.
Okay, shows how much I know. Benecke is a very aggressive driver, which can come to bite him sometimes, especially if he runs into another aggressive driver. The issue
Especially at Pesk. Especially at
Exactly.
Pesk.
The issue is if he runs into a driver that is as fast as him and also as aggressive. That's where it can come to bite. Also, what are your favorite corners? What are corners that everybody likes? That's a great question as well. There are some that are extremely satisfying if you get it right. Like, you know, Turkey's 4-corner complex. To
Yeah.
get it right, it's great. You just very often don't get it right. That's the problem. Benecke is he's not letting the prototype go that easily. That's funny.
Good correction. I said 3 in a row was 2 in a row. Thank you, David, for correcting me. That was on me.
Okay. Well, at least I wasn't as terribly off there.
Still leading their competition, though.
Yes. Not too much of a surprise. Other corners. I mean, Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
Have you?
Continue.
What about Schwedenkreuz? I hope I've got the pronunciation right. I'm not learning German yet. I will after March, once my exams are done. But the left-hander that goes in after the Flugplatz corner at the Nürburgring, in the very first sector, there's this quick uphill left-hand kink that follows into a right-hand hairpin initially.
Oh, yes.
That's a beautiful corner.
It's when you pull it off, it's awesome. But if you are... especially if you're with a car that has a lot of downforce,
exactly,
it's so much fun to get it right. Just the speed is great. Maggots and Beckett's, what a great two. Yeah, those are great corners too if you get it right. Suzuka S's. 130R. It's easy, but it's so nice when you get it right. That's a good question. No corner at Monza.
No corner at Monza.
Monza's just... I mean, it's bland. It's straightaways connected by chicanes for the most part.
Exactly.
Which is okay. I think I think it's so good for that reason, right? That's why
exactly.
it's.
There is a corner that unfortunately iRacing doesn't have in the lasers can, which for me it's criminal. Why they don't have this track lasers can yet, which is Mugello. The last corner at Mugello, I just love it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fun little section. Another section I really like from Mugello is the when you're making that right-hand turn downhill, make a left, fast right-handers. Going
uphill.
Going uphill, yes. Love that section. The fast section.
Probably the fastest section on the track. Well, boys and girls, we are just taking a little bit of Dylan. We are approaching our. It's sad, man.
10 minutes away or so.
Yeah, we're just approaching 10 minutes from the end of our portion. It's gone fast, right?
It's gone way too fast. Like, this is one of those races where, typically if we're talking about a 24-hour race, it's there are a lot of lull points, but you pair this third trio together, and my goodness. And then if you get Justin, I love at the end how we got Justin Prince to take his coat off, stay for a while.
Yeah.
To Justin, what a smart racing mind he has.
Yeah, and still see that they're still close racing. I know the strategies right now are a little bit scrambled. There's still people who's still thinking where they are, in terms of cycles. And I think Fraser was saying, we'll see where everything converges towards the end of the race. It's always towards the end of the race, but it's been really good, except for what we saw between RSO and RVG, that incident, which let's really erase that out of our memories. But it has been really good 5 hours in the night, and can't wait to see what our Aussie friend David Haynes and our Brit friend Chaz Drake will bring, and then Connery Maddock will join in the second half of the third portion. We'll have the story.
Oh, David Haynes. I've never done a broadcast with Chaz, but I've done a few with David, and David he's so much fun. He's great. He's awesome. Yeah, we've had some great racing here. Really happy we've been able to bring it to you, and you know what? We hope you guys have had a great time too. We've had a very consistent stream of just under 500 viewers, which is really good for the portion of this race where it's right now too late for some Americans. It's too early for some Europeans, and you know what? It's just right on time for the Aussies and the Kiwis.
Yeah, but still, everybody in the chat, thank you so much for participating, for sending the questions in the chat, and the donations.
The donations were awesome.
And the donations were awesome.
Is this a time where we plug ourselves?
No, we're just giving our things.
Is this the time where we plug Lorenzo Bonder on Twitter? Is this where we? Do we do that? I think we do that. Do we do that?
Exactly.
Yes.
Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. I'm trying to find his Twitter account.
Lorenzo Bonder.
That was too simple. And Somil is I am Somil Aurora with 2 A's. Why 2 A's?
That's because I made an account with a single A when I was around 14. The problem was I forgot the password. I said,
no.
okay, double A it is then.
And at Dylan R. Coyle for mine. We're pretty simple people.
Yeah.
Pretty easy.
So what you guys have planned right now? I really want to know this.
What do we have planned after the broadcast?
Yeah.
After our stint, I'm going to actually look at Daytona 24 hours. Did I do it? Yes, at Dylan R. Coyle. Yes, Don Jezza. Dylan R. Coyle. That is my name. Yeah, we've had a great time.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that our stint is almost over. We hope we've made your nights more enjoyable, and we hope the racing has as well. It's, in my broadcasting career so far, I've learned there's a huge distinction as
Neil is coming to the pits.
Yeah, there's a huge distinction between radio and TV broadcasting. Radio, you are the eyes and the ears. For example, for past special events, Radio Le Mans comes in. They're the eyes, the ears. There's not as much time for fun business, and that's what radio commentators are used to when you're doing a stream where you can actually see the picture. We don't have to be your eyes and ears for the most part. We have to bring some more entertainment. And if you're in a televised broadcast with commercials, you'll have somebody, the producer, the director in your ear also telling you what replays are coming up, what ads are coming up, what this is sponsored by, things like that.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think that's it's a big distinction. I know from hockey, radio versus TV. Same thing here. And I feel like for us as television stream commentators, our jobs are to entertain, to inform, to interact, and just make this a fun experience for all of us. And we really do hope that we've done that. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, DeChoose91, thank you. Awesome. What other series on RaceSpot do you commentate on? Well, right now I'm doing in-car reporting for a Monday night NASCAR series. I'm racing and broadcasting there, but right now I'm not on any consistent broadcast. Just not enough right now. So if you have a league, do it. Lorenzo, Sumil, do you guys do any?
Sumil, I think, is everywhere. He's kind of like your Junior Funky Patio commentators. I'd say these two.
Yes,
we are the plug out Arjuna.
Yeah,
we joke that Arjuna is basically Hugo Luis version 2.0.
Yeah, and Arjuna is in, I believe, San Francisco, so it's only 10 o'clock there. It's 1:18 EST. It's what, you're 2 hours ahead of me, Lorenzo? It's 3? Yeah. And Hugo is same time zone as well. Now, what time is it in Mumbai?
It is 11:48 in the morning, and I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning just to watch it.
Oh my goodness, my goodness! I'll only sleep at 11 a.m. Hugo, and we did get Hugo on too.
Yes.
Remember all your donations, your super chats. We have another super chat. No way. We have another super chat. No comment on it. 325 euros. Sweet Bodado. Not potato, Bodado. Take my money. Take my money, they say. Well, thank you. We extremely appreciate that. Eastern Standard Time squad right here. When are we leaving? Hugo, when do we have to leave? When are you kicking us off?
I guess we have 4 odd minutes.
All I know is that I'm probably gonna have
3
to
minutes.
get out of here. I'm probably gonna have to get out of here in a little bit and then get prepped for 3 more stints. So
Yes.
my brain is gonna freeze. Like Hugo said, he's gonna sleep at 10, 11 a.m. I'm probably gonna sleep like at 7 a.m.
Since it's 1:30 almost here, I might just stay up, watch the rest of it. And Hugo, would you be okay if I just jump on at random points to just bring in my expert comedy skills? Hugo, would you be okay with that? David Haynes and I would be fantastic together. You know that, Hugo. He's not responding. Up to you! Up to you! Yay! Oh my
As
goodness.
we said, like, as I said jokingly, we might not provide the worst commentary.
Right.
I said this jokingly, of course, because we gotta try to provide as much commentary as we can provide. But I can guarantee the banter is gonna be the best.
Right, right.
So that's.
It's also endurance, so you
also
almost you expect, if it's a Formula One race, right, an hour and a half, endurance racing, you've got to keep things measured. You know the pace of it. It's almost like a show with a race in the background, and that's kind of true. That's definitely kind of true. Confirmed that Dylan Arcoyle is the announcer for all future races on RaceSpot. Love that. Question: have you guys ever broadcast any dirt racing?
Yes.
Yes. Us individually or RaceSpot? I'd love to do some dirt racing. RaceSpot? I feel like we have.
I commentated when we did our RaceSpot special when we got the new build.
Yes, we cover World of Outlaws. I didn't realize if that was an iRacing.
Arjuna covers World of Outlaws, I think, with Evan Pasoko, if I recall correctly.
Justin and Evan, yeah.
Quick question: do you think 7-time NASCAR champ Jimmy Johnson will win his very first Rolex 24 at Daytona?
No.
If he does it, and I'm not there, or if he does and I'm not there, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. I think he has a shot. He's in a 4-man team. He's got some great equipment, too. Cadillac, Li 48. We love that.
Final minute.
Oh, no.
Final minute.
All right. Well, seriously, guys, we appreciate everything as the Nicholas Verone will go into the pits. We appreciate everything. Appreciate, watching. 448 watching right now. Pretty incredible. It's been a joy. It's been a pleasure to bring this to you live. We have a great commentary duo, Chaz Draycott and David Haynes, coming to you next on the next stint. And, from Dylan Coyle, Lorenzo Bonder, Samuel Aurora, and Hugo Luis, we wish you all a pleasant good evening, good morning, and good night here on RaceSpotTV. Part 3 is up, hours 12 to 18. Take care.